Hey guys, how are you all beautiful people? And yes, this is the next part of live broadcasting spoilers in Marvel World. A dimensional live broadcast system has come to Asgard, Kamar Taj and other places. With the exposure of various spoilers such as Avengers 3, the entire multiverse of the Marvel is in chaos. So let's start the video without any delay. In Asgard, the center of the Rainbow Bridge. Swish. From within the colorful light, Odin and Thor emerged from the Rainbow Bridge. After walking out of the Rainbow Bridge, Odin looked back and saw the warriors Three and Sif, all bloody and flustered. Anger suddenly rose in his heart. Quickly, take the injured to the medical hall. After the order was given, Odin turned his head and glared at Thor, bellowing. Do you realize what kind of foolishness you have done? Thor's expression was still a little stiff as if he hadn't recovered from witnessing Loki's amazing deed. Still, hearing Odin's questioning, he growled with an unyielding expression. I was protecting the kingdom. Odin pointed to the warriors Three, who were carried away by the gods, with a face of resentment. You couldn't even protect your friends, how can you hope to protect the kingdom? Although there were some regrets in his heart, Thor, who was spoiled by Odin since childhood, still retorted stubbornly. There won't be a kingdom to protect if you're afraid to act. Since we know that Searcher will destroy Asgard, we should strike first and destroy him beforehand. Speaking of that, Thor's eyes revealed a touch of admiration and looked at Loki, who was standing indifferently on the side. Just like Loki did. Odin frowned and helplessly sighed. War needs to be planned. Have you forgotten what I taught you? Feeling as if his father was underestimating him, Thor shouted. If we know the enemy is there and we don't strike, the Nine Realms will laugh at us. If it were the old ways, our Asgard will fall. As Odin heard that, blue veins popped up on his forehead. Odin roared in anger. You're a vain, greedy, cruel boy. He just wanted to teach Thor a gentle lecture, but this son has rebelled to such an extent. No one expected Thor to fire back with even harsher words at this point. And you are an old man and a fool. Thus, the center of Rainbow Bridge suddenly fell into silence. You. Looking at the unruly Thor in front of him, the anger on Odin's face gradually disappeared, replaced by sadness and regret. Yes, I was a fool, to think you were ready to become the new king. Oh. Loki raised his eyebrow. At this moment, Odin pointed to Thor and loudly roared. Thor Odinson, you have betrayed the express command of your king. Through your arrogance and stupidity, you have harmed your own companions and brought about terror and war. Odin violently thrust his staff into the pivot of the Rainbow Bridge, then walked over to Thor's side and reached out to remove the rune seals from his body. I now take from you your power. As soon as Odin stretched out his hand, Thor's Mjolnir flew into Odin's hand. In the name of my father and his father before, I, Odin All-Father, cast you out. With a yell, Odin pointed Mjolnir forward with his right hand. Whoosh! Thor's armor instantly crumbled, and his whole body flew backwards into the light of Rainbow Bridge, completely disappearing. Then Odin took Thor's hammer closer and whispered. Whosoever holds this hammer, if he is worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. Go! Odin waved his right hand, throwing Mjolnir into the light of the Rainbow Bridge. After all this, Odin let out a long sigh. His entire body was suddenly depressed as if he had suddenly aged more than a decade. At this moment, Loki's calm voice came from the side. Father, you don't have to worry anymore. When Thor finishes your test, he will definitely grow. Odin looked up in surprise and saw Loki standing there, shrugging his shoulders gently. After all, that's the reason you banished him, isn't it? Looking at Loki's eyes, which seemed to have seen everything, Odin was speechless for a moment, and at the same time, his heart was flooded with regret. This child, if only he were my own son. At the same time, in Afghanistan. For your consideration, the Jericho. With Tony's loud voice, a group of officers, including Colonel Rhodes, were blinded by the wind and sand from the missile explosion. Tony, good job on the demonstration. After the demonstration, Colonel Rhodes approached Tony, who had gotten into the car, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Ah! I know. Tony spoke without concern. But if I'm going to sign, it'll have to wait until I get back to New York. In addition, it's full, you'd better take another car. Looking at the arrogant expression on his old friend's face, Colonel Rhodes chuckled. Well, nice job. I'll meet you at the base. Nice job. Tony's brow wrinkled slightly, but he soon returned to his nonchalant state. The convoy began to move, and soon the soldier in the passenger seat in front of Tony turned around and said, Mr. Stark, is it cool if I take a picture with you? Seeing this familiar scene, Tony placed his whiskey down and smiled. Yes, it's very cool. Just moments before the photo was taken, there was a loud boom that shook all the soldiers in the car. Enemy attack. Jimmy, stay with Stark, huh? The leading officer was giving orders when he suddenly found that Tony had opened the car door and come down. Looking at the battle in front of him, Tony's eyes flashed with excitement. Then, he looked up and shouted, Megatron, come out. Just as Tony called out Megatron's name, the sound of a large number of mechanical parts moving suddenly rang out. Tsche choo choo choosh. Soon, a mechanical giant, over 10 meters tall, suddenly appeared on the battlefield. What? What is that? Are you kidding? Is this a dream? Seeing Megatron standing there, like the god of war, both sides of the battlefield were stunned. The armed militant group who launched the raid, armed with weapons, stood still. The ferocious look in their eyes instantly turned into panic, fear and disbelief. It was uncertain how many people were stunned by this scene. Everyone was stunned and forgot to fire their guns. Looking at the battlefield full of smoke in front of him, Megatron's eyes shot out a fierce murderous aura. My lord, what are your orders? Should I kill all the humans here? Tony slightly nodded his head and reached out to point around. Kill all those guys in bizarre outfits, but remember to leave me one alive, and... Tony looked inside the jeep. The several soldiers looked scared. He added, don't kill the soldiers in military uniform. Yes, sir. After receiving Tony's order to attack, Megatron's eyes flashed red. The radar that came with his body immediately locked onto the location of those armed militant thugs. Then, as soon as he lifted his right hand, a horrible laser cannon instantly shot out and blasted a hill in the distance. Rumble. The violent explosion resounded through the sky, shaking countless people's eardrums. And the terrifying wave of air was sweeping wildly in all directions. Ah! Many of the soldiers were forced to lie on the ground, so they wouldn't be blown away by the air wave. Hey, hey! What are you doing? Hiding behind Megatron with his ears covered, Tony still felt the strong winds blowing on his face and messing up his hair. Waiting for the dust to gradually settle, the crowd raised their heads to take a look. As soon as they looked up, they simultaneously drew a gasp of cold air. They saw that the hill was completely blown up in smoke, and there was only a big pit left in its place. With his head sticking out from behind Megatron, Tony only took one look and felt stunned. Hey, I want you to kill the militant group. Why did you blow the hill away? My lord, there are several people with heavy weapons hidden on the hill. Only by killing them first can I guarantee your safety. Megatron's eyes flashed red, then, he glanced around a couple of times. What happened just now? Nightmare, it must be a nightmare. It can't be real. Seeing the huge pit of smoke, all the armed militants felt dull, even stupefied. Their brains couldn't function. Some were so shocked that their hairs were standing on end. They almost lost all their bravery. What's going on? Isn't this just a simple kidnapping? How did such a horrifying robot suddenly appear? It blew up a hill. Dear God! It's the devil. Run! You'll go to hell if you're killed by the devil. When they came back to their senses, the group were so scared that they ignored orders. One by one, they turned back, frantically trying to escape. Ha 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 ha, trying to escape from me. Megatron laughed. He raised his left hand, and the intense laser shot out like a rainstorm. Boom! After the violent explosion, the area was instantly silent. Gulp! In the military jeep, the soldier who originally wanted to take a photo with Tony gulped. Cold sweat flowed from his forehead, and goosebumps came out. This horrible scene in front of him was like a nightmare. It's so surreal. My lord, except for the ones you wanted me to spare, all other enemies have been eliminated. Hearing Megatron's report, Tony nodded, followed by a few coughs as he choked on the billowing smoke. Less than a minute later, Tony asked where the militant camp was located from the mouth of an almost frightened to death militant thug. It seems a little too far away. Tony looked up at Megatron. Can you fly? Ha ha ha. Megatron didn't answer Tony's question outright but laughed out loud. His body instantly transformed. WHRTSCHZZTSCHZZTSCHZZ check. In a few seconds, Megatron changed into a powerful and gorgeous aircraft. My lord, if you want to go anywhere in the solar system, I can take you there. Tony blushed with excitement when he looked at the alien-style aircraft in front of him. Great! After we're finished here, take me to Mars later. Rumble! With the roar of the jets, the strange craft carried Tony into the sky and instantly disappeared into the clouds. On the ground, all the remaining US soldiers stood there, with their mouths open, wide enough to fit a duck egg. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. America, SHIELD. Headquarters, Director's Office. A black man with a bald head and an eye patch was sitting at his desk, dealing with official business. Soon, the phone on his desk rang. The man picked up the phone, listened to a couple of sentences, and his face froze. What? An incredibly destructive robot that can transform. Tony Stark. What's going on here? Sitting in the back seat of Megatron's cockpit, Yinsen's eyes widened, and his pale face was filled with shock. Just a moment ago, he was locked in a cave by those militants. Suddenly, there was a terrible explosion outside the cave. Not long after, a few thugs with pale faces came in and took him out of the cave. Outside, Yinsen was horrified to find that almost all the militants in the camp were dead. And in the middle of the blazing fire, stood a giant robot. While he was still confused, the robot grabbed him. Just when Yinsen thought he was going to be killed, the robot in front of him actually transformed into an aircraft. He was also loaded into the pilot seat of this aircraft. Besides, the one sitting in front of him was actually Tony Stark. Originally, Yinsen thought that this man was going to get kidnapped by the militant group today. Who would have thought that he could stage such a counter-attack and control such a terrifying robot? Just as Yinsen's mind was still in a daze, Megatron took him and Tony up into the sky. However, when they left, Megatron fired a missile into the camp below and blew everything inside to pieces when they left. Looking at the mushroom cloud rising slowly from the ground, Yinsen suddenly felt like he was in a dream. His nightmare ended like this, and the armed militant group were killed just like that. At this time, Tony's voice rang in his ears. "I know you. I met you back at the summit in Bern. Your name is Yinsen, right?" Yinsen nodded incredulously, opening his mouth but not knowing what to say. Tony didn't look back and just slowly spoke from the front pilot seat. "I'll take you to America now. When we get there, I'll repay you well. I owe you a lot." "My God. Tony, what is that?" On the helipad of Tony's Malibu mansion, Pepper's eyes were wide open as she saw Megatron descending from the sky in front of her. The shock was written all over her face. Just now, she received a phone call from Tony, asking her to go back to the mansion. He was going to arrive home soon. Pepper didn't know what was going on yet. She had just arrived at the mansion when she heard a deafening roar and came out to take a look. She almost fell to the ground in fright. An aircraft descended from the sky and turned into a huge robot. Tony and another bald man were standing on the palm of the robot. Walking from Megatron's hand to the floor, Tony straightened his collar and spoke to Pepper. "I'll explain it to you later. I want you to hold a press conference for me as soon as possible. I have something important to announce." Press conference. While listening to Tony, Pepper's eyes couldn't stop looking at Megatron. In the face of this terrifying mechanical giant, she carefully gulped and could only feel that her legs were going weak. "And that is why, effective immediately, I am shutting down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark International." Tony said that aloud to the countless reporters and flashing lights at the podium. Thus, the whole convention and exhibition center immediately boiled up. When Tony finished, Obadiah rushed to the podium and tried to put out the fire in his own way. Tony, on the other hand, walked directly through a large number of reporters to Pepper, who was standing in the crowd. Halfway there, a middle-aged man followed right beside him. "Hello, Mr. Stark, I'm..." Tony directly interrupted the middle-aged man before he could finish his speech. "Agent Coulson, I know who you are, but I have nothing to say to you right now." "Huh?" Coulson was stunned by Tony's words. How did he know my name? The next day, S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. So, Tony Stark controlled a huge robot. After destroying a militant base, he's ready to take Stark Industries out of the weapons market altogether. The bald Nick Fury was pacing around the office. His face was full of confusion. He had thought through all the possibilities as best he could. But it didn't make any sense. For now, the most important question was, what was that robot? If Tony Stark made it himself, why didn't he weaponize that robot tech and make a fortune? If he didn't build that robot, then who did? Where did Tony get it? Thinking and thinking without a clue, the bald head simply stopped and spoke to a red-haired woman who was with him in the office. "Natasha, I've decided to send you to infiltrate Stark's company and learn as much as you can about Tony Stark and find out more about the robot from him." Black Widow. Natasha Romanov gently nodded at the man, indicating that she understood. But at that moment, a light flashed, and Natasha's figure instantly disappeared from the office. "What?" The pupil in the Fury's one eye instantly contracted, and a chill rushed up from his back to the top of his bald head. Who in the world could have taken Natasha, right from under S.H.I.E.L.'s nose? At this time, a huge screen suddenly appeared in his office. Second live quiz starting. Tony Stark has joined the live stream. Stephen Strange has joined the live stream. Loki Odinson has joined the live stream. Peter Parker has joined the live stream. Wanda Maximoff has joined the live stream. Natasha Romanoff has joined the live stream. The second live quiz will start in 1 minute. The stream contents are Scenes episodes of Avengers 3, Amazing Spider-Man 1, Thor 1. After the quiz, members with live broadcast points can use the points to request the broadcasting of past or future events related to themselves. Good luck with your quiz. Otherworldly live broadcast. After finding herself inexplicably transported to this strange place, Natasha instantly raised her vigilance to the highest level. And almost instantly, she heard the system announcement mentioning a familiar person. Tony Stark. Does this have something to do with him? Natasha's eyes flashed, and she immediately found Tony among the 4 men around her. And Tony was looking at her right now. Hey, there's actually another woman here. And unlike last time, she's a gorgeous adult woman. Looking at the Black Widow, who was tall and slim, Tony's eyes instantly lit up. What do you mean unlike last time? You bastard, are you looking down on me? Wanda puffed up and complained. But unlike before, this time Wanda's tone was indeed a little less bitter and hateful. The big-hearted Tony didn't notice anything, but the subtle-minded Strange sensed something different. Glancing at Wanda, the corners of Strange's mouth suddenly showed a smile, opening his mouth and saying, "Tony, yesterday's press conference caused a huge response. It's all over the internet. Hey, I'm still being pestered by Obadiah." Tony shrugged his shoulders. "But anyway, since I have made a decision, I should stick to it." Tony turned away, looked at Wanda and seriously said, "I have told my assistant to look into the sale of weapons to Sokovia. I'll be sure to let you know when we have the results." Seeing Tony's solemn face, Wanda froze, then remained silent. Surprisingly, she didn't swear at him anymore. Strange saw it and gently nodded. Sure enough, this girl must have also found out about Tony's withdrawal from the weapons market. Looking at the interaction between Tony and the others, Natasha secretly frowned. Obviously, these people all know each other. Thinking of the words second live quiz mentioned in the previous system announcement. Then it was very likely that they had experienced a similar event before. At this time, a weak voice rang beside her. "Miss, you must be new here." Natasha turned around and saw a shy teenager standing beside her. He gently said, "This space won't harm us. Or rather, won't take the initiative to harm us. Anyway, as long as you don't answer the questions incorrectly, nothing will happen. Just like what happened to me." Looking at how Natasha's aura and posture looked amazing, Peter actually felt he was way below her level, even his tone went down a notch. Just then, that emotionless voice rang out again in the live stream room. Starting to invite special viewers to join the live chat group. Thor joins the live chat group. Master Mordo joins the live chat group. Nick Fury joins the live chat group. Director. Hearing Nick Fury's name, Natasha's body suddenly shook. This strange space actually reached out to the director. And what Peter Parker said earlier shook her up quite a bit. As long as you don't answer the questions incorrectly, nothing will happen. Natasha's mind wandered and suddenly looked at Peter and rhetorically asked, "What if I answer correctly? Would there be a reward?" Honest boy Peter nodded his head. "Yes, when you get the right answer, you'll get all kinds of magical rewards, even robots from different worlds." In the last quiz, although people like Loki, Strange and others got various awards, but for Peter, it was the giant robot that Tony got that made him the most envious and impressed. What boy wouldn't like robots? That's a robot. Hearing this, Natasha's eyes lit up. So that's it. Tony Stark got the giant robot by answering questions in this strange space. Just as Natasha realized that, Loki, who was standing off to the side, was sizing her up with an imperceptible gaze. With his rich experience as the #1 liar of 9 realms, Loki was sure that this red-haired woman was definitely not someone ordinary. Perhaps, someone similar to him. A good liar. At this time, a huge screen suddenly appeared in the air of the live streaming room. The messages below also began to climb. "Thor, Loki, I see you. Could you please tell Heimdall to take me back to Asgard? Thor, I really can't get used to a place like Midgard. In a room, Thor was bitterly complaining. By his side, 2 women and a middle-aged man were staring dumbfounded at the screen that suddenly appeared in front of them. Their eyes couldn't move away. "Professor Selvig, what is this? When did you install a 3D projector here?" Jane Foster, with a surprised expression, asked in disbelief. 3D projector? I didn't even pack anything like that." Professor Eric Selvig stepped forward and tried to touch the screen in the air with his hand, but he couldn't touch it. At this time, a brand new video started to play on the screen. "Play, Avengers 3, Infinity War. A flaming meteor suddenly fell from the sky. It was about to fall into a big city. Boom. With a loud noise, the meteor crashed into pieces on an invisible barrier. The city itself was intact. What kind of high-tech shield could spread across a city like that? Looking at the looming blue shield on the screen, which completely covered a city below it, Tony took a deep breath. His expression was irrepressible, he looked shocked. As a scientist, he knew better than anyone else how difficult it was to make such a big shield. How come I didn't know there was such a city on Earth? Could this be hundreds or even thousands of years in the future? No. The system just showed the title, Avengers 3. It's exactly the same as last time. That means, should be in the near future. Tony's brain was quickly turning, thinking about various possibilities. And at the same time, in the office of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a bald man was stunned by the image on the screen. Which country does this city belong to? How could SHIELD know nothing about them? This is a failure of duty. In addition to the shock, Fury's heart was also very excited. Through the picture-in-picture on screen, he could clearly hear the conversation between Natasha and Peter Parker just now. It turned out that Tony Stark's robot was acquired through this strange system in front of him. In that case, if Natasha answered any questions correctly, wouldn't she get the same, or even more amazing, rewards as he did? At the same time, the images on the screen had undergone new changes. Boom boom tilde. Several fiery meteors eluded the shield over the city and landed in the pristine jungle outside the city. It turns out that these weren't meteors, but rather a strangely shaped spaceship. It's actually an alien spaceship. Could it be the Kree again? Seeing these spacecraft landing on Earth, Fury's heart tightened. Decades earlier, Earth had experienced a wave of attempted alien invasions. However, fortunately, at that time, there was a powerful female superhero, Captain Marvel, who repelled the invading Kree fleet. But the heroine had already left Earth for the depths of space. At this time, Fury suddenly found that the messages at the bottom of the screen began to scroll up. Thor, is that my god? 9 realms are under the protection of our Asgard. Who dares invade? Stephen Strange, if the plot here is related to the previous segment of Avengers 3, then these aliens are likely to be related to Thanos. Thor, is that the madman who killed Loki? I'm going to kill him with my Mjolnir. Loki Odinson, my dear brother, you seem to have forgotten. You don't have Mjolnir anymore. Thor. Damn it. Father, why are you doing this to me? Oh. Ha ha. Looking at Thor's crying face typed out in the chat group, Loki surprisingly felt an inexplicable sense of joy. As Odin's eldest son, Thor could be said to have lived a smooth life since childhood. Maybe, it was time to let him suffer a bit. But remembering Odin's earlier gesture of throwing Mjolnir out into Midgard, Loki's gaze flickered again. He was sure Thor's exile was just a test from Odin. What Odin was really looking forward to was for Thor to grow from this ordeal and become a true crown prince. Should I ask if he was really worthy of such a thing? Loki smiled bitterly, and the expression on his face suddenly became somewhat gloomy. Thor, Loki, Mjolnir, and Asgard. Looking at these nouns appearing on screen, Jane Foster slightly trembled with excitement. A bright light shined in her eyes. She could clearly understand that the screen in front of her represented some kind of technology that was difficult for her to imagine. The images displayed on the screen were even more dazzling. And if all this was true, wouldn't it mean that the blonde man they rescued last night could really be Thor? The legendary god of thunder. Do gods really exist? The video continued. A large number of troops riding on top of high-tech hover transports were speeding towards the place where the alien ship had crashed. Black Widow, in uniform, spoke to the intercom in her ear, "How's it looking, Bruce? Is that me?" Looking at herself on screen, Natasha's mouth slightly opened, and her whole body froze in place. Oh, it's actually this woman. Strange glanced back at Natasha, his mind already made up. It seemed that those who could enter this live stream room weren't ordinary people. The more Loki looked on, the more his lips slightly curled. Sure enough, his experience hadn't been lagging behind. This woman wasn't simple. The video continued. Yeah, I think I'm getting the hang of it. With this sentence, a giant golden red robot rushed up in the air and then began to run rapidly on the ground. Bruce Banner, this is so amazing, man. It's like being the Hulk. That's my arc reactor. Tony Stark looked at the huge red robot on screen and even began to breathe heavily. With this configuration, material, painting, coupled with the familiar arc reactor on the robot's chest, Tony was 100% sure that this awesome machine was definitely made by him. At this thought, Tony's whole being got excited. Awesome! If I were wearing this kind of armor when I was fighting Thanos, I would have beaten that purple potato monster into a paste. As soon as this idea came to mind, Tony saw the red robot wobbling on screen. It suddenly tripped over a boulder and slid far away on the ground in one go. Damn, what's this guy doing? Seeing that the awesome robot was thrown all over with mud, Tony was so angry that the veins stood out on his forehead. He felt like he wanted to rush into the screen and replace the guy named Bruce as the pilot. Who the hell is this Bruce? If he doesn't know how to operate it, he shouldn't be allowed to ruin such a good piece of machinery. Hulk. The pilot inside the robot, is that Bruce Banner? Fury's gaze slightly flickered, and suddenly, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. If that's really him, why would he need to pilot a robot? As long as he turned into the Hulk, no matter what kind of machine, he would demolish it into pieces. I've got 2 heat signatures breaking through the tree lines. A mechanical armor very similar to Tony's battle armor flew through the air in an arc. That voice. Rhodes. Tony was a little surprised, but he soon clapped his hands. So, in the future, I'll also build a battle suit for this guy. Aha, that should be my style. A large number of troops descended from the hover transports and began to form up on the plain. Most of these soldiers were black and had strange cold weapons in their hands. But there were 3 exceptions. 2 men and 1 woman were standing at the front. That woman was Natasha Romanov. As soon as Fury saw the 2 men beside Natasha, his gaze instantly changed. That's Captain America, Steve Rogers. And Bucky Barnes. How is that possible? It's actually them. Looking at Steve Rogers' young face, Fury's heart was shocked. He could hardly believe his eye. This man could be considered as an idol to every American soldier when he made his mark in the battle with the Nazis back then. But he should have died over 60 years ago. Seeing Bucky standing next to Captain America, Fury's eyes went cold. The Winter Soldier. This was a frightening name. For decades, Bucky Barnes, as an excellent killer, had taken the lives of many important people all over the world. Although it was confusing to figure out how he could live to this day and still retain such a young face. But looking at the current situation, could it be that Captain America and Bucky, too, were under the same mysterious organization? And Natasha actually. Thinking of that, Fury suddenly felt a chill running down his back. Did Natasha actually betray him and collude with another organization? The video continued. Captain America and others walked towards the direction of the spaceship. Only to see a woman with horns on her head and a monster in battle armor standing outside the blue barrier, looking at them coldly. They were Proxima Midnight and Cull Obsidian of the Black Order. Thanos will have that stone. Proxima Midnight coldly said. Captain America, that's not gonna happen. King T'Challa, you are in Wakanda now. Thanos will have nothing but dust and blood. Proxima Midnight sneered, we have blood to spare. Then, she raised the sword in her hand. A battle broke out. Wakanda. Hearing the words of King T'Challa, everyone in the live streaming room found that out. The magical country in the video turned out to be Wakanda. Stephen Strange, Wakanda. I have never heard of that country. Master Mordo, well, in Africa, I seem to have heard some legends about this country. Tony Stark, I know this place. It's where my father got some vibranium back in the day. I didn't know that this country had such advanced technology. Wanda Maximoff, what's vibranium? Tony Stark, it's the strongest metal in the world. My father made Captain America's shield from it. Nick Fury, Tony Stark, your father has a deep connection to our organization. In that sense, we should work together. Tony Stark, coming to talk to me about cooperation for no apparent reason. Who are you? Nick Fury. Peter Parker, Captain America. Who's that? Is he famous? Tony Stark, Peter, you're joking, right? Didn't you go to school? You should have seen his name in elementary school books. Peter Parker, I've gotten good grades since elementary school. But I've never heard of his name. This time, several people in the live stream room turned around and looked at Peter with a surprised expression. Sensing the gaze of the crowd, Peter scratched his head a little nervously but still plucked up the courage to say, "Mr. Stark, I live in New York. When I went back, I searched the internet. I never found your name, I can't even find Stark Industries." What? Tony was so stunned he was speechless. Stephen Strange, standing beside him, after hesitating for a moment, spoke with a look of incredulity in his eyes. "According to Master Ancient One, the universe is infinite. The universe we are in is just one of the infinite universes." Strange eyes firmly stared at Peter, saying, word for word, "If there is no Tony Stark and Stark Industries in Peter's world, he probably isn't from the same universe as us. That is to say, Peter is a person from another universe." When he said that, the whole live stream room went silent. In the silence, everyone looked back and forth at Strange and Peter with incredulous eyes, with shock, astonishment, doubt, suspicion and nervousness. You're kidding, right?" Peter Parker's whole body was completely frozen, his brain was frozen, and his mind went completely blank. Strange's words had shaken him too much. It caused his entire mind to stall, and he almost lost his ability to think for a while. Natasha looked at Peter, the harmless teenager in front of her, and her heart suddenly tightened. At that time, she felt an impulse to retreat backwards. As a first-class agent, she had experienced a lot of difficulties and obstacles. But another universe was something completely beyond her imagination. It messed up Natasha's calm thinking. And in the offices of SHIELD, Fury sharply breathed in, there was a great uproar in his heart. In that magical live stream room, there were people from other universes. This kind of thing simply turned his worldview upside down. A universe without me. Unbelievable. Tony shook his head, and an incredible thought suddenly flooded his mind. If all of this is true, since Peter could leave his universe and come to this room, could I go to Peter's universe? At this point, Wanda suddenly cocked her little head and curiously asked, "Multiverse, I thought it didn't exist. Didn't those 3 timekeepers condense all the multiverses, all into one sacred timeline?" Natasha just managed to calm herself down. When she heard that, she almost gasped, and her body suddenly shuddered. Timekeepers. Sacred timeline. What the hell are those? Stephen Strange spread his hands. Master Ancient One seems to have said that the timekeepers are actually over-exaggerated. But I don't know much about the sacred timeline and the multiverse. At this point, someone in the live chat group couldn't help themselves and immediately said, "Master Mordo, Stephen. In the future, when Master Ancient One speaks, you should listen carefully. Master Mordo, remember, according to the Master, that so-called time variance authority is indeed minimizing the time divergence to avoid the creation of more multiverses. Master Mordo, however, it's simply impossible to gather countless multiverse into a single sacred timeline. Tony Stark, in that case, aren't those timekeepers a bunch of liars? Stephen Strange, maybe the timekeepers really exist, but their deeds may have been exaggerated by people of the time variance authority. Loki Odinson, ha ha ha, I told you, those people in the time variance authority are just a bunch of charlatans. Thor, yes, when it comes to deception, no one in the 9 realms can match Loki. You're the absolute authority in this regard. Loki Odinson, are you being sarcastic? Did being relegated to Midgard actually make your brain a bit smarter? Thor, huh? What do you mean? I am smart. Looking at the people in the live stream room talking about each other, Natasha stood on one side, but her hair stood on end. She tried to calm her breathing, but her inner mind was in chaos. What's happening? Why am I here? What is all this? Although she had experienced countless storms, at this moment, Natasha was still shaken by this earth-shattering news. Converging the multiverses. Time Variance Authority. In S.H.I.E.L.D's office, Fury read all the earth-shattering messages in the chat group. Even with the experience and talent he had, he still felt his fingers turning cold, a creepy feeling instantly swept through his body. He had just recovered from a state of shock and once again fell into extreme shock. What kind of joke is that? What kind of group is the Time Variance Authority? To be able to condense multiple universes and avoid the creation of a new multiverse, those were something that made even Fury, the stern-boiled egg, sweat. As for converging multiverse into one timeline, it really challenged his imagination. Who has ever heard of such unimaginable and terrifying things? This was simply dismantling his perception of the world. Someone who could proudly say, I've seen everything. Unbelievable, terrifying. Who are the people in this mysterious live stream room? Look at the way they casually discuss these horrifying things. What are these guys? Who are they? He could only gulp. Fury took a sharp calming breath, turned around and picked up the phone on his desk. Find me information on Wanda Maximoff, Stephen Strange, Loki Odinson. On the phone, Fury roared. I don't care what you do, even if you have to hack all the computers in America. No. All the computers in the world, you have to investigate all these people for me. Especially Peter Parker. At this time, in a room, in a small town in New Mexico. Jane Foster and others stared blankly at the big screen in front of them, then looked back at the bare-chested Thor, each with mouths wide open. Their minds couldn't believe it. Gods! Are you really the legendary Thor? Jane Foster swallowed, forcibly suppressed her pounding heart, and spoke with difficulty. You, gods, can you even control time and the multiverse? That's too unbelievable. And while asking the question, Jane couldn't help but reach out and cover her forehead, feeling a wave of dizziness in her head. The man they accidentally drove into last night had such a powerful origin. And in the shock, Jane's heart surged with joy. From the words revealed in that live stream just now, these so-called gods were involved in the mysteries of the universe, were simply profound and formidable, to the point of inconceivability. If she could dig out a little bit from this guy, it could be enough for her to get the Nobel Prize. I don't know much about time and those kinds of things. I'll ask Loki for you next time. Thor stretched out his hand and scratched his head, looking simple and honest. At this point, the image on the screen changed again. Those spaceships that descended upon Earth suddenly all hung in the air and flew up. Winter Soldier, they surrender. Captain America, not exactly. Soon, the doors of these spaceships opened up, and countless horrible monsters with sharp teeth and big mouths, green fangs and 4 hands fell from the sky. Seeing this, King T'Challa immediately gave the order to fight. At this time, Proxima Midnight fiercely held her sword high and swung down. Howl. After getting the order, Countless monsters frantically rushed out of the woods and surged like a tidal wave towards the human troops on the plain. The Winter Soldier's face looked stunned. What the hell? Black Widow looked gloomy. Looks like we pissed her off. When the monsters rushed to the plain, it was quickly blocked by a blue barrier. But these monsters didn't hesitate to sacrifice themselves. They wanted to break the barrier and kept charging forward. The monsters gathered more and more, and the barrier seemed to be somewhat overwhelmed. Bruce Banner, Cap, if these things circle the perimeter and get behind us, there's nothing between them and Vision. Captain America looked solemn. Then we better keep them in front of us. How do we do that? King T'Challa gritted his teeth. We open the barrier, let them in. Hearing this, there was an uproar in the otherworldly live streaming room. Are you kidding? Let all these monsters in. Is this king out of his mind? Young Wanda's eyes widened. Her expression was full of disbelief. Strange frowned in contemplation. Looking at them, they should be protecting the one called Vision. If I'm not mistaken, the Infinity Stone mentioned by Thanos' underling should be with Vision. Loki blurted out. That can only be the Soul Stone. As it could be seen from the video played before, Thanos had won 4 Infinity Stones. After seizing the Time Stone from Doctor Strange's hands, the only one Thanos still lacked was the Soul Stone. With this stone, Thanos could wipe out half of the life in the universe with one snap. Idiots. What are those fools thinking? Tony couldn't help but rage. Since we already know that Thanos wants the Soul Stone, why not destroy it? Strange and others nodded their heads. As long as there was no Soul Stone, Thanos would never be able to collect all 6 of the Infinity Stones. They could protect the lives of all the living beings in the universe. At this time, someone in the chat group popped up. Master Mordo, Humph, your thinking is too simple. Master Mordo, the Infinity Stones are the crystallization of elements born from the Big Bang. How can anyone destroy them so easily? Master Mordo, in my opinion, it's not that those people don't want to destroy it, but they don't have a way to destroy it. Tony Stark, what a pain in the ass, if only I were on Earth. Tony Stark, no matter what they are, Infinity Stone or whatever, as long as I get my hands on them, there is nothing in this world that can't be destroyed. Wanda Maximoff, ha ha, truly the greatest death merchant in the history of mankind. When it comes to destruction, you revel in it. Tony Stark, Wanda, to correct you, I'm not an arms dealer anymore. Tony Stark, but when it comes to military technology, there is still no one in the world who can surpass me. Speaking of which, Tony had made up his mind. As long as he had time, he had to try his best to study the Infinity Gauntlet that he got from the live stream room last time. If there was an opportunity, he had to decipher the secrets of the Infinity Gauntlet and create an Infinity Armor. Imagine if one day, he could import 6 Infinity Stones into a battle suit. How powerful would that be? Even Thanos would be instantly dusted. Infinity Stones. Half of all the living beings in the universe. Looking at the scrolling messages on the screen in front of him, Fury's single pupil violently contracted. Emotions such as horror, disbelief and trance emerged on his face. Are you kidding me? What's playing in this video is actually such a big deal. What kind of power was that? To actually be able to destroy half of all the living beings in the universe. In a small town in New Mexico. Big Bang. Elemental crystallization. Infinity Stones. A series of questions emerged in Jane Foster's mind. Her breathing was so intense that she almost fainted. Upon seeing this, Darcy Lewis quickly came up, raised her hand and splashed her with some water from a glass. But Jane, as if she didn't feel anything, continued to mumble in a low voice. Amazing. It's incredible. Mysteries of the universe, it's unbelievable. It's over. She's gone crazy again. Darcy shrugged helplessly and looked back. She found that Professor Selvig had a similar expression to Jane's, with his entire body in some sort of trance, whispering to himself. A stone born from the Big Bang. Incredible. I wish I could study it. The video continued. Because they were afraid that the monsters would encircle them, the human army had to remove part of the blue barrier and decided to fight with monsters on the plain. Captain America, King T'Challa and others led the army. They all engaged in physical combat with those terrifying monsters. At this time, on Asgard's throne, Odin looked at the big screen in front of him. His one eye slightly narrowed. In just a moment, he recognized the monsters. They were the Vanguard Battalion, Thanos' leading army. From what he saw on screen, it should be Thanos' army, invading Midgard, which was Earth. How dare they? A stern look flashed in Odin's eye. Becoming the God King of the Nine Realms, one of his duties was to protect the Nine Realms from the invasion of outside forces. However, remembering the future revealed in the live video broadcast before, Odin's eye flashed once again. It was because he died and Asgard perished, that's why Thanos was so arrogant. How dare you send a group of minions to invade Earth? At the same time, through the huge screens everywhere, other viewers saw the bloody battle. In a small town in New Mexico. What a fierce battle! Thor looked at those fierce monsters on screen. His fists tightly squeezed as if he couldn't wait to rush into the battle himself. At this time, he missed his old partner even more. Mjolnir. And beside him, looking at the unbelievably terrifying army of monsters on screen, Jane Foster and her good friend Darcy Lewis shuddered in fear. Jesus Christ, those aliens invaded. No. Alien monsters. Although the human army fought bravely, there were too many monsters, and all of them were fierce, unafraid of death. At that time, the human army was suppressed. Whether it was King T'Challa or Captain America, they were all struggling. In Kamar Taj. Watching the struggle the human side was in, Master Wong couldn't help but ask. Master Ancient One, if there's really an alien invasion in the future, should we go to war? As soon as he said that, all the apprentices gathered to watch the live stream focused their attention on the Ancient One. Feeling the expectant eyes of the crowd, Master Ancient One gently shook the fan in her hand and calmly said, Kamar Taj's purpose is to protect Earth from outside forces. If the enemy is going to invade Earth, and wipe out half of all life in the universe, naturally, there would be no reason for us to stay out of it. Hearing these words, those enthusiastic apprentices instantly cheered. Yes. Sorcerer Supreme. Well, then. I'll beat the shit out of those disgusting monsters with my magic. Heh, we have the Sorcerer Supreme, Master Wang and Master Mordo. You won't even get a chance. Amidst the cheers, Master Mordo kept silent but looked at the Ancient One with a worried expression on his face. In the future, the caretaker of the Eye of Agamotto had been changed to Stephen Strange, which meant Master Ancient One should have already died. What kind of enemy could kill such a powerful Sorcerer Supreme? The video continued. The Hulkbuster armor was powerful. But Bruce Banner's piloting skills weren't that good, so it wasn't long before he was surrounded by a large group of monsters and dragged to the ground. There's too many of them. Trapped in the armor, Bruce couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing the red and gold armor dogpiled on by a bunch of monsters, looking miserable, Tony couldn't help but growl. Who is that guy? He might as well let Jarvis pilot it. An artificial intelligence is better than this fool. In the nick of time, a rainbow-like light descended from the sky and landed with a bang in the middle of the monster swarm. Then, an axe entwined with blue lightning shot out sharply from the rainbow glow, beating down countless monsters like a wrecking ball. Soon, from the rainbow pillar of light, a man came out. It was Thor, the god of thunder, holding his Stormbreaker. He grabbed the Stormbreaker that flew back and fiercely yelled, "Bring me, Thanos!" Then Thor, surrounded by thunder and lightning, rushed up and jumped to the sky. He raised the Stormbreaker and slashed down with great force. A loud boom was heard, and the terrifying lightning spread in all directions. Hundreds of monsters were beaten by Thor's blow, and their corpses were scattered everywhere. Seeing Thor's blow on screen, Loki suddenly gritted his teeth and subconsciously clenched his fist. It's always like this. Thor, although he was a muscle-brained fool and knew nothing but fighting. But once he was on the battlefield, he's really literally a frontline warrior. But soon, Loki relaxed, and a familiar smile reappeared on his lips. From what it seemed, these alien monsters were only numerous, and they weren't afraid of death. This was the best type of opponent for the Scourge. Thor, maybe you're strong. But I'm not a weakling now, either. Looking at the lightning flashing on the screen and Thor's attack, Loki's heart was full of confidence. Now, even if he was alone, with Frostman in hand, he could easily destroy all these monsters. The more enemies, the stronger his Scourge. Oh! In front of the screen, Thor swung his fist vigorously, his eyes glowing with excitement. Sure enough, how could such an intense battlefield be without him? No matter how cruel these monsters were, in front of his thunder, they were all rubbish. In addition to excitement, Thor was also a little confused. In the video, why was he holding an axe, instead of his Mjolnir? However, Thor never liked to think about complicated problems, so he just threw them aside. Then, he immersed his consciousness inside the live chat room and showed off to Loki. Thor, ha ha ha, Loki, did you see that? This is a real battlefield. This is my strength. Thor, like the undead legion you summoned with magic last time, although they were really scary, it's nothing like beating the enemy, with your own hands. Thor, after all, something like magic is simply no match for pure divine might. Master Mordo, Thor. How could magic be inferior to divine might? Magic could overwhelm your strength. Thor, enough with the nonsense. You sorcerers stole Gungnir from my father and haven't returned it yet. Master Mordo, humph, why don't you try coming to Kamar Taj to get it? Thor, prepare yourselves for the wrath of a god. Loki Odinson, ha ha, Thor, if you don't like magic, then feel free to do as you please. Loki Odinson, but from now on, your weapon seems to have changed in the future. Loki Odinson, seems like you didn't get Mjolnir back in the end. Thor, what? Reading that, the originally enthusiastic Thor froze in place, feeling speechless. Mjolnir had been with him for nearly 1,000 years and could almost be considered a part of his body. If he really couldn't get it back, Thor felt as if he had lost a part of his body. Loki, still so sharp-tongued. On Asgard's throne, watching Loki and Thor bicker in the chat group, Odin's lips slightly turned upwards. Anyway, as long as they can get along like brothers, it is a good thing. But as a father, Odin was still the king of Asgard. Because of that, soon, there was a trace of anxiety in his one eye. Loki's ability to summon the dead reminded him of another one of his children. Hela, the goddess of the underworld. Hela not only possessed great power, just below his own, but also possessed the terrifying magic of resurrecting the dead and turning them into an army of the dead. And the power of the undead catastrophe that Loki showed when he annihilated Surtur shocked Odin and raised a wary thought in his mind at the same time. He didn't want to have another Hela among his children. Nick Fury, God. Are you kidding? Besides magic, are gods even popping up now? Fury gulped and suddenly felt a little panic inside. After only joining this live chat group for a few minutes, Fury's understanding of the world was almost entirely turned upside down. There were people from the multiverse. The Time Variance Authority could overthrow countless universes. The Infinity Stones could erase half of the living beings in the universe. Now there was magic that could raise the dead and God of Thunder. Under the bombardment of the series of shocking information, Fury felt like his head was about to explode. He almost collapsed, and his whole being was in doubt. The amount of information was too great and agitating, he was almost overwhelmed. Moreover, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury thought that he was the most well-informed person on the planet. But now, an incredible thought flooded his mind. Could it be that, after all these years, he was actually just a frog at the bottom of a well, knowing nothing about the truth of this world? Is this my future? Looking at the bloody battle she was in on screen and almost killing several monsters, Natasha felt dumbfounded. She was completely frozen in place, unable to make a sound. Originally, she thought she was one of the best agents in the world. Now Natasha realized that on a real battlefield, her assassination and fighting skills would hardly come in handy. Thanos's army, which already had an advantage, actually came up with a new big killer. Rumble. Several huge, giant metal wheels filled with sharp blades emerged from the ground and crushed their way over with astonishing momentum. Retreat. Get back quickly. Seeing that, King T'Challa hastily issued the order to retreat. But these terrifying machine giants still pounded forward with unparalleled ferocity, as if no attack could possibly stop them. Seeing herself on the screen about to be run over by the giant wheel, Natasha's eyes widened, and her face turned pale. In the nick of time, a woman in red descended from the sky like a magical soldier from heaven and landed in front of Black Widow and the others. The woman's eyes burst with red light, and with a wave of her hands, the intense red glow suddenly raised the 5 huge iron wheels, weighing thousands of tons, into the air. And when the woman in red saw a large number of monsters rushing towards herself, she immediately waved her hands down. The 5 huge iron wheels suddenly smashed down, and the hundreds of monsters were crushed into a paste. That's me. Seeing the woman's image, but much more mature than she was, young Wanda couldn't believe her eyes. That powerful superpowered woman is actually what this girl will become when she grows up. Through the picture-in-picture on screen, Fury looked at young Wanda. His heart thumped violently. It seems that the video on the screen should be images from 7 or 8 years from now. By then, the girl should have grown up, but in the future, her hair will turn red. Does this have anything to do with her superpowers? The video continued. At this time, Captain America seemed to have received a distress signal and quickly shouted, "Somebody get to Vision." Scarlet Witch hurriedly replied, "On my way." Ah! But before her words were finished, Proxima Midnight rushed to her side and sent Scarlet Witch flying with a punch. Black Widow saw that and quickly came to the rescue with Okoye. But Proxima Midnight was too strong, and the two of them were no match for her. Seeing that Black Widow was about to lose the battle, a red glow suddenly flashed and lifted Proxima Midnight's body into the air. With a loud grunt, a huge metal ship ran over and tore Proxima Midnight into pieces. Some blue blood even splashed on Black Widow's face. Seeing the situation come to an end, Scarlet Witch quickly used her powers to control her body to fly into the sky and land in the distant forest. There, she found Vision, who was seriously injured and could hardly move. He was lying on the ground. After seeing Scarlet Witch, the expression on Vision's face was even more bitter, and he murmured, "He's here." Captain America seemed to feel a strange atmosphere and notified everyone on the comm. "Everyone on my position. We have incoming." At that moment, along with a blue mist, the purple Thanos came out of the portal. Bruce Banner rushed to alert Cap. "That's him." "Captain America, eyes up. Stay sharp." Thanos looked cold and solemn, seemingly ignoring the presence of the Avengers. Facing Bruce Banner, who pounced over with the Hulkbuster. He simply pointed the space stone forward and embedded the Hulkbuster into the side of a cliff. Banner couldn't move. Captain America and King T'Challa were vulnerable in front of him. Faced with a desperate situation, Vision lifted his head and spoke with difficulty. "Wanda. It's time. They can't stop him, Wanda. But we can." "No." Wanda painfully refused. "Look at me." Vision grabbed Wanda's hand and pressed it on his face, trying to say, "You have the power to destroy the stone. You must do it, Wanda. Please, we are out of time." Wanda kept shaking her head, "I can't." Vision raised Wanda's hand and placed it in front of his forehead. "Yes, you can. If he gets the stone, half the universe dies. It's not fair. It shouldn't be you, but it is. It's all right." Wanda's face was full of grief, but in the end, she aimed at the gem on Vision's forehead and released the red glow of her powers. Meanwhile, on the other side, War Machine, Falcon, Winter Soldier, Black Widow and others were all knocked out by Thanos. They couldn't stop him. See this horrible demon getting closer and closer. In desperation, Wanda finally used her full strength. Seeing this, many people in the live stream room were shocked. "Master Mordo, no way. Could this girl gain the ability to destroy an Infinity Stone in the future?" Tony Stark, "Humph, no matter what kind of Infinity Stone, as long as it's matter, there must be a way to destroy it." Tony Stark, "By contrast, I'm more concerned about the robot called Vision." Tony Stark, "Who exactly has the ability to create a mechanical being, almost completely indistinguishable from humans?" Tony Stark, "Could it be the future me? Loki Odinson, mortals, such prideful creatures." Tony Stark, "Hey, I'm not bragging. When you're talking about mechanical engineering on this planet, no one's brave enough to say they are better than I am." Wanda Maximoff, "Wait, there must be something wrong. Looking at my expression. Am I in love with the robot?" Wanda Maximoff, "How is that possible? Even if all the men on Earth were dead, I couldn't possibly fall in love with a robot." Nick Fury, "You can't be serious. Half of the universe is on the verge of extinction, and you're talking about love." Tony Stark, "Don't worry about it. As long as Wanda destroys the Mind Stone in the end, all the problems would be solved." The video continued. Captain America tried his best to fend off Thanos but was still knocked down by his punch. Seeing that Thanos was coming, Scarlet Witch had no choice but to reach out and send out a wave of her red magic, surprisingly blocking Thanos for the time being. But Thanos was still slowly approaching with unstoppable momentum. Just as he reached the Scarlet Witch's side, he heard a crack. The Mind Stone on Vision's forehead instantly shattered into pieces. A yellow light illuminated the whole forest. Looking at Vision's lifeless body lying on the ground, Scarlet Witch also fell down with tears in her eyes. Then a deep voice rang in her ear. "I understand, my child. Better than anyone." Scarlet Witch looked up, her eyes full of hatred. "You could never." Thanos reached out and touched her head gently. "Today, I lost more than you could know. But now is no time to mourn." After saying that, Thanos left the Scarlet Witch, walked to Vision's body and held out his left hand. Thanos held out the Infinity Gauntlet, and a green glow violently flashed. Under the green light, the originally shattered Mind Stone on Vision's forehead gradually reassembled itself. Seeing the incredible scene, everyone in the live stream room froze. He rewound time. Strange reached up to cover his forehead and spoke in a shaky voice. Thanos could control time like that. Who could be his match? Confronted with that, pin drop silence permeated in the live streaming room. No one could say a thing. Soon, Thanos rewound Vision's time to a few moments ago. Even the Mind Stone was restored to its original, complete form. Seeing Vision reopening his eyes, the Scarlet Witch shouted, "No!" But Thanos turned around and slapped her away. Then Thanos stretched out his hand and grabbed Vision's neck. With his right hand, he mercilessly dug out the Mind Stone from his forehead. Looking at the stone in hand, Thanos had a satisfied smile on his face. He then set the Mind Stone into the last notch of the Infinity Gauntlet. Ah! With a loud roar, 6 colors of light flowed through Thanos's body, and unimaginable energy gathered together. At that moment, the video on the screen suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, the system's cold voice rang out in the live stream room. End of the current video. The quiz begins. Question: who defeated Thanos, who had collected 6 stones? Please start answering. Each person in the live room has only one chance to answer. Those who answer correctly will receive broadcast points, as well as random rewards. Random rewards may originate from countless alternate worlds. Failure to answer the question will trigger an unknown penalty. Who defeated Thanos, who had already gathered the 6 stones? When this question came out, the entire otherworldly live stream room suddenly fell into extreme silence. All sounds disappeared without a trace. From Tony to Strange to Loki. All of them looked at Thanos on screen, who had all 6 stones, with horrified and dumbfounded expressions. Then, they looked at each other. No one could speak. Defeat him? Are you kidding? Everyone could clearly see that, just now, Thanos rewound time. How could anyone beat this monster, who could rewind time? Pin drop silence. Everyone felt depressed. The atmosphere was very strange. Suddenly, an angry voice broke the odd atmosphere. Tony Stark stomped, looked at Strange bitterly, and shouted loudly. "You shouldn't have given him the time stone." Strange pursed his lips, his expression was hard to read. A gloomy atmosphere appeared on his forehead. They could see how big of an impact the scene on screen had given him. As things stood, he was shaken by his future self's decision to give the time stone to Thanos. Strange. This is all your fault. Strange gritted his teeth at Tony's endless accusations. He finally said, "Didn't I do that to save your life?" Tony's face turned red, and without thinking, he retorted, "Then, you should have left me to die. You." Looking excited, like a belligerent rooster, Tony yelled. Strange's throat felt dry, but he couldn't continue his words. Loki, after all, had lived for over 1,000 years. He took a deep breath and managed to suppress the ripples in his heart. Then he coughed dryly, spread his hands and said, "It doesn't make sense to me to discuss things that haven't happened yet. I think it is meaningless. So, we might as well get back to business." Hearing him say that, Tony finally calmed down and stopped badgering Strange. But the crowd pondered for a while, no one had any ideas. "Then, how do we answer this?" Peter Parker scratched his head, messing up his hair, and spoke with a bit of annoyance. "I can't think of anyone who could beat that monster." Tony spoke in a low voice. "Control space, master time, distort reality, absolute strength. This guy is simply unbreakable." At this time, someone suddenly shouted in the live chat group, "Thor, Loki, why would it be so hard? Isn't it an easy answer? Thor, who could defeat Thanos? Who else but me? Loki Odinson, brother, I'm not in the mood to play with you right now. Go away. Thor, what do you mean to play? Didn't you see it just now? How powerful I am with that axe. I mowed down so many enemies and turned them into charcoal. Tony Stark, come on. What's so great about being able to discharge electricity? If you give me some time, I can make a weapon that could radiate lighting too. Thor, what are you talking about? I'm a god, holding a divine weapon, how can your earthly machinery compare with me?" Seeing Thor yelling in the chat group, Odin, sitting on Asgard's throne, placed his hand on his forehead, revealing a helpless expression. "This son of mine, when will he start to mature? He's over 1,000 years old. Still as simple as a child." In fact, when he saw Thanos, holding 5 stones, sweeping across the screen, even Odin was a little jumpy, his whole psyche was greatly affected. Such a terrible opponent. Even if he had Gungnir and was at his prime, he still might not win. Not to mention Thanos, in this video, had acquired all 6 Infinity Stones. In this case, how strong is he? Even Odin found it hard to imagine. One snap would wipe out half of all the living beings in the universe. Whispering in a low voice, Odin only felt chills in his heart. He strengthened his determination to kill Thanos ahead of time. If such a guy were allowed to grow, it would really leave the whole universe in crisis. Just then, Strange suddenly clenched his right fist and hit the palm of his left hand. "That's right. I thought of it." "What?" This time, everyone's attention was drawn to him. Seeing Strange's face flushed red, his eyes firmly focused on young Wanda, who had white hair. He excitedly said, "Thanos came to Earth from Titan by the portal. That is to say, Tony and I are still on Titan, it's impossible for us to come and help. We can simply ignore that option. At a time when there are only a few superpowered people left on Earth, who could compete with Thanos. There's only one left, that's you." "What? Me?" Young Wanda opened her mouth wide and pointed her finger at the tip of her nose, looking surprisingly comical. "That's right. Strange firmly said so. I saw it clearly just now. Thanos had 5 stones. You almost stopped his advance with just one hand. No one else could do that. Only you. The more he said, the louder his voice became. Strange looked at the confused Wanda and said, "Although I'm not sure what the principle of your red powers are, since your power is effective against the 5 stones and Thanos. Then, even if he gathered all 6 stones, you wouldn't be easily defeated." Next to him, Tony and the others gradually looked convinced. Strange quickly raised his head and shouted, "Wanda!" Wanda Maximoff defeated Thanos, who had gathered 6 stones. Soon, the cold voice of the system rang out. Ding! Stephen Strange has answered. The quiz system will rule. Ding! Stephen Strange's answer is incorrect. Random penalty imposed. Erasing 1/3 of Stephen Strange's magic powers. Implement immediately. What? I was wrong. Feeling the loss of magic in his body, Strange gritted his teeth. His face was full of remorse. It hadn't been long since he became an apprentice under Master Ancient One. There wasn't much magic, so it wasn't a pity for him to lose it. But for Strange, who had a high sense of self-esteem, the most difficult thing was the fact that he had failed to get the answer. At this moment, Strange suddenly felt someone approaching him. Looking up, he saw Wanda reach out and pat his shoulder with a sympathetic face. She tried to comfort him. "Just now, I wanted to tell you that the future me couldn't be that strong. Unfortunately, you were too eager. You didn't get the chance to hear it." As Strange heard that, his mouth tasted bitter. For a moment, he was speechless. At that moment, someone in the live chat group suddenly said, "Nick Fury, Nat. The correct answer is Captain Marvel Carol Danvers. Quickly, answer it. This is an order. Reading the director's unquestionable order, Natasha, who was still trying to act like a wallflower, instinctively opened her mouth and replied, "It's Captain Marvel." Carol Danvers defeated Thanos, who had gathered 6 stones. Soon, the cold voice of the system rang out. Ding! Natasha Romanov has answered. The quiz system will rule. Ding! Natasha Romanov's answer is incorrect. Random penalty imposed. Natasha Romanov will be forced to reveal a secret that she least wants to reveal at the moment. Implement immediately. What? What kind of punishment is that? Natasha was dumbfounded, instinctively reaching for her mouth. But under some irresistible force, she still opened her mouth and spoke like a robot. "Just now, Director Fury ordered me to infiltrate Stark Industries and infiltrate Tony Stark's inner circle so that I could probe him for secrets. I think this mission is very simple because according to intelligence, Tony Stark seems to be a womanizer. As long as he's hooked, charming him would be easy." Wait, what are you talking about? Someone shut her up. Listening to Natasha's increasingly loud monologue, Tony's mouth gradually opened wide. The color on his face changed, he truly felt embarrassed. What the hell is this? Aren't you supposed to disclose your secrets? Why are you revealing my private life? What do you mean womanizer? I'm not the one who gets hooked. Women are the ones who flock to me. Charmed by Tony Stark, the billionaire. Ha ha ha. Well said. Young lady, you seem to know how to read people. Loki held out his hands and clapped while laughing maniacally. Your analysis of that guy is absolutely brilliant. It's admirable. I see, we have a lot in common. We can talk more in the future. What was that just now? After finishing her speech, Natasha immediately covered her mouth with a look of dread on her face. Just now, she was afraid that she would be forced to say something terrible. After all, there were many dark secrets in her past. But looking at Tony's livid expression, Natasha sighed in her heart. It seems that this time, she had offended this playboy completely. At this time, in S.H.I.E.L.'s office, Fury placed his forehead on his palm. His eyes revealed a look of regret. This was a big loss. In his view, only the strongest superhero on Earth, Captain Marvel, could beat Thanos. Although Captain Marvel's strength came from the Space Stone, how strong was she really? Even Carol herself wasn't sure. Before leaving Earth, Carol personally told Fury that she also had a form that was 100 times stronger than normal, called the binary form. Therefore, when Fury thought of someone who could beat Thanos, Captain Marvel was undoubtedly the final choice. But who would have thought that not only was this answer wrong, but Natasha's punishment had also offended Tony Stark. Now, he was afraid that pulling Tony into S.H.I.E.L.'s side would be even more difficult. Twice in a row, someone grabbed the opportunity to answer, and both ended up in failure. Suddenly, the enthusiasm of the live stream group was greatly dampened. For a while, no one said anything. In this state of silence, an unexpected person slowly raised his hand. "I choose Thor." Peter Parker gulped and weakly said. "My answer is the God of Thunder, Thor, who would defeat Thanos, who had gathered 6 stones." Hearing his answer, the live stream room was suddenly filled with astonishment. The most nervous one was Tony. He quickly said, "Kid, what are you thinking? If you got the wrong answer, the punishment could be harsh." Tony really meant what he said. Last time, because he had the wrong answer twice, the system actually eliminated 2/3 of his shares in Stark Industries. When Tony returned to New York, after checking, he was shocked to find that, although he was still the chairman of Stark Industries, his shares were so low that he was almost reduced to an ordinary shareholder. The so-called absolute controlling shareholder was long gone. However, even in that case, Tony still gritted his teeth and issued a declaration to withdraw from the weapons market. After all, after seeing the future, he felt that this was his only choice and the right choice. "Ah, poor child, you actually believe my brother's nonsense." Loki looked at Peter Parker with a sympathetic expression and was about to make a few more snide remarks. Suddenly, the cold voice of the system rang out. "Ding! Peter Parker has answered. The quiz system will rule." Ding! Peter Parker's answer is correct. What? How is that possible? When he heard the phrase "answer is correct" from the system, Loki seemed to have heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. It was as if he was struck by thunder, and he was left in a daze, full of disbelief. "Are you kidding me? That stupid Thor actually defeated Thanos, who was holding 6 Infinity Stones. How can such a ridiculous thing happen? That's how great I am. Ha 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 ha." Looking at the big screen in front of him, Thor, who had lost his divine power, pumped his fist up high, threw his head back, and laughed wildly. At the moment in Asgard, even Odin was frozen on his throne. His eye was slightly blank, and even the corners of his lips twitched. He always had high expectations for Thor and was determined to pass the throne of Asgard to him. However, the scene in front of him was indeed somewhat beyond Odin's imagination. That Thor will actually grow to that point. Standing next to Odin, Frigga, at this time, had a happy smile on her face. her son didn't let her down. Peter Parker gets 100 live broadcast points, which can be used to request the broadcasting of past or future events related to himself. Peter Parker won a random reward. Symbiote, Venom. Start binding. It has been successfully bound. From now on, Peter Parker will be the sole owner of Venom. The reward has been issued. Venom. When Peter heard the announcement from the system, he suddenly froze. What's that? Poison from a snake. At that moment, a pile of black matter, like oily mud, suddenly appeared on Peter's head, as if it was poured on him. Ah! What is this thing? Geez! In an instant, he was covered with a mass of black mud. Peter was overwhelmed. But to his horror, this strange mud. Surprisingly, it seems to be penetrating into his body. Seeing that, Tony and the others next to him were also shocked. They were all about to rush up and rescue him. But in a few seconds, the mud was completely integrated into Peter's body, as if it was never there. Then, a strange voice rang out in Peter's mind. Oh, so you're my new master. I am Venom. Nice to meet you. Ha ha ha. I'm a little hungry, why don't we go get something to eat? Listening to the strange voice in his brain, it seems that the preface didn't match the postscript. The expression on Peter's face suddenly became fascinating. At this time, a series of information flooded his mind. Venom is a sentient alien life symbiote that appears in liquid form. It needs to bond with a host to survive and can grant the host formidable superpowers. When the Venom symbiote is combined with the host, if the host is a good person, it can make the good person fight bravely and become a superhero. This symbiote has been completely bound to the host and will not cause any harm to the host. It will also obey all commands from the host. Symbiote. Make the good guys stronger and become a superhero. Sensing the message in his head, a look of surprise and joy shot out of Peter's eyes. After watching so many magical videos of the future, saying that Peter wasn't envious of Tony and Strange, the two powerful men, would be a lie. But, he didn't think that this one answer he mustered up the courage to say would actually result in such a big reward. At this moment, the originally paused video on the screen started to play again. After fully adapting to the 6 stones, Thanos raised his left hand and was about to take a closer look at this Infinity Gauntlet, which had entered its perfect form. Suddenly, a thunderbolt came down from the sky and sent his whole body flying. Thor, the god of thunder, was flying across the sky. Surrounded by countless thunderbolts, he looked like a real deity, not a normal human being. Ah! Thanos waved the Infinity Gauntlet on his left hand, and a purple ray of light rose into the sky, aiming straight at Thor. Thor, the god of thunder, also roared. He raised Stormbreaker with both hands and threw it as hard as he could. Whoosh! The Stormbreaker came down from the sky, carrying the power of thunder. Surprisingly, it pushed back the purple ray of light released by Thanos. Finally, everyone heard a loud bang. Stormbreaker actually slammed into Thanos's chest, embedded deeply. What? There was actually such a thing. Looking at this incredible scene on screen, Loki's head buzzed as if it was going to explode. His mind went blank. That Thor actually defeated Thanos head-on. Thanos's eyes were wide open, his hands clutching the Stormbreaker that was in his chest. An expression of disbelief suddenly appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, this battle axe broke the energy wave he was releasing from the Infinity Gauntlet. At this time, Thor also landed in front of Thanos, with a look of anger and hatred in his eyes. I told you. You'd die for that. Thor's left hand grabbed Thanos' head as his right hand grabbed the Stormbreaker. He forced the axe deeper into Thanos' chest. Thanos had a miserable expression on his face. His mouth opened wide, and a cry of uncontainable misery came out. This is how he's going to die. Looking at Thanos' near-death appearance on screen, Tony almost gulped. He suddenly felt an uncontrollable beat thumping in his heart. If Thor kills him, then it's all over. Seeing Thanos' eyes gradually close, even his breathing becoming weak, Thor's eyes finally showed a little bit of satisfaction from his revenge. But at this moment, Thanos' weak voice said, "You should have gone for the head." Thor was aghast and couldn't believe it as he looked at Thanos' left hand. Thanos raised his left hand. He slowly but firmly snapped. No. Seeing Thanos snap his fingers, everyone in the live streaming room froze. Even Peter Parker, who had just won a reward, also opened his eyes wide. The smile in his eyes turned to surprise and fear. In New Mexico. How could this happen? In front of the big screen, the shouts of joy came to an abrupt end. The smile on Thor's face suddenly solidified, and his whole person stood there stiffly, unable to move. Seeing this look on his face, Jane cautiously came forward and spoke in a soft voice. "What's going on? Didn't you beat the enemy?" Thor's gaze drifted off as if he was sleepwalking and muttered. He snapped his fingers. "I made the bastard snap his fingers." The video continued. When the light emitted by Thanos' snap disappeared, Thor was surprised to find that the Infinity Gauntlet of Thanos' left hand was ruined. Steam kept coming out as if it had instantly become an antique. Seeming to have sensed that something was wrong, Thor's eyes widened. He asked in confusion, "What did you do?" Thanos, who was seriously injured, didn't respond to him at all but just looked back and forth at the Infinity Gauntlet on his left hand. Seeing this, Thor roared with impatient fury. "What did you do?" Thanos gritted his teeth, raised his right hand, and the space stone on the Infinity Gauntlet suddenly lit up. A blue mist emerged behind him and swallowed him up. Bang! The Stormbreaker, stained with Thanos' blood, fell to the ground. Looking at Stormbreaker on the ground, the expression on Thor's face seemed to spell doom. His throat rolled, incessantly gulping. At this time, Steve Rogers, the seriously injured Captain America, came out. He looked at the empty ground and quickly asked, "Where did he go?" Without receiving an answer, Captain America anxiously asked again, "Thor, where did he go?" At this moment, the familiar voice of the Winter Soldier rang in Captain America's ears. "Steve." Captain America turned to look. His pupil sharply contracted, and his heartbeat almost froze. He saw his old friend, Bucky Barnes, coming closer, with a gun in one hand. While he was walking, Bucky's left hand turned into ash at speed visible to the naked eye. Bucky turned and looked at Steve. At first, he seemed to want to say something, but his legs were instantly reduced to ashes, which led him to fall to the ground. Bang! With a loud sound, Bucky's body crumbled into countless ash particles. The moment he hit the ground, it drifted away with the wind. Only his gun was left on the ground. Captain America went to Bucky's corpse with an expression of disbelief. He knelt on the ground, stretched out his hand and grabbed a handful of ashes. The ultimate look of horror appeared on his face. Thor saw the scene in front of him. A shudder passed through his eyes. He knew he had made a big mistake. He let Thanos snap his fingers. Whoosh! One by one, the Wakandan soldiers on the plane turned to ashes and then drifted away in the air, leaving no traces. Those who were lucky enough not to turn to ashes could only watch the horrible scene before them. They couldn't do anything about it. Up, General! Up! The Black Panther stretched out his hand, trying to pull up a female general who fell to the ground. This is no place to die. The female general grabbed T'Challa's outstretched hand and found that T'Challa's body gradually turned into ashes, floating in the air. Watching his body gradually turn into ashes, Groot opened his mouth and spoke to Rocket Raccoon in front of him. "I am Groot." Rocket Raccoon's eyes were wide open. He shouted as he walked over in disbelief. "No. No, 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 no. Groot. No." But, as he approached Groot, a gust of wind blew. Groot's body turned to dust and completely disappeared. Scarlet Witch's body gradually turned to dust as she knelt on the ground, holding Vision's body that had been turned into scrap metal. But as if she was resigned to her fate, she didn't even say a word, only showing a desperate expression at the last moment. Sam Wilson, the Falcon, was on the ground. Before he could even get up, his body turned to ashes and scattered in the wind. And just a few meters away, Colonel Rhodes, War Machine, was shouting his name. "Sam! Where are you at?" On Titan, a group of defeated men were trying to regroup. A female alien with snail-like antennas on her head suddenly widened her eyes. "Something's happening." As soon as her voice fell, her body turned into dust and drifted away with the wind. Then, one person after another disappeared in front of Tony. He looked on with horror. Tony then gradually turned his head away as if he had sensed something. At that moment, Doctor Strange's voice sounded in his ears. "Tony." Doctor Strange, with a look of seeing through everything, shook his head gently. There was no other way. Right after these words, he also turned into dust and disappeared without a trace. "Mr. Stark." Hearing this childish voice, Tony quickly turned around. He saw the boy take a few steps back. "I don't feel so good." Tony soothed in a bleak voice, "You're all right." Spider-Man stumbled. Seemingly unable to even stand up, he suddenly fell into Tony's arms. "I don't know what's happening. I don't know." Trying to hold on to Tony, Spider-Man gradually turned into ashes in his arms. Seemingly already knowing his end, tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, and he shouted with a tearful voice, "I don't want to go. Sir, please. I don't want to go. Mr. Stark." Tony, who was seriously injured, couldn't support Spider-Man's body, so he had to place him on the ground. With his last effort, Spider-Man turned to look at Tony and said, "I'm sorry." After leaving those words, he turned to dust and disappeared. Tony struggled to grab him, but he couldn't catch anything. Looking at the ashes in his palm, Tony bitterly squatted on the ground. The expression on his face was full of pain. Nebula stood on the high ground and spoke in an indifferent and overwhelming voice. "He did it." Placing his ash-stained hand to his mouth, Tony closed his eyes helplessly. On Earth. Captain America turned over Vision's body and looked at the large hole on his forehead. A trace of pain flashed across his eyes. Then, his legs seemed to lose their strength, and he dropped to the ground. It was over, they were completely defeated. Thor, the god of thunder, stood to the side with a dejected look on his face, seemingly unable to even lift his head. Black Widow hurried to the captain's side, but she couldn't do anything when she saw the scene before her. What is this? What the hell is happening? Colonel Rhodes didn't seem to understand the situation yet. He kept asking questions, but no one answered him. With a face full of despair and fear, Captain America finally said something. Oh God! At the same time, on an unknown planet, Thanos, whose left hand was scarred, limped out. Sitting down under the eaves. Looking at the sunset in the sky, Thanos had a relieved look on his face. It seemed he thought his mission was accomplished. Just when everyone thought the video was over, the picture on the screen suddenly changed again. In an SUV, a bald black man was giving orders. Still no word from Stark. No, not yet. Maria Hill, Deputy Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., who was sitting in the passenger seat, shook her head. We're watching every satellite on both hemispheres, and still nothing. What? That's me. Looking at the familiar one-eyed man on screen, Fury felt his heart jump to his throat. An unimaginable chill instantly enveloped his body. Suddenly Maria Hill reported, multiple bogies over Wakanda. Fury, sitting in the driver's seat, calmly asked, same energy signature as New York. Maria Hill replied in a low voice, 10 times bigger. Fury pondered and ordered, tell Clint, we'll meet him at the... Before he finished speaking, Maria Hill shouted. Nick! Nick! The SUV in front of them suddenly spun in the center of the road, nearly hitting them. The two stopped, and Mary Hill went up to check. She found that the car's driver's seat was empty. Fury, are they okay? Maria Hill replied with a confused face, there's no one here. As soon as her voice fell, she heard the sound of propellers hovering in the air. When she turned her head, she saw a helicopter spinning in the air as if it was out of control and finally hitting a building. It exploded with a loud boom. Seeing the situation, Fury became serious and instantly ordered. Call control. Code red. But, as soon as he turned around, he saw Maria Hill turning into ashes right in front of him. Seeing this scene, Fury's eyes showed a look of shock, but soon he understood what he was facing. Immediately turning around, Fury completely ignored the passers-by who turned into ashes one by one in front of him. He rushed into his SUV, taking out an outdated pager from his bag. But as soon as the button was pressed, Fury watched helplessly as his right hand turned into dust and floated away with the wind. Oh, no. When realizing that the situation couldn't be reversed, Fury spoke helplessly. Motherfu. Before he could finish his sentence, he disappeared into dust. From Fury's hand, the pager fell to the ground with a plop. But from the red light that lit up on the pager, it was clear that just a moment before he turned to ash, Fury had successfully activated it. After maintaining the startup screen for some time, a yellow star-shaped symbol suddenly appeared on the pager. Then, the screen in front of everyone really turned dark. Avengers 3 Infinity War. End of video. Looking at the last words on the screen, everyone in the live stream room was shocked. They had all heard Thanos claim in the previous video that he could wipe out half of life in the universe with a snap of his fingers as long as he collected 6 Infinity Stones. But this kind of thing was too absurd and bizarre. Most of the people in the live streaming room had doubts about it. But by now, it could be said that everyone had turned speechless. Those infinity stones are really scary. Can you turn half of the life in the universe into ashes with just a snap of your fingers? What a terrifying power! What an unbelievable madman! Loki frowned. The smile on his face completely disappeared and was replaced by extreme gravity and distress. How could this happen? Obviously, we had won, right? Peter Parker stretched out his hand and rubbed his eyes. Although he tried to control it, in the end, he shed tears. He clearly saw the young man in Tony's arms, who turned to ashes, was undoubtedly a teenager. He was probably still in high school. Even a child wasn't spared. Thanos wanted to erase half of all the living beings in the universe. He was indeed serious. Damn it. This will actually happen. Tony punched the ground. His face twitched as his eyes were filled with sadness. Although, he knew that all this was just something that would happen in the future. But watching Spider-Man's ashes floating away from his arms, Tony still felt a stabbing pain in his heart. It felt as if his own child had passed away. In SHIELD office. That's my end. Looking at the image that disappeared on screen, replaced by the word end. Fury's dark face was a little pale. Cold sweat flowed down from his forehead. The scene of countless people turning into ashes was deeply imprinted into Fury's mind. He couldn't possibly forget this for a long, long time. Thinking back to the information he found so far, an inexplicable chill spread in his heart, making his scalp feel numb and cold. This is terrifying. The alien named Thanos only needed to collect 6 Infinity Stones. When he did, he would only need to snap his fingers, and half of life in the entire universe would be erased. How powerful was that? How terrifying was that? What exactly could be done to stop such an unheard-of enemy? In Kamar Taj. Looking at the scattered ash on the screen. Countless people froze in place. In the eyes of everyone watching that scene, endless shudders could be seen. At that moment, no matter ordinary magic apprentices or masters like Mordo and Wang, everyone felt great despair. This is terrifying. After a few moments of silence, the square suddenly burst into an uproar. What's going on? Why are so many people turning into ash? It's Thanos, the purple maniac snapped his fingers. Could it be that half of the living things on Earth and the universe were wiped out by that one snap? Impossible. Why didn't the Sorcerer Supreme stop him? Idiot, can't you see? By that time, Strange is the Sorcerer Supreme. Are you kidding me? What qualifications does that guy have? Where did the Ancient One go? Under the extreme panic, a large number of shouts and screams arose, and the square suddenly became noisy. Master Mordo's face sank like water. He looked back at the Ancient One's calm expression. Suddenly, he opened his arms, raised his voice and shouted. Quiet, everyone. The attention of the apprentices was finally drawn to Master Mordo. He spoke in a deep voice. Now that we know who the biggest threat is in the future, start practicing harder from now on. To deal with the challenges of the future. His voice paused. And, as you all just saw, did Thanos seem like someone invincible? Is he an invincible being? Let's get ready. We can definitely stop him in the future. Hearing Master Mordo's calm and collected voice, the panic in the apprentices' hearts finally subsided. Seeing the indifferent look on Master Ancient One, some apprentices felt that they still had a long way to go. Sensing the change in people's mentality around her, The Ancient One didn't say a word but sighed in her heart. Sure enough, in that near future, I have already gone ahead of the others. Having already thought of living in the astral plane, the Ancient One wasn't surprised by it. But when she thought of the tragic consequences of Thanos' arrival on Earth, her heart, which had been as silent as a dry well, slightly stirred. Maybe she should wait until the Thanos problem had been resolved, and then. In Asgard. Thanos, the madman, actually. Staring at the big screen in front of him with his one eye, Odin gritted his teeth, and a few strands of blood vessels actually protruded from his eye. As the God King of the 9 realms, who had lived for thousands of years, his experience and vision surpassed that of people on Earth. So, while those Earthlings were still horrified by the sight of those dying people on screen, Odin had thought a little deeper. This snap of Thanos' fingers affected far more than just Earth or even the 9 realms. It was the entire universe. There were billions of living beings on one planet alone, and to have half of them wiped out by Thanos, that was extremely appalling. But how many people were there in the whole universe? 100 billion. Trillion. Quadrillion. Quintillion. This notion of erasing life. It was almost impossible to measure with numbers and words. Being able to comprehend the horror of Thanos' move deeply, Odin felt dizzy at this time. He subconsciously leaned back on his throne. Seeing Odin's appearance, Frigga, who was standing on the side, quickly stepped forward and asked with concern. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Waving his hand, Odin opened his eye, which was already full of exhaustion. At this moment, the determination in Odin's heart had never been firmer. He was going to kill Thanos. Even if not for himself, nor for Asgard, but for the Sake of 9 realms and the whole universe, that purple monster must die. In the otherworldly live stream room. As a former surgeon, Strange was used to seeing people die. Therefore, although he was shocked by the scenes in the video, his heart was pounding. He quickly recovered. Everyone. Strange clapped his hands and drew everyone's attention. As you can see, in the future, we all failed. However, it's precisely because we have seen such failure that we will not repeat it. Hearing that, Tony and the others were mostly energized. But Wanda didn't seem like she had recovered from seeing her own death. She just mumbled with her head down. Having 6 Infinity Stones, Thanos is too powerful. We simply can't win against such an enemy. Hearing that, Loki suddenly turned around, looked at Peter Parker and asked, "Kid, why did you answer Thor just then? Do you know something?" Peter was surprised by Loki's question. He first paused for a while, then helplessly answered, "I don't know. At that time, I just thought that since everyone else lost, Mr. Thor, who made such a cool entrance, might have a chance of winning." Hearing that answer, Loki waved his hand with some disgust, then frowned and thought hard while muttering to himself. Thor, although this guy is kind of stupid, no matter what, he wouldn't be able to compete with powers that are sufficient enough to destroy half the universe. How on heart did he beat Thanos with that axe? Hearing this question, the live room first fell into silence, and suddenly, Tony slapped his forehead and shouted, "I think I understand how he managed to beat him." Seeing people's eyes focused on him, Tony shrugged his shoulders and confidently said, "This isn't really hard to figure out." Tony held up a finger. "First of all, let's analyze the power of the 6 stones in Thanos' hands. The Soul Stone. This gem has the most unfathomable power, but as far as I can tell, it shouldn't have any actual physical attack power. The reality stone. This gem isn't easy to analyze. Tony slightly narrowed his eyes and was thinking back to the battle on Titan he saw on the screen while remembering. In the video, Thanos once turned the debris of the satellite into birds. However, in the battle with future me and Thor, he didn't use that power. As far as I can tell, this power to modify reality isn't easy to use. The more complex or something with more energy, the more difficult it is to modify. When saying that, Tony spread his hands. Otherwise, on Titan, Thanos would have just turned Strange and me into frogs and be done with it. Why would he need to fight? Hearing Tony's rousing words, the attention of the rest of the people in the live streaming room were raised, and even the somewhat depressed Wanda raised her head. At this time in Kamar Taj, Midge Ancient One looked at Tony, who was confident and outspoken on screen. Her eyes had a hint of interest. And beside her, Master Mordo frowned and whispered. With just one look, this guy could analyze so many things. Has he studied the mystic arts? Master Ancient One lightly said. This man has the qualification to become a first-class master. While saying that, she also secretly thought, he may even be stronger than Strange. At this time, in the live streaming room, Tony was already saying. In my opinion, the ability of the stone should be to control the human mind and make them slaves of the stone's owner. Speaking of which, Tony turned his eyes to Stephen Strange, who was standing on one side. But, this stone certainly has its limits. Otherwise, on Titan, Thanos would have used the Mind Stone to control Strange and make him give up the Time Stone. But he didn't do that, so you can see that the Mind Stone is not as strong as you imagine. Hearing this statement, Master Ancient One's lips slightly turned upward, and she closed her fan. She gestured to Master Mordo, who was standing beside her. Upon seeing this, Master Mordo immediately nodded, and then immersed his thoughts in the live chat group. Master Mordo, Stark, your words are generally fine, but they still lack some details. Master Mordo, the Mind Stone can indeed control the mind of intelligent beings unconditionally. But there are two conditions. First of all, the owner of the stone must touch the target. Master Mordo, secondly, this mind control is ineffective against other people who have the other stones. Stephen Strange, is that why Thanos couldn't control me on Titan, with the Time Stone in my hands? Master Mordo, exactly. Tony Stark, you're a professional wizard. The explanation is really easy to understand, but I'll take care of it next. Tony, a self-respecting man, instantly snatched the chance to speak from Master Mordo and began to spout off on air. The next thing I want to talk about is the Time Stone and the Space Stone. Being able to reunite the Shattered Soul Stone, it's evident that the Time Stone's time rewinding power is definitely the real deal. And Thanos was fighting me on Titan at one moment, and in the next moment, he was back on Earth, so it's clear that the Space Stone can open portals, most likely enough to span the entire universe. Seeing that everyone's eyes are full of shock, Tony added some more. You may remember, Bruce Banner tried to attack Thanos with the armor I designed. As a result, Thanos somehow dissolved his armor and embedded it into the side of a rock cliff. This should be some kind of application of the Space Stone. Having said that, Tony's face finally showed undisguised disdain. With so many powerful abilities, Thanos, in a sense, is indeed invincible. Because no matter how strong an enemy he meets, he can use the Space Stone to nullify his opponent's attack or open a portal to get himself away. But in the face of Thor's axe, he just sent out a beam of light and struggled against him. Speaking of that, Tony raised his right hand and violently waved it downward. According to my guess, Thanos should have just collected 6 stones, so he was too confident, and he felt that he was invincible. And that mindset determined his downfall. After Tony said that, Loki, who was standing on the side, actually understood what he meant. He gently breathed a sigh of relief, slightly closed his eyes, and meditated in his heart. Thor, you're a lucky guy. At that time, if you were facing Thanos, with 5 stones, instead of Thanos, with 6 stones, it wouldn't have ended so well. At this time, Tony's voice continued to reach Loki's ears. According to what I said earlier, although there are 6 stones, 5 of them have no physical attack power. And Thanos finally released the ray of light against the axe. It should be the ray of light from the Power Stone. Tony's eyes sparkled as he voiced his final conclusion to the rest of the crowd in the live streaming room. In other words, Thanos actually ended up using the Power Stone to counter Thor's axe. In that case, even if he lost, what's so unusual about it? When Tony finished, there was a momentary silence in the otherworldly live stream room. No one spoke. But apart from Loki, who had already surmised the answer, everyone else looked at Tony with a strange look. Curse of knowledge. Stephen Strange shook his head and sighed, I guess Thanos got that part right. Natasha Romanov looked at Tony, who had just finished his high-sounding speech and looked as if he had just won a battle, with a growing sense of regret. This guy really doesn't seem to be your average goody-two-shoes. And I, inexplicably, got on his wary side. At this time, almost all the people in the live streaming room breathed a sigh of relief. After seeing Thanos' one snap, half-universe, feat, it was difficult for a normal person to even think of fighting him. That monster that could shake the entire universe was unimaginably strong. But after listening to Tony's words, everyone had a glimmer of hope. It seems that Thanos, with 6 Infinity Stones, wasn't invincible. At this time, the live chat group was also lively. Thor, damn it, it's all my fault. I wish I had aimed for the purple potato's head. How could I make such a mistake? Thor, it seems that I really failed my duty as a warrior. No wonder Father banished me to this hellhole. Wanda Maximoff, wait, what do you mean, hellhole? Our planet isn't that bad. Thor, shut up, little girl, I'm not talking to you. Wanda Maximoff, asshole. You better hope I don't meet you in real life. Thor, hump, even if I lose all my power, I'm still the Asgardian god of thunder. Why would I be afraid of a little mortal girl? Stephen Strange, Thor, you're the god who beat Thanos with his 6 stones. Why are you arguing with a little girl? Thor, sigh. Now, I'm just a sinner exiled by my father. Without my divine power, without Mjolnir, I don't have anything. Thor, I still couldn't kill that purple potato monster in the future. ... Seeing Thor fall back into the mire of self-loathing, even Loki couldn't help but frown. How did this big fool become so moody after falling to Midgard? Peter Parker, Mr. Thor. You don't have to be so sad. You see, in the future, even without Mjolnir, you still have that powerful axe. Peter Parker, even Thanos was almost killed by your axe. Thor, but I don't know where that axe is from. How did I get it? At this moment, the cold voice of the system suddenly rang in the live streaming room. New quiz starts. Question, how did Thor get the Stormbreaker? A. Rely on Tony Stark, made with the latest technology. B. Made by the Sorcerer Supreme, Stephen Strange, with profound magic. C. Thor himself withstood the hundreds of billions of degrees of heat from a star to start the furnace. It was then forged by the Dwarf King Eitri. Please start answering. Each person in the live streaming room has only one chance to answer. Those who answer correctly will receive broadcast points, as well as random rewards. Random rewards may originate from countless alternate worlds. Failure to answer the question will trigger an unknown penalty. Hearing the question, Tony immediately frowned, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. He had already appreciated the pitfalls of this system before and had also summed up a set of patterns. Sometimes the most unlikely answers were often the correct ones. But this theory would be incredible if applied to this question. Obviously, the most unlikely of all the answers was option C. Withstood hundreds of billions of degrees of heat from a star. What kind of interstellar joke is that? Tony mulled over the sentence over and over again, trying to convince himself, but it seemed like he couldn't do it. Hundreds of billions of degrees of heat. That could dissolve almost everything in the universe. Even if Thor was a god, he was Thor, not Vulcanus. In such high temperatures, wouldn't he be evaporated into the air, not even leaving a single residue? And in addition to his reluctance to believe it, Tony's pride and self-confidence as the world's top mechanical engineer made him eager to choose a. After all, if he could really cast a high-tech axe that could defeat the strongest in the universe, it could be regarded as an honor that would be remembered for life. When Tony was in a dilemma, he suddenly saw Strange's message in the chat group. Stephen Strange, Master Mordo, does Kamar Taj really have spells to cast weapons? Master Mordo, of course. Otherwise, where do you think our sling rings came from? Master Mordo, also, what about the staff of the Living Tribunal? The cloak of levitation, wand of Watum and other artifacts? Did you think they just appeared out of thin air? Stephen Strange, so, in the future, there's a possibility that I could be a divine weapon forging master as well. Master Mordo, who knows? However, if you have the ability to become the Sorcerer Supreme, casting one or two artifacts isn't impossible. Reading that, Strange's heart felt hesitant. He really wanted to try to choose B, but he found that he didn't seem to care about forging artifacts at all. I wouldn't spend so much time learning the abilities I don't even care about. In other words, the answer is probably A or C. And Tony, although he has the scientific ability, he's too arrogant. Would it be that easy to ask him to make weapons for others? Tony, who was standing on the side, saw Strange, constantly glancing at himself with eyes full of doubt. He suddenly had doubts of his own. This guy didn't guess the same answer, did he? Thinking of that, Tony no longer hesitated. He simply raised his head and shouted. I'll go with C. Thor himself withstood the hundreds of billions of degrees of heat from a star to start the furnace. It was then forged by the Dwarf King Eitri. Ding! Tony Stark has answered. The quiz system will rule. Ding! Tony Stark's answer is correct. Phew, finally, I got it right. When he found that he was right, Tony breathed a sigh of relief and released the worry in his heart. But even if he knew the answer, he still had a hard time believing it. Thor actually did such a thing in order to forge an axe and actually survived. Do these so-called gods really have indestructible bodies? Right now, in Asgard. Frigga looked at the correct answer on screen and suddenly had a pitying look on her face, then lowered her head and covered her face with her hands. Seeing his wife's appearance, Odin also sighed. His whole body resisted the heat of the golden forge. When Odin thought about it, even he felt his scalp tingle. Thor would go to such lengths to forge a weapon. It can be seen how much it cost him to get revenge on Thanos. Soon, the system's voice continued to ring. Tony Stark gets 100 live broadcast points, which can be used to request the broadcasting of past or future events related to himself. Tony Stark won a random reward. Void Engine. Void Engine. What the hell is that? Some type of motor engine. Listening to the system, Tony's eyes flashed with a flicker of doubt. At that moment, a series of information suddenly flooded his mind. Void Engine starts, binding host, Tony Stark. Locking the sub-biological dark plane. First generation Void Engine had been bound. Core computing speed, 4 frames. Additional functions, dark energy reading, gene pool of the first generation super warriors, primary matter defining, primary matter rewriting. Rewrite matter, and crossing the energy constraints. How is that possible? Feeling wave after wave of brand new information in his head, Tony's entire body was dumbfounded, even stupefied. He stood in place, his eyes filled with awe and shock, and it was difficult to calm down for a while. At this moment, Tony's shock was really hard to describe in words. Through the information transmitted into his brain by the system, he now knew what horrible potential this so-called Void Engine had. Through special codes and unimaginable operations, he could reprogram the universe, rewriting everything in the universe. This was simply unbelievable. Tony took a deep breath and felt his heart throb violently. If the Void Engine's ability could only subvert the conservation of energy and rewrite matter. One day, if he could create an anti-Void Engine, then Tony would be able to cross both conservation of energy and conservation of mass and subvert matter itself. Make something out of nothing. Or turn something into nothing. At that point, wouldn't I be modifying reality? In shock, Tony suddenly had another idea in his heart. With Void and Anti-Void, would it be comparable to the Reality Stone? After contemplating for a while, Tony suddenly smiled. He gently shook his head and dumped the idea from his mind. After all, it would be overly ambitious of him to try to compete with the Reality Stone when he hadn't even fully mastered the Void Engine he just acquired. After calming down, Tony began to examine the series of information that had just been pumped into his mind by the system. Micro-wormhole handling technology, space-time algorithms, divine coding, supercomputer computing technology. Unbelievable. Are these science and technology from a different world? Appreciating these new and exciting technologies in his head, Tony's eyes lit up. As a scientific madman, it could be said that there was nothing in this world that excited him more than getting some unheard-of technology. Spatio-temporal algorithm. Is this the other world's algorithm responsible for computing micro-wormholes? It's interesting, but it doesn't seem that hard to understand. It seems that when I leave this live stream room, where all abilities are disabled, I can try micro-wormhole transportation. His eyes sparkled with curiosity, and Tony soon understood part of the spatio-temporal algorithm. In fact, if people wanted to talk about programming skills, Tony himself could be counted as the #1 programmer in the entire Marvel world. However, when he started to think about the divine code, his brow immediately furrowed. Is this the source code used to manipulate the Void Engine program? It's really complicated. But it's not completely incomprehensible. Just as he was trying to conquer the divine code, Tony suddenly noticed that someone tapped him on the shoulder. Tony looked back and saw Peter looking at him nervously. Peter said, "Mr. Stark, you've been standing there motionless since you got your reward. Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just thinking about the question." Looking at Peter, who looked concerned, Tony somehow overlapped the image of the older boy in front of him, and the image of the kid who turned into dust in his arms. "From now on, call me Tony." After casually patting Peter's shoulder to show that he was fine, Tony suddenly remembered one thing and hastily asked, "What happened to that reward you just got? How come it looked like a pile of oily mud seeping into your body?" Just as Tony's words fell, strands of black tentacles suddenly sprang from Peter's hand. Then, a slightly grumpy voice rang out. "Who are you calling mud? I am Venom." Seeing the tentacles, apart from Tony, others in the live stream room were startled. Young Wanda, like meeting a natural enemy, involuntarily stepped back. Even Natasha's eyes showed a hint of seriousness. "Don't be afraid, everyone. This is Venom, he's very obedient." Feeling the eyes of the crowd containing fear and astonishment, Peter quickly retracted the black tentacles into his body, and at the same time, whispered, "Venom. Didn't I tell you not to come out without my permission? What if you scare everyone? Damn, Mustachio. Remember that. I am not mud." Although shrinking back, Venom still spouted off. Everyone else looked at them in worry. Peter. Is this really okay?" Tony frowned and began to think about developing some kind of machine to remove this mass of oily mud from Peter's body. "It's okay. Venom is very well behaved, just a little grumpy." Peter shrugged, while secretly sighing in his heart, then again, it's kind of a white lie. Seeing that Peter and his reward seemed to be getting along well, Tony was relieved. Then he suddenly remembered something else. In addition to the Void Engine, the system seemed to have given him the gene pool of the first-generation super warriors. Immersing his consciousness in his mind, Tony began to look up the gene pool. Soon, his pupils slightly contracted. The first generation of angelic civilization genes, the first generation of demonic civilization genes. There was the Fierce Sun Civilization, Divine River Civilization, River Styx Civilization, Animal Body. After he retrieved the information, Tony couldn't help but gasp. This is the gene pool of an alien civilization from a different world. Incredible. But, what does animal body mean? Looking at the introduction of the River Styx Civilization gene pool, Tony's eyes couldn't help but twitch. Although this animal body is very powerful in the introduction, it's better to exclude it from the selection first. And when he saw the angel warrior gene, Tony suddenly lit up. After all, angels were sacred beings. Gaining the power of an angel, it was exciting to think about. Just then, the big screen in the live streaming room suddenly lit up again, and began to play a new video. Ding! Video starting. Current video, Thor gaining the Stormbreaker. At this time, in a small town in New Mexico, Thor, who was sitting in a chair with a depressed face, raised his head and looked at the screen with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Odin stripped Thor of his divine power and hammer. Right now, he was no different from a muscular human being. After seeing the video of himself chopping Thanos with his axe, Thor was curious about the power of that axe. In the live streaming room, Loki also focused his attention. At the same time, his heart was full of some unspeakable emotions. Growing up with Thor, Loki was well aware that, although his stupidly big man was very tough and good at healing, he was definitely not indestructible. To resist the heat of a star with his body was an unquestionable act of suicide, even by the standards of an Asgardian. At this moment, Loki really wanted to know what drove Thor actually to do something so crazy, just for an axe. Video playing. In a small spaceship, Thor, with an eye patch on, gazed out the window, looking at the universe. He whispered, "You'll know when we're close. Nidavellir forge harnesses the blazing power of a neutron star. It's the birthplace of my hammer. It's truly awesome." Although the words are inspiring, Thor's mood was extremely low. He had his head down as if he had no spirit at all. Seeing this, Rocket Raccoon, who was piloting the spacecraft, looked back at him and suddenly let out a low sigh. "Okay, time to be the captain." Seeing that, Loki frowned. He couldn't help but say, "What the hell is that raccoon? How could he pilot a spacecraft?" Strange glanced at him and lightly said, "As gods, aren't you guys using spaceships too? Why can't a raccoon pilot a spacecraft?" "You." Loki was always sharp-tongued, but at this moment, he was rendered speechless by Strange's reasoning. Rocket walked next to Thor, pretending to look at the radar, and spoke without looking at him. "So, dead brother? Yeah, that could be annoying." Thor spoke with a relaxed expression. "Well, he's been dead before. But this time, I think it really might be true." At this point in the broadcast, Loki's expression became very heavy. "What do you mean by that? If you want to talk, just talk. Why do you have to use my death as an opening line? Is my death a conversation piece?" Rocket tried to change the subject, and, "You said your sister and your dad." Thor added, "Both dead." "What? Hela is dead, too." In Asgard, Odin saw the scene. His one eye opened wide, but he released a sigh of relief. In his mind, he always feared that after his death, no one would be able to control this ferocious and violent daughter of his. However, according to the situation right now, Hela would leave, as he did. And, standing by the throne, Frigga was looking at her husband. There was a hint of sadness in her eyes. Father and daughter fighting against each other, even regarding each other as enemies. Is this the fate of the royal family? Rocket continued his attempt to change the subject. But still got a mom thou. Thor, killed by a dark elf. Rocket, best friend. Thor, stabbed through the heart. Your brother is too miserable. In the live streaming room, Wanda took a look at Loki, her face already showing a look of discomfort. Young Wanda thought that she was miserable, but now it seemed that at least she had a brother, Pietro, to rely on. But this guy on screen, his whole family, was really dead. There were no friends left. Such a pitiful God. Stephen Strange shook his head. If human beings pray to God in times of crisis, then who will a god pray to in such a tragic life? Loki was completely stunned at the moment. Since seeing the previous video, he had been holding a depressive feeling in his heart and couldn't release it. Why should I sacrifice myself to save that stupid brother? I don't owe him anything. But when Loki saw Thor, alone, in front of him, something in his heart began to loosen. In a sense, after his death in the future, he had already lost everything. And the living Thor in front of him was actually the most miserable and the most tortured one. The video continued. Rocket's mouth slightly opened, his eyes suddenly turned serious. Are you sure you're up to this particular mission? In Rocket's view, the big guy's parents, relatives and friends were all dead, he would be completely crushed, right? Thor suddenly had a smile on his face. Absolutely. The rage and vengeance, anger, loss, regret. They're all tremendous motivators. They really clear the mind, so I'm good to go. In New Mexico, Thor was stunned as he watched himself on screen, filled with both pain and determination. His whole body froze. He was no stranger to anger. But Thor never imagined that one day, he could hide all his anger and pain in his heart and then turn them into motivation. In Asgard, Odin, who was on the throne, also looked solemn. He was now certain that the Thor on screen, who had only one eye left, was fully qualified to become a true king. That kind of firm will and determination may even surpass Odin himself. My son, you have finally grown to this point. Whispering, a trace of regret and helplessness flashed in Odin's eye. Thor had indeed grown. But at what cost? The video continued. Rocket was still testing Thor's determination. Yeah, but this is Thanos we're talking about. The toughest there is. Thor forced a laugh. Well, he's never fought me. Rocket, he has. Thor had a confident look on. He's never fought me twice. And I'm getting a new hammer. Don't forget. Rocket was still unconvinced. Well, it better be some hammer. Seeing the doubtful look in Rocket's eyes, Thor finally withdrew his smile and spoke in a deep voice. You know, I'm 1,500 years old. I've killed twice as many enemies as that. Every one of them would rather kill me, but none succeeded. I'm only alive because fate wants me alive. Thanos is just the latest in the long line of bastards. And he'll be the latest to feel my vengeance. Fate wills it so. Aha! Rocket snorted softly as if he casually ignored the predestined theory from Thor's mouth. He rhetorically asked. And what if you are wrong? Thor's eye revealed a trace of a tear. Well, if I'm wrong, then, what more could I lose? Wiping his nose, Thor, the god of thunder, fell into silence. Looking at Thor, who fell silent on screen, there was a moment of silence in the live streaming room. Things that can't kill you will only make you stronger. Peter Parker whispered. A hint of respect was hidden in the eyes of everyone who looked at the screen. While Tony, who was standing on the side, whispered. I think I know why Thor was able to beat Thanos, who had 6 stones with him. That Stormbreaker axe might be strong, but the truly powerful one is Thor himself. In a small town in New Mexico. 1,500 years old, are you kidding me? Darcy yelled in disbelief. She looked at Thor with a different look in her eyes. The man in front of her had a muscular and tall body, but he only looked around 20 years old. This video should be a few years later. Thor scratched his head and recalled, I seem to be only a little over 1,400 years old this year. Okay, that's awesome. Darcy swallowed and walked to Thor's side. She was almost going to reach out and pinch his arm, but was too afraid to. Over 1,000 years old, but he looks so young. It's incredible. Is this the constitution of a god? And just as Darcy was falling into some sort of delusion. On the contrary, Jane Foster didn't care about Thor's age at all and excitedly asked. Can you really resist the energy of a neutron star? That's practically the most terrifying heat temperature in the universe. Well. Thor frowned. I don't know. After all, I've never tried it before, but... Thinking about the video just now, his future self, holding the Stormbreaker, almost hacking Thanos to death, Thor finally nodded his head. It should be possible. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Jane's mouth was wide open. She looked at Dr. Selvig next to her. She could see the unspeakable horror in the other party's eyes. This is a real god. Ageless and immortal. Powerful as hell. But just then, Darcy asked a silly question. Thor, if you are really so strong that you aren't even afraid of the energy of a neutron star, why were you still knocked down by our car last night? It went quiet. The sudden fearful silence. The room suddenly fell silent, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Thor's expression became extremely embarrassed for a moment, then fiercely clenched his fist. Seeing that Jane also felt second-hand embarrassment. But soon, Thor loosened his fist and slumped into the chair. He muttered to himself. I've been deprived of everything by my father and exiled to this place. Maybe I'll never go back to Asgard for the rest of my life. Seeing Thor's disheveled appearance, Jane looked back at the screen again, and the expression on her face suddenly became strange. Is this muscular guy in front of me really the same Thor? In the video, he carried a heavy vengeful burden, he remained resilient and kept moving forward. Or rather, is it the same god? Why is this gap so big? On the other hand, at the office of the director of SHIELD, the gods of Asgard. Keep a close eye on the screen in front of him, his eyebrows were wrinkled, and his heart had a hard time calming down. Just now, he clearly saw that one snap, half the universe Thanos, was almost beaten to death by the god of thunder. Moreover, the guy who looked like a human being seemed to be able to resist the high temperature of a neutron star. Although there was still some doubt about the correct answer put forward by the system just now. But he also felt the need to re-estimate the existence of these Norse gods and the terrifying strength they held. After all, the power of these gods was an absolute must if that crazy purple monster had to be confronted later. And the Avengers. Remembering the name of the video played by the system before, he gritted his teeth. The name Avenger was actually Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers's code name when she was a pilot. Nick Fury had made up his mind to form a superhero team, to protect the Earth, since he met Captain Marvel, the superhero. However, from the information revealed in the video, he did set up such a team in the future, but this force was obviously not enough to resist the imminent threat to Earth. Thinking of that, the hard-boiled egg walked back to his desk with a serious face, stretched out his hand and opened a drawer. In it, there was an outdated pager. Looking at the pager, a struggle appeared on the face of the man. Now that he knew the horrible reality that would happen in the future, should he call Captain Marvel back now? Although Thanos wasn't on Earth right now, he could at least tell her about the terrible threat Thanos. The video continued. Watching Thor sit back in the co-pilot seat, Rocket lightly sighed and took out an eyeball from the small bag he was carrying. Well, if fate does want you to kill that crap sack, you're gonna need more than one stupid eyeball. What's this? Thor took the eyeball and looked at it carefully. What's it look like? Rocket Raccoon rolled his eyes. Some jerk lost a bet with me in Contraxia. Thor asked with a hint of surprise, he gave you his eye? Nah. Rocket added, he gave me 100 credits. I snuck in his room later that night and stole his eye. Thor seemed a little touched. Thank you, sweet rabbit. Hearing the nickname given by Thor, Rocket Raccoon seemed a little annoyed. And when he turned around, just in time to see Thor, stuffing that fake eye into his right empty eye socket. Rocket instantly made a disgusted expression. I would have washed that. The only way I could sneak it off Contraxia was in my... At that moment, An alarm sounded from the pilot console. Rocket's face instantly lit up. Hey! We're here. In the otherworldly live streaming room. Odin's beard. Loki cried out, his whole face scrunched up into a frown, seemingly close to reaching out to cover his eyes. And beside him, young Wanda turned her face away, and her eyes were closed tightly. At the age of 14 or 15, she was no longer a child. Therefore, Wanda could instantly determine how Rocket got the eyeball out of contraxia. While turning away, Wanda muttered something in a low voice. Disgusting Asgardians. Hey! Hearing that, Loki, who was still upset, suddenly jumped up as if he had been stabbed by a needle. Child, how can you talk like that? Thor, that fool is the shame of Asgard. He alone couldn't represent all the gods of Asgard. Wanda's eyes slightly opened, and she glanced at Loki, who was in a rage. She just snorted, then closed her eyes again. The muscles on Loki's face twitched. In Asgard. Watching Thor's arguably nasty move on the screen, Odin sighed softly and glanced at Frigga, standing beside him. According to tradition, the etiquette and upbringing of the princes were supposed to be the responsibility of the queen. When she saw her husband's eyes, Frigga said nothing, only slightly averted her face. Seeing his wife's behavior, Odin felt even more helpless. It seems that I'm not the only one that spoiled the child. Then, Odin glanced at the picture-in-picture in the lower right corner of the big screen, and his eyes suddenly became a little more serious. Loki is anxiously trying to defend Asgard's reputation. It seemed that 1,000 years of living here had completely assimilated him into a true Asgardian. In this sense, Loki's loyalty to Asgard should be beyond doubt. However, it's all based on the premise of him becoming king himself. What will Loki do if Thor becomes king? Will he rise up in anger and use his magic to summon the undead to fight with Thor? Thinking of that, Odin felt that his headache was even worse. Alas, my own children, why do you always make me worry? The video continued. After stuffing the eyeball into its socket, Thor still couldn't see too clearly. I don't think this thing works. Everything seems dark. Rocket piloted the spaceship and spoke without looking back. It ain't the eye. Just as they were talking, the whole ship went around a huge meteorite. A huge planet appeared in front of them. This was Nidavellir, home world of the dwarfs, that Thor had spoken about. But the whole planet looked dead. It didn't look like anyone was inhabiting it. Something's wrong. Thor's expression suddenly changed. The star has gone out. And the rings are frozen. Looking at the scene on screen, Odin's expression also instantly solidified. He frowned and thought about it, his face suddenly showing a bitter smile. Did Nidavellir fall to the same fate as Asgard? Just because I died, the originally peaceful 9 realms fell one by one. While in the otherworldly live streaming room, everyone stared with wide eyes as they saw the huge steel planet on the screen. Oh my god, this whole planet! No, and the rings around it, all made of steel. Tony's eyes were wide open. There was an irresistible surprise and excitement in his eyes. He was like a child, seeing the latest toy. For a super genius and a mechanical engineer, what could excite and stimulate him more than a whole mechanical planet? Loki glanced at the planet on screen. Nidavellir is also one of the 9 realms and could be considered as one of Asgard's vassals. The dwarfs there are especially fond of forging things, and over the years, they gradually forged the entire planet into a steel star. The dwarfs are responsible for providing weapons to Asgard, and we are responsible for protecting the safety of the dwarfs. Speaking of that, Loki's face revealed a trace of pride. He seemed to be proud of Asgard's position as the head of the 9 realms. Dwarfs. Peter Parker walked up to Loki, looking as curious as a child, and continuously questioned. Are they like in the myths? Or the legends? Are they short and amazing at forging weapons? Ha ha, sort of. Looking at Peter, Loki's eyes suddenly revealed a mischievous look. But you do well to remember that most human myths are lies. The video continued. Rocket led Thor and Groot, setting foot on Nidavellir. I hope these dwarfs are better at forging than they are at cleaning. Looking around at all kinds of machinery and parts piled up at random, Rocket complained in disgust. Maybe they realized that they lived in a junk pile in the middle of space. Thor didn't pay any attention to what Rocket said. He just looked at the huge furnace that had completely turned cold in front of him. His expression was a little ugly. This forge hasn't gone dark in centuries. At that moment, Rocket questioned with some doubts, you said Thanos had a gauntlet, right? Yes. Why? Thor responded. Does it look anything like that? Rocket pointed to the distance. Thor looked over, and his whole body instantly froze in place. He saw a white steel gauntlet. It looked just like the Infinity Gauntlet. I am Groot. Seeing the gauntlet, even the expression on the sapling Groot changed. Having sensed a connection between this place and Thanos, Thor shouted. Get back to the pod. At this moment, a giant with long hair suddenly appeared behind Thor and threw a punch at him. Then, the giant also kicked Groot and Rocket, sending them flying. Just as he was about to attack Thor once again, Thor seemed to recognize the true identity of the giant and shouted. Eitri, wait. Stop. Stop. His fist was ready, but then he looked at Thor, who had fallen to the ground. The giant's face suddenly showed a puzzled look. Thor. Seeing that the other party finally recognized him, Thor nodded and asked. What happened here? Eitri, the Dwarf King, looked sad and angry. He yelled in a low voice. You were supposed to protect us. Asgard was supposed to protect us. Thor also responded with a sad expression, Asgard is destroyed. What? The anger in the eyes of the Dwarf King instantly turned into horror and fear. Thor stood up from the ground hard, pointed to the gauntlet in the distance and asked. Eitri, that glove. What did you do? At this moment, in Asgard, Odin's face suddenly sank. He had already guessed that Thanos must have done the same as him and got the dwarfs of Nidavellir to cast an infinity gauntlet for him. At this time, in the live streaming room, Peter was looking at the several meters tall giant dwarf. With his mouth wide open, he was completely at a loss. And beside him, young Wanda also exclaimed with a look of disbelief. That's nothing like the dwarfs in fairy tales. How is that possible? Even Tony and Strange were shocked. What kind of joke is that? This guy was taller than an elephant. What kind of dwarf is he? As I said. Loki spread out his hands and chuckled. Human myths are mostly made up of lies, in a small town in New Mexico. 1,500 years old, are you kidding me? Darcy yelled in disbelief. She looked at Thor with a different look in her eyes. The man in front of her had a muscular and tall body, but he only looked around 20 years old. This video should be a few years later. Thor scratched his head and recalled, I seem to be only a little over 1,400 years old this year. Okay, that's awesome. Darcy swallowed and walked to Thor's side. She was almost going to reach out and pinch his arm, but was too afraid to. Over 1,000 years old, but he looks so young. It's incredible. Is this the constitution of a god? And just as Darcy was falling into some sort of delusion. On the contrary, Jane Foster didn't care about Thor's age at all and excitedly asked. Can you really resist the energy of a neutron star? That's practically the most terrifying heat temperature in the universe. Well. Thor frowned. I don't know. After all, I've never tried it before, but... Thinking about the video just now, his future self, holding the Stormbreaker, almost hacking Thanos to death, Thor finally nodded his head. It should be possible. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Jane's mouth was wide open. She looked at Dr. Selvig next to her. She could see the unspeakable horror in the other party's eyes. This is a real god. Ageless and immortal. Powerful as hell. But just then, Darcy asked a silly question. Thor, if you are really so strong that you aren't even afraid of the energy of a neutron star, why were you still knocked down by our car last night? It went quiet. The sudden fearful silence. The room suddenly fell silent, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Thor's expression became extremely embarrassed for a moment, then fiercely clenched his fist. Seeing that Jane also felt second-hand embarrassment. But soon, Thor loosened his fist and slumped into the chair. He muttered to himself. I've been deprived of everything by my father and exiled to this place. Maybe. I'll never go back to Asgard for the rest of my life. Seeing Thor's disheveled appearance, Jane looked back at the screen again, and the expression on her face suddenly became strange. Is this muscular guy in front of me really the same Thor? In the video, he carried a heavy vengeful burden, he remained resilient and kept moving forward. Or rather, is it the same god? Why is this gap so big? On the other hand, at the office of the director of SHIELD. The gods of Asgard. Keep a close eye on the screen in front of him, his eyebrows were wrinkled, and his heart had a hard time calming down. Just now, he clearly saw that one snap, half the universe Thanos, was almost beaten to death by the god of thunder. Moreover, the guy who looked like a human being seemed to be able to resist the high temperature of a neutron star. Although there was still some doubt about the correct answer put forward by the system just now. But he also felt the need to re-estimate the existence of these Norse gods and the terrifying strength they held. After all, the power of these gods was an absolute must if that crazy purple monster had to be confronted later. And the Avengers. Remembering the name of the video played by the system before, he gritted his teeth. The name Avenger was actually Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers's code name when she was a pilot. Nick Fury had made up his mind to form a superhero team, to protect the Earth, since he met Captain Marvel, the superhero. However, from the information revealed in the video, he did set up such a team in the future, but this force was obviously not enough to resist the imminent threat to Earth. Thinking of that, the hard-boiled egg walked back to his desk with a serious face, stretched out his hand and opened a drawer. In it, there was an outdated pager. Looking at the pager, a struggle appeared on the face of the man. Now that he knew the horrible reality that would happen in the future, should he call Captain Marvel back now? Although Thanos wasn't on Earth right now, he could at least tell her about the terrible threat Thanos. The video continued. Watching Thor sit back in the co-pilot seat, Rocket lightly sighed and took out an eyeball from the small bag he was carrying. Well, if fate does want you to kill that crap sack, you're gonna need more than one stupid eyeball. What's this? Thor took the eyeball and looked at it carefully. What's it look like? Rocket Raccoon rolled his eyes. Some jerk lost a bet with me in Contraxia. Thor asked with a hint of surprise. He gave you his eye? Nah. Rocket added, he gave me 100 credits. I snuck in his room later that night and stole his eye. Thor seemed a little touched. Thank you, sweet rabbit. Hearing the nickname given by Thor, Rocket Raccoon seemed a little annoyed. And when he turned around, just in time to see Thor, stuffing that fake eye into his right empty eye socket. Rocket instantly made a disgusted expression. I would have washed that. The only way I could sneak it off Contraxia was in my... At that moment, an alarm sounded from the pilot console. Rocket's face instantly lit up. Hey! We're here. In the otherworldly live streaming room. Odin's beard. Loki cried out, his whole face scrunched up into a frown, seemingly close to reaching out to cover his eyes. And beside him, young Wanda turned her face away, and her eyes were closed tightly. At the age of 14 or 15, she was no longer a child. Therefore, Wanda could instantly determine how Rocket got the eyeball out of Contraxia. While turning away, Wanda muttered something in a low voice. Disgusting Asgardians. Hey! Hearing that, Loki, who was still upset, suddenly jumped up as if he had been stabbed by a needle. Child, how can you talk like that? Thor, that fool is the shame of Asgard. He alone couldn't represent all the gods of Asgard. Wanda's eyes slightly opened, and she glanced at Loki, who was in a rage. She just snorted, then closed her eyes again. The muscles on Loki's face twitched. In Asgard. Watching Thor's arguably nasty move on the screen, Odin sighed softly and glanced at Frigga, standing beside him. According to tradition, the etiquette and upbringing of the princes were supposed to be the responsibility of the queen. When she saw her husband's eyes, Frigga said nothing, only slightly averted her face. Seeing his wife's behavior, Odin felt even more helpless. It seems that I'm not the only one that spoiled the child. Then, Odin glanced at the picture-in-picture in the lower right corner of the big screen, and his eyes suddenly became a little more serious. Loki is anxiously trying to defend Asgard's reputation. It seemed that 1,000 years of living here had completely assimilated him into a true Asgardian. In this sense, Loki's loyalty to Asgard should be beyond doubt. However, it's all based on the premise of him becoming king himself. What will Loki do if Thor becomes king? Will he rise up in anger and use his magic to summon the undead to fight with Thor? Thinking of that, Odin felt that his headache was even worse. Alas, my own children, why do you always make me worry? The video continued. After stuffing the eyeball into its socket, Thor still couldn't see too clearly. I don't think this thing works. Everything seems dark. Rocket piloted the spaceship and spoke without looking back. It ain't the eye. Just as they were talking, the whole ship went around a huge meteorite. A huge planet appeared in front of them. This was Nidavellir, home world of the dwarfs, that Thor had spoken about. But the whole planet looked dead. It didn't look like anyone was inhabiting it. Something's wrong. Thor's expression suddenly changed. The star has gone out. And the rings are frozen. Looking at the scene on screen, Odin's expression also instantly solidified. He frowned and thought about it, his face suddenly showing a bitter smile. Did Nidavellir fall to the same fate as Asgard? Just because I died, the originally peaceful 9 realms fell one by one. While in the otherworldly live-streaming room, everyone stared with wide eyes as they saw the huge steel planet on the screen. Oh my god, this whole planet! No, and the rings around it, all made of steel. Tony's eyes were wide open. There was an irresistible surprise and excitement in his eyes. He was like a child, seeing the latest toy. For a super genius and a mechanical engineer, what could excite and stimulate him more than a whole mechanical planet? Loki glanced at the planet on screen. Nidavellir is also one of the 9 realms and could be considered as one of Asgard's vassals. The dwarfs there are especially fond of forging things, and over the years, they gradually forged the entire planet into a steel star. The dwarfs are responsible for providing weapons to Asgard, and we are responsible for protecting the safety of the dwarfs. Speaking of that, Loki's face revealed a trace of pride. He seemed to be proud of Asgard's position as the head of the 9 realms. Dwarfs. Peter Parker walked up to Loki, looking as curious as a child, and continuously questioned. Are they like in the myths? Or the legends? Are they short and amazing at forging weapons? Ha ha, sort of. Looking at Peter, Loki's eyes suddenly revealed a mischievous look. But you'd do well to remember that most human myths are lies. The video continued. Rocket led Thor and Groot, setting foot on Nidavellir. I hope these dwarfs are better at forging than they are at cleaning. Looking around at all kinds of machinery and parts piled up at random, Rocket complained in disgust. Maybe they realized that they lived in a junk pile in the middle of space. Thor didn't pay any attention to what Rocket said. He just looked at the huge furnace that had completely turned cold in front of him. His expression was a little ugly. This forge hasn't gone dark in centuries. At that moment, Rocket questioned with some doubts, you said Thanos had a gauntlet, right? Yes. Why? Thor responded. Does it look anything like that? Rocket pointed to the distance. Thor looked over, and his whole body instantly froze in place. He saw a white steel gauntlet. It looked just like the Infinity Gauntlet. I am Groot. Seeing the gauntlet, even the expression on the sapling Groot changed. Having sensed a connection between this place and Thanos, Thor shouted. Get back to the pod. At this moment, a giant with long hair suddenly appeared behind Thor and threw a punch at him. Then, the giant also kicked Groot and Rocket, sending them flying. Just as he was about to attack Thor once again, Thor seemed to recognize the true identity of the giant and shouted. Eitri, wait. Stop. Stop. His fist was ready, but then he looked at Thor, who had fallen to the ground. The giant's face suddenly showed a puzzled look. Thor. Seeing that the other party finally recognized him, Thor nodded and asked. What happened here? Eitri, the Dwarf King, looked sad and angry. He yelled in a low voice. You were supposed to protect us. Asgard was supposed to protect us. Thor also responded with a sad expression, Asgard is destroyed. What? The anger in the eyes of the Dwarf King instantly turned into horror and fear. Thor stood up from the ground hard, pointed to the gauntlet in the distance and asked. Eitri, that glove. What did you do? At this moment, in Asgard, Odin's face suddenly sank. He had already guessed that Thanos must have done the same as him and got the dwarfs of Nidavellir to cast an infinity gauntlet for him. At this time, in the live streaming room, Peter was looking at the several meters tall giant dwarf. With his mouth wide open, he was completely at a loss. And beside him, young Wanda also exclaimed with a look of disbelief. "That's nothing like the dwarfs in fairy tales. How is that possible?" Even Tony and Strange were shocked. "What kind of joke is that? This guy was taller than an elephant. What kind of dwarf is he?" "As I said." Loki spread out his hands and chuckled. "Human myths are mostly made up of lies. In a small town in New Mexico. 1,500 years old, are you kidding me?" Darcy yelled in disbelief. She looked at Thor with a different look in her eyes. The man in front of her had a muscular and tall body, but he only looked around 20 years old. This video should be a few years later. Thor scratched his head and recalled, "I seem to be only a little over 1,400 years old this year." "Okay, that's awesome." Darcy swallowed and walked to Thor's side. She was almost going to reach out and pinch his arm, but was too afraid to. "Over 1,000 years old, but he looks so young. It's incredible. Is this the constitution of a god?" And just as Darcy was falling into some sort of delusion. On the contrary, Jane Foster didn't care about Thor's age at all and excitedly asked, "Can you really resist the energy of a neutron star? That's practically the most terrifying heat temperature in the universe." "Well," Thor frowned, "I don't know. After all, I've never tried it before, but..." Thinking about the video just now, his future self, holding the Stormbreaker, almost hacking Thanos to death, Thor finally nodded his head. "It should be possible. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable." Jane's mouth was wide open. She looked at Dr. Selvig next to her. She could see the unspeakable horror in the other party's eyes. This is a real god. Ageless and immortal. Powerful as hell. But just then, Darcy asked a silly question. "Thor, if you are really so strong that you aren't even afraid of the energy of a neutron star, why were you still knocked down by our car last night?" It went quiet. The sudden fearful silence. The room suddenly fell silent, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Thor's expression became extremely embarrassed for a moment, then fiercely clenched his fist. Seeing that Jane also felt second-hand embarrassment. But soon, Thor loosened his fist and slumped into the chair. He muttered to himself, "I've been deprived of everything by my father and exiled to this place. Maybe I'll never go back to Asgard for the rest of my life." Seeing Thor's disheveled appearance, Jane looked back at the screen again, and the expression on her face suddenly became strange. Is this muscular guy in front of me really the same Thor? In the video, he carried a heavy vengeful burden, he remained resilient and kept moving forward. Or rather, is it the same god? Why is this gap so big? On the other hand, at the office of the director of SHIELD, the gods of Asgard. Keep a close eye on the screen in front of him, his eyebrows were wrinkled, and his heart had a hard time calming down. Just now, he clearly saw that one snap, half the universe Thanos, was almost beaten to death by the god of thunder. Moreover, the guy who looked like a human being seemed to be able to resist the high temperature of a neutron star. Although there was still some doubt about the correct answer put forward by the system just now. But he also felt the need to re-estimate the existence of these Norse gods and the terrifying strength they held. After all, The power of these gods was an absolute must if that crazy purple monster had to be confronted later. And the Avengers. Remembering the name of the video played by the system before, he gritted his teeth. The name Avenger was actually Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers's code name when she was a pilot. Nick Fury had made up his mind to form a superhero team, to protect the Earth, since he met Captain Marvel, the superhero. However, from the information revealed in the video, he did set up such a team in the future, but this force was obviously not enough to resist the imminent threat to Earth. Thinking of that, the hard-boiled egg walked back to his desk with a serious face, stretched out his hand and opened a drawer. In it, there was an outdated pager. Looking at the pager, a struggle appeared on the face of the man. Now that he knew the horrible reality that would happen in the future, should he call Captain Marvel back now? Although Thanos wasn't on Earth right now, he could at least tell her about the terrible threat Thanos. The video continued. Watching Thor sit back in the co-pilot seat, Rocket lightly sighed and took out an eyeball from the small bag he was carrying. Well, if fate does want you to kill that crap sack, you're gonna need more than one stupid eyeball. What's this? Thor took the eyeball and looked at it carefully. What's it look like? Rocket Raccoon rolled his eyes. Some jerk lost a bet with me in Contraxia. Thor asked with a hint of surprise, he gave you his eye? Nah. Rocket added, he gave me 100 credits. I snuck in his room later that night and stole his eye. Thor seemed a little touched. Thank you, sweet rabbit. Hearing the nickname given by Thor, Rocket Raccoon seemed a little annoyed. And when he turned around, just in time to see Thor, stuffing that fake eye into his right empty eye socket. Rocket instantly made a disgusted expression. I would have washed that. The only way I could sneak it off Contraxia was in my... At that moment, an alarm sounded from the pilot console. Rocket's face instantly lit up. Hey! We're here. In the otherworldly live streaming room. Odin's beard. Loki cried out, his whole face scrunched up into a frown, seemingly close to reaching out to cover his eyes. And beside him, young Wanda turned her face away, and her eyes were closed tightly. At the age of 14 or 15, she was no longer a child. Therefore, Wanda could instantly determine how Rocket got the eyeball out of Contraxia. While turning away, Wanda muttered something in a low voice. Disgusting Asgardians. Hey! Hearing that, Loki, who was still upset, suddenly jumped up as if he had been stabbed by a needle. Child, how can you talk like that? Thor, that fool is the shame of Asgard. He alone couldn't represent all the gods of Asgard. Wanda's eyes slightly opened, and she glanced at Loki, who was in a rage. She just snorted, then closed her eyes again. The muscles on Loki's face twitched. In Asgard. Watching Thor's arguably nasty move on the screen, Odin sighed softly and glanced at Frigga, standing beside him. According to tradition, the etiquette and upbringing of the princes were supposed to be the responsibility of the queen. When she saw her husband's eyes, Frigga said nothing, only slightly averted her face. Seeing his wife's behavior, Odin felt even more helpless. It seems that I'm not the only one that spoiled the child. Then, Odin glanced at the picture-in-picture in the lower right corner of the big screen, and his eyes suddenly became a little more serious. Loki is anxiously trying to defend Asgard's reputation. It seemed that 1,000 years of living here had completely assimilated him into a true Asgardian. In this sense, Loki's loyalty to Asgard should be beyond doubt. However, it's all based on the premise of him becoming king himself. What will Loki do if Thor becomes king? Will he rise up in anger and use his magic to summon the undead to fight with Thor? Thinking of that, Odin felt that his headache was even worse. Alas, my own children, why do you always make me worry? The video continued. After stuffing the eyeball into its socket, Thor still couldn't see too clearly. I don't think this thing works. Everything seems dark. Rocket piloted the spaceship and spoke without looking back. It ain't the eye. Just as they were talking, the whole ship went around a huge meteorite. A huge planet appeared in front of them. This was Nidavellir, home world of the dwarfs, that Thor had spoken about. But the whole planet looked dead. It didn't look like anyone was inhabiting it. Something's wrong. Thor's expression suddenly changed. The star has gone out. And the rings are frozen. Looking at the scene on screen, Odin's expression also instantly solidified. He frowned and thought about it, his face suddenly showing a bitter smile. Did Nidavellir fall to the same fate as Asgard? Just because I died, the originally peaceful 9 realms fell one by one. While in the otherworldly live streaming room, everyone stared with wide eyes as they saw the huge steel planet on the screen. Oh my god, this whole planet. No, and the rings around it, all made of steel. Tony's eyes were wide open. There was an irresistible surprise and excitement in his eyes. He was like a child, seeing the latest toy. For a super genius and a mechanical engineer, what could excite and stimulate him more than a whole mechanical planet? Loki glanced at the planet on screen. Nidavellir is also one of the 9 realms and could be considered as one of Asgard's vassals. The dwarfs there are especially fond of forging things, and over the years, they gradually forged the entire planet into a steel star. The dwarfs are responsible for providing weapons to Asgard, and we are responsible for protecting the safety of the dwarfs. Speaking of that, Loki's face revealed a trace of pride. He seemed to be proud of Asgard's position as the head of the 9 realms. Dwarfs. Peter Parker walked up to Loki, looking as curious as a child, and continuously questioned. Are they like in the myths? Or the legends? Are they short and amazing at forging weapons? Ha ha, sort of. Looking at Peter, Loki's eyes suddenly revealed a mischievous look. But you'd do well to remember that most human myths are lies. The video continued. Rocket led Thor and Groot, setting foot on Nidavellir. I hope these dwarfs are better at forging than they are at cleaning. Looking around at all kinds of machinery and parts piled up at random, Rocket complained in disgust. Maybe they realized that they lived in a junk pile in the middle of space. Thor didn't pay any attention to what Rocket said. He just looked at the huge furnace that had completely turned cold in front of him. His expression was a little ugly. This forge hasn't gone dark in centuries. At that moment, Rocket questioned with some doubts, you said Thanos had a gauntlet, right? Yes. Why? Thor responded. Does it look anything like that? Rocket pointed to the distance. Thor looked over, and his whole body instantly froze in place. He saw a white steel gauntlet. It looked just like the Infinity Gauntlet. I am Groot. Seeing the gauntlet, even the expression on the sapling Groot changed. Having sensed a connection between this place and Thanos, Thor shouted. Get back to the pod. At this moment, a giant with long hair suddenly appeared behind Thor and threw a punch at him. Then, the giant also kicked Groot and Rocket, sending them flying. Just as he was about to attack Thor once again, Thor seemed to recognize the true identity of the giant and shouted, "Eitri, wait! Stop! Stop!" His fist was ready, but then he looked at Thor, who had fallen to the ground. The giant's face suddenly showed a puzzled look. Thor. Seeing that the other party finally recognized him, Thor nodded and asked, "What happened here?" Eitri, the Dwarf King, looked sad and angry. He yelled in a low voice, "You were supposed to protect us. Asgard was supposed to protect us." Thor also responded with a sad expression, "Asgard is destroyed." What? The anger in the eyes of the Dwarf King instantly turned into horror and fear. Thor stood up from the ground hard, pointed to the gauntlet in the distance and asked, "Eitri, that glove. What did you do?" At this moment, in Asgard, Odin's face suddenly sank. He had already guessed that Thanos must have done the same as him and got the dwarfs of Nidavellir to cast an infinity gauntlet for him. At this time, in the live-streaming room, Peter was looking at the several meters tall giant dwarf. With his mouth wide open, he was completely at a loss. And beside him, young Wanda also exclaimed with a look of disbelief, "That's nothing like the dwarfs in fairy tales. How is that possible?" Even Tony and Strange were shocked. What kind of joke is that? This guy was taller than an elephant. What kind of dwarf is he? As I said. Loki spread out his hands and chuckled. Human myths are mostly made up of lies. In S.H.I.E.L.D's office. Looking at the several meters tall dwarf on screen, Fury also looked shocked. First, gods in spaceships, now a dwarf who lived on a steel planet, and taller than an elephant. Everything Fury saw on screen subverted his understanding of the world, constantly impacting his world view. He slowly closed his opened mouth, and his wrinkled brow slowly stretched out. He thought of a possibility. If the legendary gods and dwarfs were actually aliens living on other planets, what about the other mythological creatures? Like a dragon, devils, angels, elves. Could all these creatures well known in myths and legends also be aliens? Thinking of that, he suddenly felt enlightened. Then, he glanced at the messages at the bottom of the screen. Nick Fury, guys, actually, I have a question. If dwarfs exist, do dragons also exist? What about elves? Are they living on other planets? Thor, dragons exist, of course. My brother, Loki, had gone to Muspelheim before. He had killed several dragons and resurrected them. They became undead dragons. Natasha Romanov, WH, what? Undead dragons? Thor, honestly, the undead dragons Loki made were a bit disgusting. But those flame dragons were already quite ugly when they were alive. Loki Odinson, Thor, you idiot, don't you know art? The frost Wyrm I made, has the charm of art. If you don't understand, don't talk. Thor, your art gives me the shivers. Nick Fury. Thor, as for elves, they existed thousands of years ago. But they were exterminated by my grandfather. My father's father. Wanda Maximoff, exterminated. But elves are so cute, why would you want to exterminate them? Loki Odinson, cute. Child, what are you saying? Dark elves are arguably the evilest and cruelest race in the 9 realms. Thor, well, although I do think my grandfather was cruel, they are the dark elves. They needed to be exterminated. Nick Fury, well, Thank you very much for your honesty. Goodbye. Sitting on his chair at his desk, Fury involuntarily gulped. He felt that his hands and feet were cold. A chill ran down his back and spread in his heart. Boy, those so-called gods are really something. Thor's brother not only killed those so-called flaming dragons, but he even resurrected their corpses and turned them into undead dragons. Is this undead magic that was mentioned in the chat before? It's simply appalling. Moreover, Thor's grandfather was even more terrifying. Exterminating a whole race of dark elves. Originally, Fury was prepared to try to cooperate with Thor, making him a representative of Asgard, to work together against possible future threats to Earth. However, after sensing the terrifying feeling from these gods, Fury felt a little chilled. These Asgardians, no. These gods were a little too vicious. If we cooperate with them, we might end up luring even more dangerous beings to Earth. Just when Fury was feeling at a loss, the video continued to play on screen. Eitri, the Dwarf King, sat down on the ground with a look of despair. 300 dwarfs lived on this ring. I thought if I did what he asked, they'd be safe. Eitri bitterly said, I made what he wanted. A device, capable of harnessing the power of the stones. And then he killed everyone anyway. All except me. The Dwarf King raised his hand, enveloped in metal. Your life is yours, he said. But your hands are mine alone. Apparently, Thanos had sealed the hands of the Dwarf King, Eitri. Seeing this scene, Wanda's face was full of sympathy. Peter Parker simply yelled, Thanos has gone too far. Those dwarfs had made the gauntlet according to the agreement. Why would he turn around and kill them? Tony and Strange looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. These children were still too naive. But Loki wasn't as gentle as the two of them. He sneered and said, Child, do you think this is a game? They saw Loki pointing to the Dwarf King on screen and saying, this group of dwarfs could create the most dangerous weapon in the universe. Why would Thanos leave such a threat? Wouldn't he be afraid that these dwarfs would make a second and third Infinity Gauntlet? Listening to Loki's cruel words, Peter couldn't help but gulp and lower his head in silence. While young Wanda retorted, You're thinking from the point of view of a vile person like Thanos. Not everyone is as evil as he is. Everyone else. Loki revealed his trademark smile, then spread his hands and kept silent. At the same time, in Asgard, Odin's expression almost looked pale. Loki didn't go on, but Odin vaguely guessed that he was partly responsible for this incident. In the beginning, Odin ordered the dwarfs of Nidavellir to make an Infinity Gauntlet for him. After it was done, he didn't bother to keep the matter a secret. Obviously, Thanos must be spying on this matter through some channels. That's why he went after Nidavellir as soon as he got the news of Odin's death. Thanos's timing was too accurate. Clenching his fist slightly, an unprecedented desire suddenly sprang up in Odin's heart. He didn't want to die. Whether it was to suppress Hela or to fight against Thanos and protect the Nine Realms, he had too many responsibilities. From those future videos on the screen, it can be seen that once he, the God King, died, the whole Nine Realms, even the whole universe, would be in turmoil. The video continued. Looking at the frustrated and anguished Dwarf King Eitri. Thor didn't share his bitter feelings but changed the subject. Eitri, this isn't about your hands. Thor spoke in a spirited voice. Every weapon you've ever designed, every axe, hammer, sword. It's all inside your head. No. I know it feels like all hope is lost. Trust me, I know. But together, you and I, we can kill Thanos. After listening to Thor's impassioned speech, let alone Eitri, even the audience in the live streaming room changed their expressions. When did that big fool become so eloquent? Looking at Thor, whose words and expressions were full of appeal on screen, Loki's eye widened. There was a trace of dismay in his gaze. Didn't this guy only know how to shout on the battlefield? How come, in the future, he could become some kind of public speaker? In Asgard, Odin nodded with a happy expression. Even he felt slightly excited when he heard Thor's pre-battle speech. This is a king's speech. Those who had the ability to inspire morale and loyalty from subordinates were real kings. Excited, Odin glanced at the messages at the bottom of the screen. His eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. That child hasn't grown up yet. When will he grow up to become like this? If there were a choice, Odin wouldn't want to use his own life to help his son grow up. The video continued. The Dwarf King led Thor and the others to step into the center of Nidavla's rings. Looking at the large piece of metal placed down by the winch, Rocket spread his hands with a puzzled look. This is the plan. We're gonna hit him with a brick. It's a mold, for a king's weapon. Meant to be the greatest in Asgard. Eitri spoke in a muffled voice. In theory, it could even summon the Bifrost. Thor took a look at the metal brick and turned back to Eitri. Does it have a name? Eitri replied, Stormbreaker. Rocket sneered, yeah, it's a bit much. Thor asked, so how do we make it? You'll have to restart the forge. Eitri looked back at the stars outside the skylight. Awaken the heart of the dying star. Without asking anything more, Thor ordered, Rabbit, fire up the pod. Seeing that, Odin pondered for a while and finally raised his voice and issued his own command. Himdall, inform the dwarfs of Nidavla for me at once, and have them forge the Stormbreaker for me. This axe is the weapon of a king and the most powerful weapon in Asgard. It could also summon the Bifrost. I don't think you get the scientifics here. Piloting a spacecraft around Nidavla, Rocket couldn't help saying. These rings are gigantic. You want to get them moving, you're gonna need something a lot bigger to yank them loose. Thor held a steel cable in his hand, looked up at the stars and said. Leave that to me. Leave it to you. Rocket shouted incredulously from the cockpit. Buddy, you're in space. All you got is a rope and a... Before the raccoon finished speaking, it instantly turned into a series of exclamations. He saw Thor pulling the cable hanging down from the spacecraft. Just like throwing a discus, he wheeled the craft around. Rocket's eyes were wide open. He saw the images around him blur into streams of light that kept whirling around. At this moment, he only heard Thor shout, "Fire the engines!" Rocket immediately started the engine of the spacecraft. The whole ship tugged at the steel cable. Just like a meteor, it rushed at Nidavla's ring. Thor held onto the cable and spread his legs as if he was surfing. His feet created a deep gully on the surface of one of the rings, and he finally held himself up, stopping in time. He held the cable with both hands and supported his body with both legs. Thor shouted loudly. More power, Rabbit. Hearing Thor's voice, Rocket also pushed the power of the engine to the limit, tugging at Thor and the whole star ring that was stuck. It slowly started to creak. With the rotation of the ring, the neutron star in the center also began to spew out hot flames. The Star Forge of the Dwarf Kingdom was finally resurrected. Looking at the shining neutron star in front of him, the Dwarf King's eyes also let out a glow as he whispered, "Well done, boy." Along with the rotation of the core of the furnace, the entire neutron star violently shot out a pillar of indescribably hot energy light, which struck the smelting device right behind the Dwarf King. Watching the melting device start to work, the Dwarf King started to smile. But just then, he heard a bang. Part of the mechanical device broke apart and drifted into space. The whole star forge suddenly stopped. Damn it. A look of annoyance appeared on the Dwarf King's face. Damn it. What's damn it? Rocket asked. The mechanism is crippled. The Dwarf King's face was extremely ugly. With the iris closed, I can't heat the metal. Thor's expression suddenly sank. How long will it take to heat it? A few minutes, maybe more. Why? The Dwarf King asked, puzzled. Thor resolutely stood up. I'm going to hold it open. Stunned, the Dwarf King said, that's suicide. So is facing Thanos without that axe. After saying that, Thor jumped. His body was like a sharp arrow. He crossed the space and rushed to the damaged part of the iris. Seeing that, everyone in front of the screens had their hearts in their throats. Even Thor himself couldn't help but gulp and clench his fist. Thor jumped directly to the broken iris but didn't immediately take action. He tilted his head and whispered, "All fathers, give me strength." At this point, the Dwarf King still asked with some uncertainty, "Do you understand, boy? You're about to take the full force of a star, it'll kill you." Thor spoke without hesitation, "Only if I die." The Dwarf King seemed a little stunned and confused. "Yes. That's what killing you means." Thor didn't add any more nonsense. He opened his arms, grabbed the machine on both sides, and furiously pulled the iris open. In an instant, the blazing light, which was countless times brighter than the sun, enveloped Thor's whole body. This was the heat of the neutron star's core, which was enough to melt anything in the universe. While desperately pulling the iris open and resisting the terrifying heat on his body, Thor couldn't hold back any more and let out a terrible roar. But his hands never let go. The terrifying heat of the neutron star struck the forge. Seeing that, the Dwarf King hastily shouted, "Hold it! Hold it, Thor!" At this time, Thor watched his body resist the most horrible heat flow in the universe. Everyone's heart was pounding, and their faces looked pale. "No, impossible." Tony Stark involuntarily dropped his jaw. He could hardly believe his eyes. How could flesh and blood resist such a high temperature? Arguably, Thor should have evaporated in an instant. This scene isn't only unscientific, it's anti-science. Seeing that scene, Tony only felt dizzy. His brain almost couldn't keep up, almost collapsing. In S.H.I.E.L.'s office. Looking at the several meters tall dwarf on screen, Fury also looked shocked. First, gods in spaceships, now a dwarf who lived on a steel planet, and taller than an elephant. Everything Fury saw on screen subverted his understanding of the world, constantly impacting his worldview. He slowly closed his opened mouth, and his wrinkled brows slowly stretched out. He thought of a possibility. If the legendary gods and dwarfs were actually aliens living on other planets, what about the other mythological creatures? Like a dragon, devils, angels, elves. Could all these creatures well known in myths and legends also be aliens? Thinking of that, he suddenly felt enlightened. Then, he glanced at the messages at the bottom of the screen. Nick Fury, guys, actually, I have a question. If dwarfs exist, do dragons also exist? What about elves? Are they living on other planets? Thor, dragons exist, of course. My brother, Loki, had gone to Muspelheim before. He had killed several dragons and resurrected them. They became undead dragons. Natasha Romanov, WH, what? Undead dragons. Thor, honestly, the undead dragons Loki made were a bit disgusting. But those flame dragons were already quite ugly when they were alive. Loki Odinson, Thor, you idiot, don't you know art? The frost Wyrm made has the charm of art. If you don't understand, don't talk. Thor, your art gives me the shivers. Nick Fury. Thor, as for elves, they existed thousands of years ago. But they were exterminated by my grandfather. My father's father. Wanda Maximoff, exterminated. But elves are so cute, why would you want to exterminate them? Loki Odinson, cute. Child, what are you saying? Dark elves are arguably the evilest and cruelest race in the 9 realms. Thor, well, although I do think my grandfather was cruel, they are the dark elves. They needed to be exterminated. Nick Fury, well. Thank you very much for your honesty. Goodbye. Sitting on his chair at his desk, Fury involuntarily gulped. He felt that his hands and feet were cold. A chill ran down his back and spread in his heart. Boy, those so-called gods are really something. Thor's brother not only killed those so-called flaming dragons, but he even resurrected their corpses and turned them into undead dragons. Is this undead magic that was mentioned in the chat before? It's simply appalling. Moreover, Thor's grandfather was even more terrifying. Exterminating a whole race of dark elves. Originally, Fury was prepared to try to cooperate with Thor, making him a representative of Asgard, to work together against possible future threats to Earth. However, after sensing the terrifying feeling from these gods, Fury felt a little chilled. These Asgardians, no. These gods were a little too vicious. If we cooperate with them, we might end up luring even more dangerous beings to Earth. Just when Fury was feeling at a loss, the video continued to play on screen. Eitri, the Dwarf King, sat down on the ground with a look of despair. 300 dwarfs lived on this ring. I thought if I did what he asked, they'd be safe. Eitri bitterly said, I made what he wanted. A device, capable of harnessing the power of the stones. And then he killed everyone anyway. All except me. The Dwarf King raised his hand, enveloped in metal. Your life is yours, he said. But your hands are mine alone. Apparently, Thanos had sealed the hands of the Dwarf King, Eitri. Seeing this scene, Wanda's face was full of sympathy. Peter Parker simply yelled, Thanos has gone too far. Those dwarfs had made the gauntlet according to the agreement. Why would he turn around and kill them? Tony and Strange looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. These children were still too naive. But Loki wasn't as gentle as the two of them. He sneered and said, Child, do you think this is a game? They saw Loki pointing to the Dwarf King on screen and saying, this group of dwarfs could create the most dangerous weapon in the universe. Why would Thanos leave such a threat? Wouldn't he be afraid that these dwarfs would make a second and third Infinity Gauntlet? Listening to Loki's cruel words, Peter couldn't help but gulp and lower his head in silence. While young Wanda retorted, "You're thinking from the point of view of a vile person like Thanos. Not everyone is as evil as he is. Everyone else." Loki revealed his trademark smile, then spread his hands and kept silent. At the same time, in Asgard, Odin's expression almost looked pale. Loki didn't go on, but Odin vaguely guessed that he was partly responsible for this incident. In the beginning, Odin ordered the dwarfs of Nidavellir to make an infinity gauntlet for him. After it was done, he didn't bother to keep the matter a secret. Obviously, Thanos must be spying on this matter through some channels. That's why he went after Nidavellir as soon as he got the news of Odin's death. Thanos's timing was too accurate. Clenching his fist slightly, an unprecedented desire suddenly sprang up in Odin's heart. He didn't want to die. Whether it was to suppress Hela or to fight against Thanos and protect the Nine Realms, he had too many responsibilities. From those future videos on the screen, it can be seen that once he, the God King, died, the whole Nine Realms, even the whole universe, would be in turmoil. The video continued. Looking at the frustrated and anguished Dwarf King Eitri. Thor didn't share his bitter feelings but changed the subject. "Eitri, this isn't about your hands." Thor spoke in a spirited voice. "Every weapon you've ever designed, every axe, hammer, sword. It's all inside your head. No. I know it feels like all hope is lost. Trust me, I know. But together, you and I, we can kill Thanos." After listening to Thor's impassioned speech, let alone Eitri, even the audience in the live streaming room changed their expressions. When did that big fool become so eloquent? Looking at Thor, whose words and expressions were full of appeal on screen, Loki's eye widened. There was a trace of dismay in his gaze. Didn't this guy only know how to shout on the battlefield? How come, in the future, he could become some kind of public speaker? In Asgard, Odin nodded with a happy expression. Even he felt slightly excited when he heard Thor's pre-battle speech. This is a king's speech. Those who had the ability to inspire morale and loyalty from subordinates were real kings. Excited, Odin glanced at the messages at the bottom of the screen. His eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. That child hasn't grown up yet. When will he grow up to become like this? If there were a choice, Odin wouldn't want to use his own life to help his son grow up. The video continued. The Dwarf King led Thor and the others to step into the center of Nidavellir's rings. Looking at the large piece of metal placed down by the winch, Rocket spread his hands with a puzzled look. "This is the plan. We're gonna hit him with a brick. It's a mold, for a king's weapon. Meant to be the greatest in Asgard." Eitri spoke in a muffled voice. "In theory, it could even summon the Bifrost." Thor took a look at the metal brick and turned back to Eitri. "Does it have a name?" Eitri replied, "Stormbreaker." Rocket sneered, "Yeah, it's a bit much." Thor asked, "So how do we make it?" "You'll have to restart the forge." Eitri looked back at the stars outside the skylight. "Awaken the heart of the dying star." Without asking anything more, Thor ordered, "Rabbit, fire up the pod." Seeing that, Odin pondered for a while and finally raised his voice and issued his own command. "Himdall, inform the dwarfs of Nidavellir for me at once, and have them forge the Stormbreaker for me. This axe is the weapon of a king and the most powerful weapon in Asgard. It could also summon the Bifrost. I don't think you get the scientifics here." Piloting a spacecraft around Nidavellir, Rocket couldn't help saying, "These rings are gigantic. You want to get them moving, you're gonna need something a lot bigger to yank them loose. Thor held a steel cable in his hand, looked up at the stars and said, "Leave that to me." "Leave it to you?" Rocket shouted incredulously from the cockpit. "Buddy, you're in space. All you got is a rope and a..." Before the raccoon finished speaking, it instantly turned into a series of exclamations. "Ah!" He saw Thor pulling the cable hanging down from the spacecraft. Just like throwing a discus, he wheeled the craft around. Rocket's eyes were wide open. He saw the images around him blur into streams of light that kept whirling around. At this moment, he only heard Thor shout, "Fire the engines!" Rocket immediately started the engine of the spacecraft. The whole ship tugged at the steel cable. Just like a meteor, it rushed at Nidavellas's ring. Thor held onto the cable and spread his legs as if he was surfing. His feet created a deep gully on the surface of one of the rings, and he finally held himself up, stopping in time. He held the cable with both hands and supported his body with both legs. Thor shouted loudly, "More power, Rabbit!" Hearing Thor's voice, Rocket also pushed the power of the engine to the limit, tugging at Thor and the whole star ring that was stuck. It slowly started to creak. With the rotation of the ring, the neutron star in the center also began to spew out hot flames. The star forge of the Dwarf Kingdom was finally resurrected. Looking at the shining neutron star in front of him, the Dwarf King's eyes also let out a glow as he whispered, "Well done, boy." Along with the rotation of the core of the furnace, the entire neutron star violently shot out a pillar of indescribably hot energy light, which struck the smelting device right behind the Dwarf King. Watching the melting device start to work, the Dwarf King started to smile. But just then, he heard a bang. Part of the mechanical device broke apart and drifted into space. The whole star forge suddenly stopped. "Damn it!" A look of annoyance appeared on the Dwarf King's face. "Damn it! What's damn it?" Rocket asked. "The mechanism is crippled." The Dwarf King's face was extremely ugly. "With the iris closed, I can't heat the metal." Thor's expression suddenly sank. "How long will it take to heat it?" "A few minutes, maybe more." "Why?" the Dwarf King asked, puzzled. Thor resolutely stood up. "I'm going to hold it open." Stunned, the Dwarf King said, "That's suicide. So is facing Thanos without that axe." After saying that, Thor jumped. His body was like a sharp arrow. He crossed the space and rushed to the damaged part of the iris. Seeing that, everyone in front of the screens had their hearts in their throats. Even Thor himself couldn't help but gulp and clench his fist. Thor jumped directly to the broken iris but didn't immediately take action. He tilted his head and whispered, "All fathers, give me strength." At this point, the Dwarf King still asked with some uncertainty, "Do you understand, boy? You're about to take the full force of a star, it'll kill you." Thor spoke without hesitation, "Only if I die." The Dwarf King seemed a little stunned and confused. "Yes. That's what killing you means." Thor didn't add any more nonsense. He opened his arms, grabbed the machine on both sides, and furiously pulled the iris open. In an instant, the blazing light, which was countless times brighter than the sun, enveloped Thor's whole body. This was the heat of the neutron star's core, which was enough to melt anything in the universe. While desperately pulling the iris open and resisting the terrifying heat on his body, Thor couldn't hold back anymore and let out a terrible roar. But his hands never let go. The terrifying heat of the neutron star struck the forge. Seeing that, the Dwarf King hastily shouted, "Hold it! Hold it, Thor!" At this time, Thor watched his body resist the most horrible heat flow in the universe. Everyone's heart was pounding, and their faces looked pale. No, impossible. Tony Stark involuntarily dropped his jaw. He could hardly believe his eyes. How could flesh and blood resist such a high temperature? Arguably, Thor should have evaporated in an instant. This scene isn't only unscientific, it's anti-science. Seeing that scene, Tony only felt dizzy. His brain almost couldn't keep up, almost collapsing. Thor. Seeing Thor was on fire on screen, with his skin scorched and his body burned, seemingly tragic. Frigga yelled out, covering her teary eyes. Odin's expression didn't look good. Although through the previous live broadcast, they all knew that Thor would survive the test this time, successfully gained the Stormbreaker, and beat Thanos with the axe. But how could any parent endure seeing their own son burning up in flames? Stormbreaker. Whispering the name of the weapon, Odin's eyes suddenly looked sharp. It was a worthy weapon that almost killed Thanos, and the process of obtaining it was truly full of trials and tribulations. At this moment, Odin's heart made a decision. As long as Thor could complete his test, lift the hammer that he had sent to Midgard, and become the god of thunder again, Odin would give him a newly forged Stormbreaker. As for whether Thor wanted to use the hammer or the axe, it was up to him. As the future king, Thor, you need to grow up as soon as possible. There was a glimmer of expectation in Odin's eye. In a small town in New Mexico. God, that's really a neutron star. Looking at the star on screen, spewing endless heat, Professor Eric Selvig's eyes looked on in awe. His mouth was open, and his body was trembling. Jane, who was standing beside him, turned pale with surprise, and her legs trembled. She looked a little unstable. The man named Thor, or the god, actually resisted the impact of the neutron star's energy. This horrible scene in front of her almost disintegrated the worldview of these two scientists. Their worldview was ruthlessly trampled on and constantly stomped on. Is that me? I can actually do this. Looking at the self on the screen, his face was charred, and his body looked like it was almost melting but still clinging to the machine. Thor's gaze looked dull, he couldn't help but gulp, cold sweat was flowing down his forehead. At that moment, Thor already had a little understanding in his heart. As he was right now, facing such a horrible scene, he wouldn't be able to do that. Besides strength and physique, it was also a test of courage and willpower. Although he didn't want to admit it, Thor realized something. The future self on the screen, whether in strength, will or determination, was way stronger. In the otherworldly live streaming room. Thor, you actually. Loki gritted his teeth and uttered these words, but only halfway through. Then he lost his voice as if his throat was blocked. But at this time, no one cared about him. Everyone was staring at the screen in front of them, and their hearts were pounding. This was really incredible. Everyone had already known that Thor succeeded in the end. Even so, when they saw the scene in front of them, their blood was still boiling, and their eyes seemed stuck, and they couldn't move away at all. After entering the studio, Natasha, who remained silent most of the time, suddenly opened her mouth and spoke with admiration. Thor is really something. Whether he's a god or not, he deserves some respect. Hearing that, even Tony and Steven, the most arrogant duo, kept their mouths shut. Deep shock impacted everyone's hearts. The video continued. In the melting furnace, the metal used to cast the Stormbreaker gradually melted in the unimaginably high temperature. It finally glowed like gold, turned into liquid, and flowed. Seeing the metal completely melted, the Dwarf King smiled and immediately dumped the furnace, pouring the liquid into the mold. Stormbreaker started to form. At this point, Thor had fallen unconscious under the raging heat. His hands finally loosened, and he was swept out by the force of the heat. Oh! When Thor flew out, Jane and Darcy exclaimed. But Thor himself was expressionless at this time. He was thinking. I succeeded. Seeing Thor fly out, Rocket quickly piloted the spacecraft, trying to catch him, but in the end, it wasn't successful. Rocket suddenly heard a bang. Thor's body slammed into a metal part of the planet's ring and fell to the ground. His body was covered with burns. It looked like he was dying, almost out of breath. Seeing Thor's miserable appearance, Sapling Groot, who had been sitting down, playing games, raised his head. Rocket rushed out of the cockpit and ran all the way to Thor's side. Thor! Say something! Thor, you okay? At this time, the Dwarf King threw the hot mold of the Stormbreaker to the ground. He raised his iron fist and frantically pounded the mold. Seeing no matter how he shouted, Thor didn't respond, Rocket panicked and called out. I think he's dying. What? Thor's dying? Hearing Rocket's words, the crowd in the live-streaming room tensed up. Young Wanda clenched her fists fiercely, almost screaming. Even though everyone knew Thor would survive this disaster, Loki still felt his heart was in his throat. The Dwarf King shouted while looking up from the mold he was pounding. He needs the axe. Having said that, the Dwarf King lowered his head and let out an anxious cry. Where's the handle? Seeing that the axe handle couldn't be found, the Dwarf King looked at Groot and shouted. Tree, help me find the handle. Facing the dying Thor, who was about to die, he was actually anxious and desperate. At this time, the mold had been broken by the Dwarf King, leaving two parts of the Stormbreaker on the ground. But both pieces of the battle axe were burnt red and emitted a terrifying heat. Looking at Thor's miserable appearance, young Groot's face suddenly showed determination. He stepped forward, the branches of his hand grew, and wrapped the two pieces of the battle axe. Ag! Under the heat, the branches grew, sprouted smoke. But he still endured the pain. The two parts became one battle axe, and he struggled to lift it up. Ah! Groot shouted at the top of his voice, raised his right hand, hardened his left hand that was wrapped around his battle axe and slashed it down. With Groot's arm as the axe handle, Stormbreaker was born. At the moment when the Stormbreaker was formally formed, Thor, who was unconscious, seemed to feel something. His fingers twitched and gently shook as if he was calling for his weapon. Crack crack! The Stormbreaker that fell to the ground suddenly lit up with blue lighting and actually floated up from the ground. It flew into Thor's palm on its own, as if it was alive. Crack! Along with a thunderbolt, the intense lightning from the Stormbreaker instantly spread throughout Thor's body. Under the nourishment of the lightning, Thor, who was almost burnt to a crisp, opened his eyes with a jerk. And the horrific burns on his body were rapidly healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. How is that possible? Looking at Thor on screen, getting up from the ground, holding the Stormbreaker in his hand. Loki's eyes were full of shock and disbelief. Since he was a child, he knew that Thor had unimaginable healing abilities beyond ordinary people. As long as a wound wasn't fatal, he would always recover quickly. But the present scene was beyond Loki's understanding. Just now, he was dying, at the brink of death. In just the blink of an eye, he could recover as if he was never wounded. What the hell is going on? In Kamar Taj. Ha! Who the hell is that Thor? He was just dying a moment ago. How could he stand up that quickly? Yeah, a moment ago, he was burnt to a crisp. How could such an injury be cured so quickly? That guy said he was the god of thunder. Is that the power of a god? Looking at Thor's near-miraculous resurrection on the screen, the apprentices in the square were all stunned, letting out a burst of incredible gasps. Listening to the sound of gasps around her, Master Ancient One shook her fan and softly said, "The God of Thunder of Asgard is truly worthy of his name." God of Thunder. Hearing that title, Master Mordo, standing on one side, asked with a puzzled face, "Master, what are these gods? These people of Asgard, aren't they just aliens?" Master Ancient One gently shook her head. "If I need to explain it in the simplest possible terms, the so-called divinity they have is similar to a certain kind of gene, with a much higher level. The god named Thor was born with a thunder-level divinity. Therefore, his physique is not only countless times more than that of ordinary people, but even the generals of Asgard are far from him." Hearing that, Master Wong, standing at her other side, was slightly moved and asked, "I've read the ancient texts. The gods that have fully developed the divine powers in their body can not only release lightning without any external force but also use the power of thunder to heal their wounds. Not only does it have the strongest destructive power, but it also has the strongest recovery ability. This is the true God of Thunder." Hearing that, the apprentices in the square were all stunned. At this time, the Thor on screen, with all his injuries healed, raised the Stormbreaker, and he shouted, then his body was suddenly wrapped by a pillar of colorful lights. When the light dissipated, Thor, Groot, and Rocket Raccoon, all of them disappeared. Immediately after, the picture shifted and returned to Earth. Just as the monsters were slaughtering humans on the battlefield, a pillar of light fell from the sky. Terrifying thunder instantly ravaged the land, in all four directions, killing the monsters, leaving corpses in its wake. Lightning flashed, and Thor shouted as he wielded the Stormbreaker, "Bring me Thanos." The video suddenly paused and faded to black. Even so, the shock in the hearts of the crowd in front of the screens was there. After being silent for a long while, Tony Stark looked at Loki, who was just standing beside him, and asked with a heavy voice, "Honestly, what kind of existence are you gods of Asgard, anyway?" Loki mechanically twisted his head, and his face showed a smile that was worse than crying. He really didn't know. In fact, at this moment, Loki's heart was full of deep frustration and loss. He suffered a heavy blow. Originally, he thought that Thor had strength, a good physique, and was favored by Odin. That's why he gave him such a weapon as Mjolnir. That's why he was just a little more powerful than Loki. But now, it seemed that this wasn't the case at all. After being wounded so badly, just by touching the Stormbreaker, he was completely healed. Loki had lived for over 1,000 years. For such a strange thing, let alone see it, he had never even heard of it. What secrets are hidden inside this silly big guy's body? Has he been hiding it from me all these years? When Loki was in a state of confusion and almost doubting his life, Master Mordo finally spoke up in the chat group. "Master Mordo, strange, are you all stunned by the scene just now?" Stephen Strange, Master Mordo, did Master Ancient One ask you to bring a message from her again? Master Mordo, talking to a smart person like you is sometimes annoying. Master Mordo, that's right, the Master has anticipated your doubts, so let me help you solve them. Master Mordo, Thor, in the video, had completely awakened his divine powers. His body had become the true incarnation of thunder. Master Mordo, now, he is able to release and manipulate lightning without any external help. And as long as there's thunder, no matter how serious his injury is, he can recover quickly. Master Mordo, this power that is embedded in the bloodline, or genes, is his divinity, and his body that fully awakens the divinity is a divine body. Loki Odinson, divinity. Divine body. Does it mean that Thor was born different from other people? No. Are other gods different? Master Mordo, yes, if Thor hadn't awakened the divine body in advance and brought out the full power of the divine body, he couldn't have endured the terrible heat of the neutron star. Master Mordo, you can't think of the power of a divine body as some kind of super physique brought by his genes. But, not to mention humans, even average Asgardians are far from Thor. Loki Odinson, so, this is the true-born king, then Listening to Master Mordo's explanation, the faces of everyone in the live streaming room were constantly changing, but among them, Loki and Tony were the most intense ones. Bowing his head, Loki's expression was extremely complicated. His eyes revealed deep frustration, and he silently clenched his fists. Since he was a child, he always thought that Thor was just a big fool with some natural brute strength, and he, himself, was just a bit weaker than him. But it turned out that he was more suited to be king. The video just now, as well as Master Mordo's words, was like a bolt from the blue, striking Loki's head, shaking his whole being. It turns out that this big buffoon was the so-called chosen one, with godly qualifications that I couldn't even dream of. By contrast, Loki's bloodline. Thunder divinity. Super gene. In other words, is Thor some kind of super being? No wonder this guy could withstand such a terrifying heat from the neutron star with his body, and he didn't go up in smoke. So, his body is essentially different from that of an ordinary human being. This is the so-called divine body. Tony rubbed his chin. His eyes slightly flickered, and he thoughtfully nodded. The reason he fell into confusion just now was that he was completely unable to comprehend what had happened to Thor. But under the explanation of Master Mordo, Tony was not only suddenly enlightened. A brand new idea came to mind. The power of genes. Since it is so powerful, can it turn people into gods? Thinking of that, Tony's heart couldn't help but throb, and even more so, he couldn't contain the thought of his previously acquired gene pool of the first-generation super warriors. This gene pool of an alien civilization from another universe may open the way for him to become a god. Right at that moment, the screen that had gone dark came back on and started showing brand new images. The streaming content is Amazing Spider-Man. Thor. Seeing Thor was on fire on screen, with his skin scorched and his body burned, seemingly tragic. Frigga yelled out, covering her teary eyes. Odin's expression didn't look good. Although through the previous live broadcast, they all knew that Thor would survive the test this time, successfully gained the Stormbreaker, and beat Thanos with the axe. But how could any parent endure seeing their own son burning up in flames? Stormbreaker. Whispering the name of the weapon, Odin's eyes suddenly looked sharp. It was a worthy weapon that almost killed Thanos, and the process of obtaining it was truly full of trials and tribulations. At this moment, Odin's heart made a decision. As long as Thor could complete his test, lift the hammer that he had sent to Midgard, and become the god of thunder again, Odin would give him a newly forged Stormbreaker. As for whether Thor wanted to use the hammer or the axe, it was up to him. As the future king, Thor, you need to grow up as soon as possible. There was a glimmer of expectation in Odin's eye. In a small town in New Mexico. God, that's really a neutron star. Looking at the star on screen, spewing endless heat, Professor Eric Selvig's eyes looked on in awe. His mouth was open, and his body was trembling. Jane, who was standing beside him, turned pale with surprise, and her legs trembled. She looked a little unstable. The man named Thor, or the god, actually resisted the impact of the neutron star's energy. This horrible scene in front of her almost disintegrated the worldview of these two scientists. Their worldview was ruthlessly trampled on and constantly stomped on. Is that me? I can actually do this. Looking at the self on the screen, his face was charred, and his body looked like it was almost melting but still clinging to the machine. Thor's gaze looked dull, he couldn't help but gulp, cold sweat was flowing down his forehead. At that moment, Thor already had a little understanding in his heart. As he was right now, facing such a horrible scene, he wouldn't be able to do that. Besides strength and physique, it was also a test of courage and willpower. Although he didn't want to admit it, Thor realized something. The future self on the screen, whether in strength, will or determination, was way stronger. In the otherworldly live-streaming room. Thor, you actually. Loki gritted his teeth and uttered these words, but only halfway through. Then he lost his voice as if his throat was blocked. But at this time, no one cared about him. Everyone was staring at the screen in front of them, and their hearts were pounding. This was really incredible. Everyone had already known that Thor succeeded in the end. Even so, when they saw the scene in front of them, their blood was still boiling, and their eyes seemed stuck, and they couldn't move away at all. After entering the studio, Natasha, who remained silent most of the time, suddenly opened her mouth and spoke with admiration. Thor is really something. Whether he's a god or not, he deserves some respect. Hearing that, even Tony and Steven, the most arrogant duo, kept their mouths shut. Deep shock impacted everyone's hearts. The video continued. In the melting furnace, the metal used to cast the Stormbreaker gradually melted in the unimaginably high temperature. It finally glowed like gold, turned into liquid, and flowed. Seeing the metal completely melted, the Dwarf King smiled and immediately dumped the furnace, pouring the liquid into the mold. Stormbreaker started to form. At this point, Thor had fallen unconscious under the raging heat. His hands finally loosened, and he was swept out by the force of the heat. Oh! When Thor flew out, Jane and Darcy exclaimed. But Thor himself was expressionless at this time. He was thinking. I succeeded. Seeing Thor fly out, Rocket quickly piloted the spacecraft, trying to catch him, but in the end, it wasn't successful. Rocket suddenly heard a bang. Thor's body slammed into a metal part of the planet's ring and fell to the ground. His body was covered with burns. It looked like he was dying, almost out of breath. Seeing Thor's miserable appearance, Sapling Groot, who had been sitting down, playing games, raised his head. Rocket rushed out of the cockpit and ran all the way to Thor's side. Thor. Say something. Thor, you okay? At this time, the Dwarf King threw the hot mold of the Stormbreaker to the ground. He raised his iron fist and frantically pounded the mold. Seeing no matter how he shouted, Thor didn't respond, Rocket panicked and called out. "I think he's dying." "What? Thor's dying?" Hearing Rocket's words, the crowd in the live-streaming room tensed up. Young Wanda clenched her fists fiercely, almost screaming. Even though everyone knew Thor would survive this disaster, Loki still felt his heart was in his throat. The Dwarf King shouted while looking up from the mold he was pounding. "He needs the axe." Having said that, the Dwarf King lowered his head and let out an anxious cry. "Where's the handle?" Seeing that the axe handle couldn't be found, the Dwarf King looked at Groot and shouted, "Tree, help me find the handle." Facing the dying Thor, who was about to die, he was actually anxious and desperate. At this time, the mold had been broken by the Dwarf King, leaving 2 parts of the Stormbreaker on the ground. But both pieces of the battle axe were burnt red and emitted a terrifying heat. Looking at Thor's miserable appearance, young Groot's face suddenly showed determination. He stepped forward, the branches of his hand grew, and wrapped the 2 pieces of the battle axe. Ag! Under the heat, the branches grew, sprouted smoke. But he still endured the pain. The 2 parts became 1 battle axe, and he struggled to lift it up. "Ah!" Groot shouted at the top of his voice, raised his right hand, hardened his left hand that was wrapped around his battle axe and slashed it down. With Groot's arm as the axe handle, Stormbreaker was born. At the moment when the Stormbreaker was formally formed, Thor, who was unconscious, seemed to feel something. His fingers twitched and gently shook as if he was calling for his weapon. Crack crack! The Stormbreaker that fell to the ground suddenly lit up with blue lighting and actually floated up from the ground. It flew into Thor's palm on its own, as if it was alive. Crack! Along with a thunderbolt, the intense lightning from the Stormbreaker instantly spread throughout Thor's body. Under the nourishment of the lightning, Thor, who was almost burnt to a crisp, opened his eyes with a jerk. And the horrific burns on his body were rapidly healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. How is that possible? Looking at Thor on screen, getting up from the ground, holding the Stormbreaker in his hand, Loki's eyes were full of shock and disbelief. Since he was a child, he knew that Thor had unimaginable healing abilities beyond ordinary people. As long as a wound wasn't fatal, he would always recover quickly. But the present scene was beyond Loki's understanding. Just now, he was dying, at the brink of death. In just the blink of an eye, he could recover as if he was never wounded. What the hell is going on? In Kamar Taj. Ha! Who the hell is that Thor? He was just dying a moment ago. How could he stand up that quickly? Yeah, a moment ago, he was burnt to a crisp. How could such an injury be cured so quickly? That guy said he was the god of thunder. Is that the power of a god? Looking at Thor's near-miraculous resurrection on the screen, the apprentices in the square were all stunned, letting out a burst of incredible gasps. Listening to the sound of gasps around her, Master Ancient One shook her fan and softly said, "The God of Thunder of Asgard is truly worthy of his name." God of Thunder. Hearing that title, Master Mordo, standing on one side, asked with a puzzled face, "Master, what are these gods? These people of Asgard, aren't they just aliens?" Master Ancient One gently shook her head. If I need to explain it in the simplest possible terms, the so-called divinity they have is similar to a certain kind of gene, with a much higher level. The god named Thor was born with a thunder-level divinity. Therefore, his physique is not only countless times more than that of ordinary people, but even the generals of Asgard are far from him. Hearing that, Master Wong, standing at her other side, was slightly moved and asked, "I've read the ancient texts. The gods that have fully developed the divine powers in their body can not only release lightning without any external force but also use the power of thunder to heal their wounds. Not only does it have the strongest destructive power, but it also has the strongest recovery ability. This is the true god of thunder." Hearing that, the apprentices in the square were all stunned. At this time, the Thor on screen, with all his injuries healed, raised the Stormbreaker, and he shouted, then his body was suddenly wrapped by a pillar of colorful lights. When the light dissipated, Thor, Groot, and Rocket Raccoon, all of them disappeared. Immediately after, the picture shifted and returned to Earth. Just as the monsters were slaughtering humans on the battlefield, a pillar of light fell from the sky. Terrifying thunder instantly ravaged the land, in all 4 directions, killing the monsters, leaving corpses in its wake. Lightning flashed, and Thor shouted as he wielded the Stormbreaker, "Bring me Thanos." The video suddenly paused and faded to black. Even so, the shock in the hearts of the crowd in front of the screens was there. After being silent for a long while, Tony Stark looked at Loki, who was just standing beside him, and asked with a heavy voice, "Honestly, what kind of existence are you gods of Asgard, anyway?" Loki mechanically twisted his head, and his face showed a smile that was worse than crying. He really didn't know. In fact, at this moment, Loki's heart was full of deep frustration and loss. He suffered a heavy blow. Originally, he thought that Thor had strength, a good physique, and was favored by Odin. That's why he gave him such a weapon as Mjolnir. That's why he was just a little more powerful than Loki. But now, it seemed that this wasn't the case at all. After being wounded so badly, just by touching the Stormbreaker, he was completely healed. Loki had lived for over 1,000 years. For such a strange thing, let alone see it, he had never even heard of it. What secrets are hidden inside this silly big guy's body? Has he been hiding it from me all these years? When Loki was in a state of confusion and almost doubting his life, Master Mordo finally spoke up in the chat group. "Master Mordo, Strange, are you all stunned by the scene just now?" "Stephen Strange, Master Mordo, did Master Ancient One ask you to bring a message from her again?" "Master Mordo, talking to a smart person like you is sometimes annoying. Master Mordo, that's right, the Master has anticipated your doubts, so let me help you solve them." Master Mordo, Thor, in the video, had completely awakened his divine powers. His body had become the true incarnation of thunder. Master Mordo, now, he is able to release and manipulate lightning without any external help. And as long as there's thunder, no matter how serious his injury is, he can recover quickly. Master Mordo, this power that is embedded in the bloodline, or genes, is his divinity, and his body that fully awakens the divinity is a divine body. Loki Odinson, divinity. Divine body. Does it mean that Thor was born different from other people? No. Are other gods different? Master Mordo, yes, if Thor hadn't awakened the divine body in advance and brought out the full power of the divine body, he couldn't have endured the terrible heat of the neutron star. Master Mordo, you can't think of the power of a divine body as some kind of super physique brought by his genes. But, not to mention humans, even average Asgardians are far from Thor. Loki Odinson, so, this is the true-born king, then I. Listening to Master Mordo's explanation, the faces of everyone in the live streaming room were constantly changing, but among them, Loki and Tony were the most intense ones. Bowing his head, Loki's expression was extremely complicated. His eyes revealed deep frustration, and he silently clenched his fists. Since he was a child, he always thought that Thor was just a big fool with some natural brute strength, and he, himself, was just a bit weaker than him. But it turned out that he was more suited to be king. The video just now, as well as Master Mordo's words, was like a bolt from the blue, striking Loki's head, shaking his whole being. It turns out that this big buffoon was the so-called chosen one, with godly qualifications that I couldn't even dream of. By contrast, Loki's bloodline. Thunder divinity. Super gene. In other words, is Thor some kind of super being? No wonder this guy could withstand such a terrifying heat from the neutron star with his body, and he didn't go up in smoke. So, his body is essentially different from that of an ordinary human being. This is the so-called divine body. Tony rubbed his chin. His eyes slightly flickered, and he thoughtfully nodded. The reason he fell into confusion just now was that he was completely unable to comprehend what had happened to Thor. But under the explanation of Master Mordo, Tony was not only suddenly enlightened. A brand new idea came to mind. The power of genes. Since it is so powerful, can it turn people into gods? Thinking of that, Tony's heart couldn't help but throb, and even more so, he couldn't contain the thought of his previously acquired gene pool of the first-generation super warriors. This gene pool of an alien civilization from another universe may open the way for him to become a god. Right at that moment, the screen that had gone dark came back on and started showing brand new images. The streaming content is Amazing Spider-Man. Soon, the picture on the screen changed, showing a young man with a skateboard in his hand and a camera on his back. Looking at this young man's familiar face, Tony and others turned away almost at the same time, looking at Peter Parker, who was standing in place with a startled face. That's me. Looking at the familiar face on screen, Peter Parker opened his eyes wide. His expression was full of disbelief. When he saw the title, Amazing Spider-Man, he thought that it was some cool superhero who used his extraordinary powers to fight evil and save the world. After all the leading characters he saw in the live broadcast before were strong men who could fly in the air and send out lightning. Peter never dreamed that, as an ordinary student, he had a chance to appear on screen without any background. In addition to the shock, Peter's heart couldn't help but beat faster. If he could become a superhero like Tony's Iron Man and even Thor the God of Thunder, what a magnificent thing it would be. But as he was thinking about that, Peter's eyes were slightly open, and his expression suddenly froze. How come the impression from those images are somewhat familiar? He saw the young man with a school bag walking into the school and trying to open his locker in the corridor. But unfortunately, there was a couple right in front of him who blocked Peter's locker while kissing. This is playing yesterday's incident, right? How can this be? Looking at himself on screen, trying very hard to open the locker. Under the pressure of the couple, he finally took out a book from it. The corners of Peter's eyes twitched, and he couldn't help but reach out and cover his forehead. No. If this goes on, everyone will see my embarrassing appearance. Peter swallowed and looked around in vain as if looking for a place to escape. If that thing were exposed, he would be ridiculed. Loki immediately noticed Peter's somewhat anxious appearance and quickly leaned over, asking with an impish expression. "Boy, what a surprise, I never thought you would become the protagonist one day. But what's with your expression? Are you worried that we will see something shameful?" Hearing Loki's words, Peter's body slightly trembled. He gulped and tried to look indifferent. No, nothing like that. I was just a little nervous because I'm seeing myself on screen for the first time. Ah. Loki glanced at Peter with a playful look. His eyes looked as if he was saying, I can't wait to see the show. But at the same time, Loki secretly sighed. The fact about Thor's divine powers and divine body really caused a huge impact on Loki, which made him extremely uncomfortable. In that case, the only thing Loki could do was to use his habitual mischievousness to relieve his discomfort and irritability. Meanwhile, outside the live streaming room, other viewers weren't interested in the video on the screen. In a small town in New Mexico. Looking at the ordinary school life on the screen, Thor shook his head, conveniently picked up a t-shirt from the side and wore it. He turned his head and walked outside. This mortal body made me weak. I need to eat. After seeing his future heroic actions, Thor wanted to regain his divine power like never before. And his Mjolnir. Watching Thor walk outside without saying a word, Jane and Darcy followed. The redness of excitement on his face hadn't receded yet. Seeing the two girls had already gone out, Professor Eric looked back at the screen that was still playing, hesitated a little, but decisively turned and left the room. This blonde man who claims to be Thor is the real deal, a real god. No matter what school life adventure would be shown on the screen, it wasn't as important as a real god. At the same time, in S.H.I.E.L.'s office, Fury sighed with relief and leaned back in his chair. His face was a little gloomy, and the fingers on his right hand kept tapping on the armrest of the chair. Thanos' threat, of course, is terrible. We have to do something to prevent it from happening. However, after seeing the previous scene, in Fury's heart, his vigilance against the Asgard gods was also raised. These so-called gods are too dangerous. According to Thor's story, he had lived for 1,500 years, but he looked like he was in his 20s. Not only did that mean that he had an immortal's lifespan, but he also had power in his body, something that even a neutron star couldn't melt. Even that purple potato Thanos was severely wounded by him. And such a horrible god seemed to have landed on Earth right now. He couldn't help but pick up a glass of water from the table and gulp it down, trying to calm himself down. Well, according to Thor's message in the chat group, it seems that he's now deprived of his divine power by his father and banished to Earth. So, there shouldn't be any threat for the time being. Fury's expression seemed to be constantly changing, and the corners of his mouth suddenly showed a bitter smile. If he could easily deprive a god of his power, how powerful should Thor's father be? Originally, Fury also considered that he could track Thor's location from the chat group and use S.H.I.E.L.'s power to capture him or place him under house arrest, so he wouldn't be able to cause harm to the world. But now, he hesitated. Just now, Fury realized from the chat messages that Thor's brother, Loki, was a sorcerer that specialized in necromancy. He not only invaded a planet and slaughtered the dragons there but also resurrected them as skeleton dragons. Thor's grandfather, many years ago, exterminated a group called the Dark Elves. From these things, he knew, these so-called Asgard gods were definitely not an existence that he should provoke so casually. Thinking of that, Fury helplessly sighed. Over the years, he had never found himself so eager for Captain Marvel's arrival as he did now. At that moment, the phone on his desk rang again. Casually picking up the phone, Fury listened to a couple of sentences. A sharp glint flashed through his eye. Agent Coulson. Are you sure? You found the hammer in New Mexico. The video continued. Peter Parker walked out of school and found a girl sitting at a bench, reading. He hesitated, but he immediately raised his camera and took a picture of the beautiful scene in front of him. Seeing that, young Wanda glanced at Peter, who was blushing, and grinned. Ha ha ha, so you like that girl? Then why aren't you going up to her and just saying it? If you secretly take pictures like this, people would think you're some kind of stalker. Feeling guilty, listening to young Wanda's words, Peter stammered for a while but couldn't say anything. At this point, he just kept praying in his heart. Don't show that, don't show that. Seeing the scene change on screen, Peter's face suddenly collapsed. Cold sweat involuntarily came out of his forehead. It's over. My life is over. The video continued. Eat it. Eat it. Eat it. It was a group of students surrounding a bully. Holding another boy upside down, he was pressing the boy's face into a plate full of food on the table. Eat your vegetables, Gordon. Come on. Seeing the bully, Peter immediately recognized him. It was the school's famous bully, Flash Thompson. Flash saw Peter in the crowd and quickly shouted, "Hey Parker, come on, get a picture of this. Come on." Looking at the boy's face, covered with vegetables, Peter frowned and said, "No, I won't take his picture. Put him down, man, put him down." In the live streaming room, Tony laughed, stepped forward and patted Peter on the shoulder. "Well done, Peter. Just use the reward you just won. What's it called? Venom. Come on, show him you're not weak. Stop him from ever bullying anyone again." The people next to him also showed the same kind of expression. After all, after entering this live streaming room, what was played on screen was basically images of the future. So, they all thought that this was something that would happen to Peter in the future. But now Peter, who had obtained a reward called Symbiote, was no longer an ordinary person. How could this Flash guy be his opponent? Looking at Tony, who was smiling beside him, the muscles on Peter's face twitched. In the end, he could only helplessly say, "Mr. Stark. This happened yesterday." Ha! The expression on Tony's face suddenly stiffened, and he just saw that a new change had appeared on the screen. Although Flash repeatedly asked Peter to take a picture, Peter not only disagreed but shouted, "Put him down, Eugene." Flash's face looked angry. He threw the boy he was holding aside, then rushed to Peter and punched him in the face. And knocked him to the ground. "What? You mean, this was yesterday?" Tony looked at Peter, who was beaten by Flash on screen. His brow slightly wrinkled, and a worried expression on his face. Flash looked tall and strong, at least several weight classes stronger than Peter. In front of his fists and kicks, Peter had no power to fight back. Watching himself get beaten up mercilessly on screen, Peter also had a little anger in his heart. "Flash Thompson. You asshole. I'm not who I used to be now. When I get back, I'm settling the score." After getting Venom, Peter could clearly feel that his strength had been improved, at least dozens of times. Just now, he just tried to punch into the air, and the result was a loud and violent sound that took Natasha, who was standing on the side, by surprise. With this kind of power, Flash, who bullied people all day long, was about to get what he deserved. Just as Peter was thinking about how to get back at Flash when he got back, he suddenly remembered another thing. His expression instantly changed. Not good. At this rate, she's going to make an appearance. The video continued. Faced with Flash's punches and kicks, Peter, though powerless to resist, still persevered. I'm still not taking the picture. Seeing that he wouldn't give in, Flash also felt annoyed and snorted. Stay down, Parker. Then shouted at the crowd. Who wants one more? In the face of this powerful bully, all the students backed away in fear. Suddenly, a girl rushed over and seriously shouted. Flash! You! Flash turned around and saw the girl. His expression instantly changed. He looked like a child who did something wrong and got caught. Flash! The girl was obviously a head shorter than Flash, but her aura and demeanor suppressed him. We still on for after school today? My house 3:30. Flash opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. I hope you've been doing your homework. The girl shook her head with a look of disappointment. Last time I was very disappointed in you. The girl stood in front of Peter Parker. Then the class bell rang, and Flash looked unhappy but finally left. Seeing that, the live streaming room was lively. Oh, isn't that girl the one you took pictures of? Wanda stared at Peter and gently chuckled. What a surprise. I thought you were going to be the hero that saved the damsel. Who knew that it would be the damsel who saved the hero? Ha ha. Loki pondered and said. Last time, didn't you say the girl you liked was Gwen something? Ah, Gwen Stacy. Could it be her? After being repeatedly attacked by Wanda and Loki, Peter's face was as red as a tomato, and his hands kept flailing. He didn't know where to put them. This was so bad, so awkward and embarrassing. Being beaten up by a bully was bad enough, but the one to save him was actually the girl he liked. To this moment, Peter could still remember the mixed emotions he felt when he was protected by Gwen. In fact, if Peter had control of the situation, he would have preferred to be the one to rescue Gwen, or anyone else. Peter Parker, who was severely beaten, went to his class. Peter had to lie on the desk and close his eyes because he felt dizzy. Suddenly, Gwen Stacy, sitting in front of him, turned around and whispered. I thought that was great of you to do back there. Peter's eyes sparkled with surprise, and he looked up from the table. But just then, Gwen's conversation suddenly turned. It was stupid, but it was brave. The expression on Peter's face was instantly stiff. He didn't know how to respond. Then, with a serious face, Gwen said, You should probably go to the nurse, you might have a concussion. Ha ha ha. In the live stream room of the other world, Loki burst into laughter. Young Wanda stood on the side, laughing with her mouth covered. Hearing the laughter of these two people, Peter's face turned red. Besides being embarrassed, his heart was really full of doubts and confusion. Why did the system choose this kind of boring and stupid thing about him? Why did it play it for everyone? What's the significance? Yesterday, he hadn't even joined this live stream room, and he was just an ordinary high school student. The video continued. Fortunately, Gwen didn't ask any more questions that embarrassed Peter, but smiled and asked. What's your name? Peter, who had always been a naive kid for over a decade, seemed to have reacted and asked back, You don't know my name. The smile on Gwen Stacy's face grew awkward. No, I know your name. I just wanna know if you know your name. He finally noticed that Gwen was joking with him. Peter quickly told her his name. Looking at the awkward interaction between the boy and girl, Tony sighed helplessly. He stretched out his hand, patted Peter on the shoulder, and spoke in a meaningful tone. Peter, you can't chase girls like that. Ha! Peter looked back at Tony, and his face turned red again. He repeatedly said, No, 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 no. I'm not trying to chase her. Interrupting Peter's words, Tony spoke with the tone of a man who had been there before. Believe me, kid, although your opening was a bit stupid, getting the girl to ask your name is half the battle. Next, you let me teach you to unlock this girl's heart as fast as possible. Make her fall at your feet. Peter listened and quickly waved his hand. Thank you, but I really don't need it. The video continued. Peter came home, cleaned the basement with his Uncle Ben, and accidentally found an old briefcase. Bringing the briefcase back to the living room, Uncle Ben and Aunt May were stunned when they saw it. I forgot all about that thing. It was your dad's. Uncle Ben, with a head full of white hair, said, he saw it in the window, at the leather shop over at 9th Avenue. He was 19, what does a 19-year-old kid need with a briefcase? Hair. Uncle Ben sat in the chair with a smile, and guess who sold it to him? Peter shook his head. Uncle Ben laughed, your mother. That's how they met. Seeing that, the live steam room suddenly fell silent. Feeling the strange gazes, Peter bowed his head, then whispered. My parents suddenly left when I was 9 years old and then died in a plane crash. Uncle Ben and Aunt May brought me up. Hearing Peter's life story, Tony felt a sense of closeness. His parents both died in a traffic accident, leaving him alone. Going forward, Tony gave Peter a hug but didn't say a word. The video continued. Looking at the briefcase in front of him, Peter anxiously said, There's nothing in it, there's nothing here. Aunt May helplessly said, Your father was a very secretive man, Peter. Peter kept rummaging through his briefcase and finally found a black and white newspaper clipping. The newspaper clipping showing a photo of two men, one of whom was Peter's father. Peter showed the newspaper clipping to Uncle Ben and Aunt May and asked, Who's that? Do you remember? Uncle Ben spoke in a speculative tone, Some guy who worked with your dad, I guess. Although he didn't get the answer, Peter didn't give up. Back in his room, he tidied up everything in the briefcase. Finally, he found a compartment in the briefcase by accident and took out a dossier from the compartment. Peter opened the file with surprise and found that some scientific information was recorded in it. What is this? 00 decay rate algorithm. Look at the scientific formula recorded in the data. Peter was lost in thought for a moment. At this moment, Uncle Ben came in after knocking at the door. It turned out that he had long recognized the name of the man in the photo with Peter's father. His name was Kurt Connors. That was his father's colleague. Then, after Uncle Ben left, Peter started searching the internet for information about Kurt Connors. Finally, he was surprised to find that his father and Connors were actually studying cross-species genetics. It turned out Dr. Connors was currently working for Oscorp and was engaged in some kind of research called Splice of Life. This research was said to be able to combine the characteristics of various animals with human beings and achieve incredible results. Seeing that, some people in the live stream room didn't seem calm. Cross-species splicing, is this guy trying to create some kind of Frankenstein's monster? Stephen Strange frowned, and his expression turned gloomy. As a former surgeon, he had long heard of similar studies in the medical field, but the final results weren't so good. Tony Stark simply shrugged his shoulders. That is why I think it's better for me to be a mechanical engineer. No matter how much I put together a machine, no one would come up and say that I'm creating a monster like Dr. Frankenstein. Ha 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 ha. Hearing that, Wanda seemed to think of something and suddenly chuckled again. It's a good thing you watched the video of the future here, so you didn't get caught by those armed militias. Otherwise, if you did have that reactor in your chest. How is that any different from Frankenstein's monster? Hearing that, gloomy clouds appeared on Tony's face. The video continued. Peter went directly to the bottom floor of Oscorp's building as if he was going to investigate Dr. Connors. Seeing that, Tony frowned again and spoke to Peter. You're a little too eager. The other guy is engaged in such dangerous research and is involved with a big company. What could a kid like you possibly do going there alone? Tony, who was originally the head of an arms company, knew the dark side of those big companies, like the back of his hand. Peter, a student whose parents had both died, would be crushed in 1 minute if he really annoyed them. Peter gritted his teeth and spoke with some reluctance. I just found that briefcase yesterday. I'm going to wait until Saturday and go to Oscorp to find him. Oh. Hearing that, Natasha thoughtfully said. You mean, the rest of the video would be about your future? At that, Tony and others also moved their eyes back to the big screen. Their gazes were heavy. After all, through this future video, some of them had already avoided a terrible disaster. In Oscorp's building, Peter pretended to be an intern. He successfully went with the crowd and gained entrance. Just as he was looking around with the other interns, Peter was surprised to find that Gwen Stacy came out to meet them. Welcome to Oscorp, my name is Gwen Stacy. I'm a senior at Midtown Science, and I'm also head intern to Dr. Connors. So, I'll be with you for the duration of your visit. Looking at Gwen in a white coat on screen, Tony suddenly lit up. Oh. It turns out that this girl has brains, very interesting. Looking at the dumbfounded person next to him, Tony revealed a naughty smile. Kid, your luck is coming. When I was in college, I was the best at dealing with this kind of smart girl. Come here, I'll teach you a couple of tricks to make sure you catch her as soon as you get back. From now on, you can call me teacher, ha ha. Listening to Tony's secret to picking up girls in his ear, Peter's eyes got bigger and bigger, but he stood there and couldn't move. At this time, there was a sudden noise from the video. Tell him, Rodrigo Guevara is down here. All interns turned around and saw that on the first floor of the building, a weirdo was pulled out by 2 strong security guards. Then, Gwen took the group of interns into the laboratory of the Oscorp building. Soon, a man with only one left arm and the same white coat came out. He was none other than the leader of this lab, Dr. Connors. Dr. Connors explained the significance of his research in front of the group of interns. I want to create a world without weakness. Anyone care to venture a guess to just how? Some interns answered, stem cells. Dr. Connors said, promising, but the solution I'm thinking of is more radical. The interns looked at each other, but no one answered. At this moment, a voice rang from the back of the crowd. Cross-species genetics. Hearing that, a group of interns separated, revealing Peter Parker standing at the back. Seeing Peter's familiar face, Gwen Stacy opened her eyes in surprise at first. Then immediately began to look down at the intern roster. Soon, she discovered that Peter wasn't on the roster at all. Peter named a series of cases where cross-species gene transfer was used to cure diseases, and Dr. Connors was so amazed to hear that he hastened to ask, "And you are?" This suddenly surprised Peter. Seeing that he was going to be found out about impersonating an intern, Gwen quickly opened her mouth to save him. "He's one of Midtown Science's best and brightest. Second in his class." "Oh." Dr. Connors's face was full of admiration. Peter, on the other hand, unexpectedly asked, "Second? Are you sure about that?" Gwen Stacy's face also showed a trace of pride. "I'm pretty sure." "Wow, I feel a spark." Tony nodded admiringly. "Well done, boy. You have succeeded in attracting the girls' attention. You're on the right path." Peter gave a quick laugh, and suddenly his heart started to beat faster. Dr. Connors suddenly received a phone call and had to hand over all the work of guiding the interns to Gwen. After the doctor left, Gwen also found a chance to talk to Peter. "What are you doing, Rodrigo?" Gwen asked curiously. When she didn't get a decent answer, she simply asked, "Are you following me?" "Ha!" Peter was stunned and quickly said, "No, no. I'm not following you, I'm not following you, no." Gwen continued to ask, "Then why would you be here?" Peter looked around and made up an excuse. "I snuck in because I love science." Gwen rolled her eyes. Seeing that he wouldn't give her the real answer, she had to let it go for a while. She had to go back to guide the interns. She left after saying, "Do not get me into trouble. Stay with the group." Peter was walking alone in the lab and accidentally bumped into an Indian man. The man dropped his documents on the ground. Peter reached out and picked up the documents for the man, only to find that the appearance of this document was very similar to the one he found in the compartment of his father's briefcase. Because of this little doubt, Peter started to follow this Indian man through the company building. As a result of remembering this man's password, he could go through the security door. Peter entered a place called the Biochemical Development Unit after he left. Watching Peter skillfully enter the password on the password lock and finally opening the door, Natasha looked back at him. "You have the qualification to be an excellent agent, but, next time, when you do such a thing, remember to bring gloves." "Oh, thanks for the advice." Peter nodded to Natasha, suddenly feeling a little guilty. Growing up, he had always been a good kid who never caused trouble. But, how come in this future video, he actually did something so audacious? Even if he sneaked into someone's company, he actually went into a restricted area. What's the difference between this and being a spy? After entering the Biochemical Development Unit, Peter completely ignored the protective clothing hanging in the glass room to the side. He was just looking around with a curious face. Natasha frowned at the sight. She was sure that those protective suits were for something biochemical. What's in this development department that needs this level of protection? Peter walked into a blue room and found a huge spinning machine running inside. At the core of the spinning machine, a group of strange spiders are making threads. Peter flicked the yarn spun by the machine with his hand out of curiosity. He found that the texture of this thread was extremely tough. Just as he flicked the yarn, the entire machine suddenly stopped. Peter looked up with a bewildered face, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw those strange spiders crawling everywhere, even falling from above, falling all over Peter. Seeing that scene, Peter only felt all his hair standing on end, with goosebumps on his skin. What are these, spiders? Soon, Peter brushed away all the spiders from his body and walked out of the Biocable Development Unit. Gwen Stacy saw him walking back, and she took away his intern pass. But just then, a mutant spider crawled on Peter's neck and bit him. Peter was startled and casually crushed the mutant spider. Later, he got on the subway, ready to go home. But when he was lying on the subway seat to rest, suddenly someone jokingly approached and placed a bottle on Peter's head. When the condensed water drops on the bottle flowed down to Peter's forehead, he opened his eyes and turned his body. Not only knocking the bottle on his forehead down, but he also jumped toward the ceiling of the carriage like a spring. What was that? Looking at himself on all fours, sticking upside down on the ceiling, Peter's eyes were wide open. He could hardly believe his eyes. What happened to my body? In the video, Peter was stunned by his own actions and jumped down from the ceiling. At this moment, Peter heard a woman next to him complaining about being splashed with beer and quickly stepped forward to try to apologize. Who knew that his hand would get stuck on the woman's clothes and cause a scuffle? Get your hand off her. Faced with several men rushing up, Peter was clumsy, but he had great strength. He raised his hand and threw all those men to the ground. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. Looking at a group of men who were knocked to the ground, and two women who stood to the side, with eyes full of fear, Peter looked at his hand, and his eyes showed surprise. It seemed he had gained some sort of power. Is this me? Looking at himself on screen, casually knocking down those men, Peter involuntarily gulped, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He had always been a calm kid growing up and almost never got into a fight. Even if there was, it would be the same as it was with Flash, a one-side beating. Suddenly, Tony burst out laughing. Interesting. Kid, is this your venom power? Looking at the big screen in front of him, Tony slightly nodded. Well, although the way you jumped to the ceiling was kind of shocking, but... Before he finished asking, Natasha suddenly interjected. Spider. What? Tony twisted his head in some confusion, seemingly not understanding why Natasha would mention spiders at this point. At this time, Strange also nodded solemnly. Tony, in the video just now, Peter looked like a spider on the ceiling. Loki listened thoughtfully, suddenly looked up, and said. The kid seems to have been bitten by that strange spider before he left that company. What? Hearing that, Peter suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Goosebumps came out all over his body. Are you kidding? Peter exclaimed, looking at Loki as if he was hoping it was a joke. If getting bit by a spider would give you superpowers, the streets would be littered with spider people. Loki shrugged his shoulders. The trademark evil grin appeared on his face again. I'm just saying that it might be a possibility. I'm not saying that's necessarily the case. But... Loki stretched the word. If I remember correctly, the man with only one hand in the video just now seems to be studying how to transplant animal abilities into humans. Hearing that, there was a sudden silence in the live streaming room. Peter's face turned pale. A creepy feeling instantly swept through his body, making his hands and feet cold. Are you kidding? Was Professor Connor's research at that stage? I was just bitten by a spider. Will there be any horrible after effects? Would I turn into some kind of spider monster? Looking at Peter Parker turning pale, in a daze, Tony quickly stepped forward and shook his shoulder. Don't panic, anyway, you haven't been bitten yet. Moreover, the abilities you would acquire in the future may not be related to spiders. While recalling, Tony said, "Just that blue biochable unit was filled with hundreds and thousands of spiders. If these spiders bite a random person, it can transform them into superhumans with spider powers. That Oscorp would have made legions of such superhumans." Looking at the color returning to Peter's face, Tony seriously said, "Believe me, if any company has mastered this method of manufacturing superhumans, they would have made batches and batches of them. They would probably sign a contract with the military or something and make a lot of money. Why are they still hiding these spiders away, to make some kind of biocable? It's almost like throwing away gold and replacing it with stone, isn't it?" What Tony said made sense. Peter's pounding heart gradually calmed down. But then Tony began to whisper in his heart. Peter's weird spider-like abilities in other videos about the future wouldn't have anything to do with the previous spider bite, right? It seems so. But why him? Thinking of that, Tony's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that, not only was the spider unusual, but Peter himself had something special? The video continued. Peter arrived home, and Uncle Ben and Aunt Mai blamed him for coming home late. But at that moment, he suddenly stretched out his hand and caught a fly, flying in the air. Awesome dynamic vision. Great reflexes. Natasha's pupils narrowed when she saw that. As an agent who graduated from the Red Room, with one glance, she could see Peter's abilities. Or rather, it was almost superhuman. After letting go of the fly, Peter suddenly felt an indescribable hunger. He immediately opened the refrigerator and began to eat crazily. Seeing that, Strange slightly frowned. His body is consuming a lot of energy. That's why he needs to replenish so urgently. Consuming energy. What do you mean? Tony curiously asked. I don't really know. Strange spread his arms. After all, what we are doing now is just guessing. Tony looked back, disappointed. He muttered to himself in a low voice. Energy. If a car is filled with gas, you should really take it out for a drive. As if to confirm Tony's words, the picture on screen soon changed to the next day. Peter just woke up from his sleep and went to the bathroom to wash and get ready. Who knew that his strength seemed to have grown overnight? With just one stretch of his hand, he twisted off the bathroom faucet and the handle of the door. Seeing that, Natasha breathed a sigh of relief. Superhuman powers. It seems that you didn't eat that much food for nothing last night. Your body needed it to transform. Transform. Peter was dumbfounded, but he couldn't say anything. The video continued. After returning to his room, Peter found that his eyesight had improved by several times. He could see small things very clearly. Even his hands and feet seemed to have some kind of stickiness, making all kinds of things stick to them. Finally, he noticed something strange. Peter quickly went online and started frantically searching for all kinds of information about spiders. However, after finding no answer on the internet, Peter turned his attention to the research materials left by his father. In order to study one of the formulas recorded in the information, Peter went to buy a specialized book. In the process of research, he found that the author of this book happened to be Professor Connors. After thinking for a while, Peter finally made a decision and knocked on the door of Professor Connors's house. Peter disclosed his identity and had a conversation with Professor Connors. I read your book. Peter hesitated and asked, so you Do you really think it's possible? Cross-species genetics. Yes, of course. Professor Connors said, but for years your father and I were mocked for our theories. Not just in the community at large, but at Oscorp as well. They called us mad scientists. And then your father bred the spiders. And everything changed. The results were beyond encouraging. It was spectacular. Professor Connors's face looked extremely excited. We were going to change the lives of millions. Including my own. Then it was over. He was gone. Professor Connors looked very disappointed. He took his research results with him. And I knew that without him I was on my own. Looking at Professor Connors, whose face was full of loss, Peter finally couldn't help but ask. Say it worked. Say you got it to work. Like, how much would the foreign species take over? What could the side effects be? Professor Connors helplessly said, it's hard to say, considering no subject survived. The problem was always. Peter interjected, the decay rate algorithm. The professor nodded, right. After getting a positive answer, Peter looked for a pencil on the professor's desk without saying anything. Then, he wrote down a formula on paper. Looking at the formula, Professor Connors's expression was full of surprise. Extraordinary. He looked at Peter with a look of disbelief and curiosity. How did you come up with this? Peter didn't tell him about the notes left by his father but simply pointed to his own head with the pencil and smiled awkwardly. Seeing that, Professor Connors asked, Peter, how would you feel about coming to see me at the tower one day, after school? Ha 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 ha. Seeing that, Loki suddenly looked at Peter and laughed. Smart boy, it seems that I underestimated you before. You seem to have a talent for lying to move up in the world. Looking at Peter up and down, Loki thoughtfully smiled. How about it? Do you want to be my apprentice? Can I teach you all the best tricks of the 9 realms? Hearing Loki's words, Peter only felt his face heat up a little bit. He saw it clearly on screen. The reason he revealed that formula to Professor Connors was to study this, cross-species genetics. That was the only way for him to understand the problems that were happening to his body. From the looks of things, Peter's move could be said to have been a complete success. However, while rejoicing for himself, Peter frowned. The spider that bit him was actually invented by his father. In that case, his future superpowers. Was it also related to his father? At that moment, seeing that Loki seemed to want to take Peter as an apprentice, Tony came up directly in front of Peter, blocking Loki's view, and at the same time spoke in a righteous tone. Kid, you should be my student. I'll teach you all my scientific knowledge and some of my pickup techniques. I can make you the most extraordinary billionaire in that world and the most famous scientist. Peter's face flushed red as he listened, and he quickly rejected it, saying, Mr. Stark, what are you talking about? I don't need to learn how to pick up girls. Seeing that, Natasha, who was standing aside, actually laughed. What tricks? What pick-up lines? Are you guys trying to ruin this kid's life? Natasha slightly lifted her chin and proudly said. According to the kid's qualifications and superhuman abilities, he might as well learn how to be a special agent from me. He could use his abilities for the good of the world. Something like world peace. Hearing that, Tony couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then he laughed and told Natasha. I don't know which spy organization you belong to, but do you really believe that doing shady things is for the good of the world? Speaking of that, Tony's expression suddenly turned cold. I've been dealing with the military all my life. I know better than anyone that the biggest threat to world peace is people like you, who hide in the shadows. Don't even think about dragging this kid into your dark world. What did you say? Natasha was furious. Suddenly, there was a murderous look in her eyes. Seeing that Loki, Tony and Natasha were going to fight, Peter quickly put out the fire, stressing that he only intended to ask Tony for advice on scientific research problems, which finally settled the dispute. After a sigh of relief, Peter looked at Tony and spoke with some misgivings. According to Professor Connors, the mutant spider that gave me superpowers was actually invented by my father. In that case, is my ability related to my father? Although he was separated from his parents since he was only a few years old, Peter still wanted to know about his parents. Now it seems that his only hope may be this mutant spider. Looking at the expectation in Peter's eyes, Tony raised his eyebrows and suddenly laughed. Well, if you really want to know that, then get one of those spiders, and give it to me in the next live stream. I'll go back and do some thorough research. Let's see what's so special about these spiders. Sneak in and steal important materials. Kind of interesting. Natasha suddenly interrupted. Kid, if you really want to guarantee success without causing chaos, I suggest you ask me for advice. After all, I am a professional. Speaking of that, Natasha's face suddenly showed a hint of pride. This was the confidence of the world's top agent. Have Peter brought the mutant spider to the live stream room? Seeing Tony and Natasha standing together to discuss how to sneak into Oscorp, Strange suddenly felt an odd feeling in his heart. Peter is from another universe. Tony's proposal was to use this studio as a transit point to conduct some kind of trans-multiverse deal. This kind of thing may be unprecedented. At this time, in the office of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury looked at the picture on screen. His expression slightly changed. However, he remembered clearly that Peter revealed his identity as being from another universe when he entered the streaming room. He was from a universe that didn't have Tony Stark nor Stark Industries. If he could get close to this magical boy, how much could he get from the other universe? Fury was extremely excited, just thinking about the mutant spider that was said to be able to give people superpowers. After all, since the death of Captain America, there were countless people that wanted to recreate the super soldier serum. But without exception, they all failed. And that mutant spider may be a new hope. Thinking about that, Fury suddenly snorted coldly. Tony Stark, you're quick. With the suspicious nature of Fury, he didn't think Tony was purely acting as a familiar elder to Peter. In Tony's mind, Peter's image, to a certain extent, had already overlapped with the image of the boy who turned to ash in his arms. But, Natasha, you did a good job. Looking at the picture on the screen, he noticed Natasha and Peter talking to each other. It seems that they had established a good friendship. Fury also nodded. Natasha was a first-class agent, and she discovered the importance of Peter in the first place. Even if he couldn't be incorporated into S.H.I.E.L.D. As long as they could establish a good relationship with Peter, then it wasn't a loss. At that moment, the computer on Fury's desk suddenly beeped. Fury opened his computer and received a document. After opening the document, he read it. Fury's eyes instantly turned sharp. Loki Odinson, no such person. His name is the same as Loki, the evil god in Norse mythology. Stephen Strange, well-known surgeon from New York. His whereabouts are uncertain, and he recently disappeared after being seriously injured in a car accident. Suspected of traveling to Nepal. Wanda Maximoff, there is no such person in the United States. However, a worldwide search has located 7 people with the same name, and the one that most closely matches the description you provided is currently in Sokovia. Slowly reading the investigation report on the document, Fury's eyes looked complicated as he read out the last sentence. Peter Parker. Currently in 1st grade at Midtown Elementary School in New York. Age: 6 years old. Fury took a deep breath as the corner of his eye twitched. Now, with the 6th sense he had cultivated after being an agent for so long, he was sure that the Peter Parker in that otherworldly live streaming room was really from another universe. Meanwhile, in another office in S.H.I.E.L.'s headquarters building, Alexander Pierce also stared at the computer in front of him, reading the information on the computer attentively. Why is Fury suddenly investigating these people? Looking at the unfamiliar names, Pierce pondered for a moment and casually took out a cell phone from his pocket. That's right. Which kid? Leave him alone for a while. But you'd better investigate the situation of the girl in Sokovia. If you get the chance, make the first move and bring her back to me. Pierce's tone was extremely flat. I wonder, what's so special about this girl? At this time in Kamar Taj, the fan in the Ancient One's hand suddenly stopped. A mutant spider from another universe. The Ancient One hesitated a moment. There was a slight stir in her heart. Sorcerer Supreme's duty was to protect Earth from alien fiends. An unknown creature like mutant spiders from different universes may also lead to unknown events when it entered this universe. But after a moment's hesitation, Master Ancient One let it go. After all, a few years from now, not to mention this planet, all the creatures in the universe may encounter an unprecedented catastrophe. Compared to this, what was a mere interdimensional spider? In the otherworldly live streaming room. Seeing that Peter finally agreed to go to Asgard to capture a mutant spider, Tony felt a little excited. His affection for Peter was truly selfless. As for the mutant spider, Tony had his own calculations. After getting the first generation of Super Warrior gene pool, Tony already decided to wait until he left this live streaming room. He would then begin to carry out research on genetics. And that mutant spider's genes may also be able to contribute to Tony's Super Warrior research. Tony's ultimate goal was to get the divinity and body similar to Thor by strengthening genes. From a man to a god. Flesh and blood are weak, and machinery can go beyond that. Tony murmured something but forgot where he heard it. The corners of his mouth slightly curved up. Although, longevity can be achieved through a mechanical transformation too. But that Frankenstein's monster looks in general. How could it be compared to living forever with a flesh and blood body? As for a strong body like Thor, which was strong enough to withstand a neutron star, Tony was even more envious. Going beyond with machinery. I still prefer genetic ascension. Tony softly laughed. The video continued. In the gymnasium of Midtown High School, a group of boys were playing basketball. Flash blocked a shot and slapped the opponent's basketball far away. As a result, the ball collided with a paint bucket at the side of the court. You did that on purpose, Flash. Seeing that her freshly painted sign was messed up by paint, the girl was so angry that she stomped her feet and called him out. Flash sneered. "No, but I should have. You better watch your back." Peter Parker walked over when he saw it. At this moment, no one knew whether it was intentional or unintentional. Flash blocked another shot, hitting the ball directly at the girl. Peter was looking the other way. But, as if he had eyes at the back of his head, he casually reached out and grabbed that ball in his hand. Looking at the ball in his hand, a glimmer of light suddenly lit up in Peter's eyes. Handing the girl the camera in his hand, Peter held the basketball in his right hand. He walked to the center of the court and spoke to Flash. "Why don't you take it from me?" A hint of disdain appeared in Flash's eyes. He directly reached out. Who knew that Peter's movements were too fast? Basketball constantly moved from his left hand to his right hand. Flash couldn't even touch the ball. "Come on, Flash. Take it." Looking at Peter, who smoothly dribbled and moved as fast as lightning, Flash's eyes finally showed disbelief. Is this really the nerd Parker? Looking at Flash's face full of surprise, Peter acted like he was going to hit him with the ball, scaring Flash to roll over and dodge, looking extremely embarrassed. Seeing this, people around the basketball court also started whispering. Looking at Flash's surprised and puzzled expression, Peter simply reached out, put the basketball on his palm and covered his eyes with his other hand. "All right, how about this?" Flash, with an annoyed face, came straight forward, grabbed the basketball with both hands, and snatched it with force. The blue ball didn't move. Flash kept pulling, exerting all his strength, but the ball, as if sticking to Peter's hand, no matter how hard he tried, didn't budge. "Ha ha ha, this is interesting." Watching Flash on screen with his face full of doubt and desperately pulling the basketball, Tony couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Nice job, kid. I didn't expect you to have such a sense of humor." "Heh." Peter scratched his head with a smile on his face. To be honest, seeing the awful look of Flash on the screen, Peter felt a bit happy. This guy relied on the fact that he's a member of the basketball team to bully others and act all arrogant. Peter himself was bullied by him several times. However, looking at the motionless basketball in the image as if it was sticking to his own hand, Peter was a little confused. "What happened? Did you put some glue on your hand in advance?" At this moment, Strange faintly asked. "From the previous scenes, you had some sort of strange stickiness showing up on your hands and feet after you got bitten by the spider. You must have used this power to stick the ball to your hand." "Stickiness?" Peter scratched his head, then shrugged his shoulders. This ability did not seem to be of much use. The video continued. After several attempts, Flash finally noticed that something was weird. He simply let go of his hands and kept backing up, seemingly giving up. "You don't want the ball." Watching Flash retreat all the way to the front of the hoop, Peter lifted the ball and started slowly dribbling the ball. At this moment, Flash seemed to have finally awakened the confidence of being a basketball player and yelled at him. "All right, bring it. Come on, Parker." Without saying anything, Peter rushed forward while dribbling, knocking Flash mercilessly to the ground. But his show wasn't over yet. Peter leapt up with the ball in his hands, as if he was flying, spanning several meters, and smashed a slam dunk hard into the basketball hoop. Bang! The glass on the backboard was smashed into pieces, and even the basketball hoop was torn down by Peter's strength. Ah! The sound of broken glass made the female cheerleaders who were training in the gymnasium scream with surprise. Other than that, the gymnasium was silent as all the students looked at Peter holding the basketball hoop, each dumbfounded, hardly believing their eyes. Wow, that was awesome. Looking at the super slam dunk on screen, even Wanda couldn't help exclaiming. Such physical ability has definitely far surpassed ordinary humans. Strange looked at Peter with a complicated expression, then gently said, "If you decide to play basketball, Jordan wouldn't be able to beat you, even in his prime." Playing basketball? Me? Peter listened with a dumbfounded look. Playing basketball to get back at Flash was fine, but doing it as a career? He never thought about it. "Peter, my boy, don't listen to that guy's nonsense. You should take the path of a scientific researcher." Seeing Peter's dumbfounded face, Tony quickly went forward to interrupt his thoughts. "After you develop in science, if you want to play basketball, just do what I did. Just buy a basketball team." Hearing that, Natasha didn't change her look. She just whispered something out of her mouth. "Playboy billionaire." "Hey. What did you say?" "I heard that." After breaking the basketball hoop, the school informed Peter's family and called Uncle Ben to school. After understanding the situation, Uncle Ben lectured Peter and told him that he had to pick up Aunt May at 9 p.m. tonight because Uncle Ben had to change shifts at work. Seeing himself be lectured on screen, Peter didn't feel good. He didn't understand. Don't bullies like Flash need to learn their lesson? At this moment, Gwen Stacy also appeared on the screen. When Uncle Ben saw Gwen, he suddenly smiled and said, "She looks familiar. She's the girl on your computer. He's got you on his computer. I'm his probation officer." Looking at the departing Uncle Ben, Peter was extremely embarrassed. "He's quite a character. He's my uncle." Looking at an uncomfortable Peter, Gwen smiled and asked, "Oh man, you don't have me on your computer." Peter gulped and started to ramble. In the end, he wanted to invite Gwen on a date with him, but he couldn't even complete a sentence. Seeing that, Tony shook his head and sighed. It seems like teaching this kid how to pick up girls would be harder than he thought. But in the face of the incoherent Peter, Gwen Stacy actually nodded her head in agreement. Yeah, either one." "What?" "That worked." Looking at himself on screen, Peter opened his mouth wide. He thought that he was going to fail miserably. At the same time, many unrealistic thoughts popped up into his mind. Maybe Gwen already likes me. If that's the case, maybe I should ask her right after I return. Tony slightly frowned but said nothing as he watched Peter flailing in place, looking confused. He knew in his heart that the reason Gwen was so forward with Peter was purely because she had heard of his feat in the gymnasium. The two were mutually beneficial. And this was the basic rule of society, the law of the jungle. As long as he showed his strength, he would be respected by others, and even girls would throw themselves at him. Peter, this boy, I wonder when he would understand that. After successfully inviting the beautiful girl for a date, Peter was so excited that he ran to an abandoned factory building to have fun. He climbed to the ceiling of the building, grabbed the ropes and chains around, and swung around the factory. It was late in the day before he headed to the Oscorp building and entered Dr. Connos's lab. Together, they conducted an incredible new scientific research. During the research, although Peter received a phone call from Uncle Ben, he chose not to answer it. After trying various algorithms, the computer simulation finally succeeded. Peptide algorithm accepted, Regrowth completed, vitals normal. Limb regeneration successful. Looking at the lifelike mouse on the simulation interface, Dr. Connors patted Peter on the shoulder with a happy face. "Thank you." Then, Dr. Connors injected the prepared regenerative serum into a mouse. At this moment, the excitement in his heart was beyond words. Finally, he had a chance to grow his right hand back. Peter came home, but he was greeted by a furious Uncle Ben. It turns out he was too enamored with Professor Connors's experiment he forgot to pick up Aunt May. Seeing Peter's appearance and remembering what had happened in school, Uncle Ben decided to teach him a good lesson so that he wouldn't go down the wrong path. "Listen to me, son. You're a lot like your father. You really are, Peter, and that's a good thing. But your father lived by a philosophy, a principle, really. He believed that if you could do good things for other people, you had a moral obligation to do those things. That's what is at stake here. Not choice. Responsibility." Ben Parker stared at Peter and said so. When Uncle Ben mentioned his father, Peter's expression suddenly changed. In his view, his father abandoned him when he was a kid. His father left without saying goodbye. He wasn't a responsible person at all. That's nice. That's great. That's all well and good. So where is he? What? Looking at Peter, whose eyes were red and teary, Uncle Ben opened his mouth in surprise. Where is he? Where's my dad? He didn't think it was his responsibility to be here, to tell me this himself. The more Peter spoke, the more emotional he became, and the tears finally flowed. Under extreme emotional shock, Peter ran out the door. And when closing the door, because he was so strong, he actually shattered the glass on the door frame. Seeing himself rushing out the door on screen, Peter lowered his head and kept silent. Honestly, although he had great respect for Uncle Ben, he really didn't have a good impression of his father, who left without saying goodbye. The video continued. On the screen, Uncle Ben was walking in the streets, shouting Peter's name while looking for him. But Peter was sitting on an iron support pillar at the bottom of a bridge at this time and didn't respond to Uncle Ben's call. Seeing that, Natasha frowned and whispered, "You should treat your family better." Peter looked back at her in surprise but saw Natasha was faintly showing a trace of sadness, but it disappeared in an instant. She became the calm female agent again. At that moment just now, Natasha remembered the family she had when she was a child. Or, the people pretending to be a family. Depressed, Peter walked into a convenience store and got into an argument with the clerk. Peter was in a bad mood. And now, he was even angrier. Just as Peter was leaving, he saw the blonde man that was standing in line behind him take the opportunity to steal cash from the clerk's box. But Peter thought it was none of his business, so he ignored it. Even when the clerk found that something was wrong and asked Peter to help him chase the thief, Peter just opened his hand and said, "Not my policy." And he walked away. No one expected that Uncle Ben, who was looking for Peter, happened to come from across the street. He bumped into the thief head-on. When the thief fell down, a gun fell out of his arms. Gun. Seeing a murder weapon falling to the ground on screen, Peter opened his mouth wide in horror, and the hairs on his nape stood on end. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Uncle Ben, no!" At this moment, a sense of foreboding struck Peter like lightning. He felt as if his whole body was covered in ice. The video continued. In order to get the gun, Uncle Ben and the thief started a struggle. In the course of their argument, the gun went off, and Uncle Ben slowly fell to the ground. Peter was attracted by the gunshot and saw Uncle Ben, who was lying in a pool of blood. He cried in despair. This is my fault. I got Uncle Ben killed. Looking at the scene on screen in disbelief, Peter opened his mouth wide in horror. His eyes turned red, and some tears started to pool. Hearing his remorse, Tony frowned and was about to speak, but to his surprise, Strange beat him to it and said, "Peter, I understand your pain, but that's not the case." Hearing that, the tearful Peter looked up at Strange. The former surgeon Sirius looked at him and calmly said, "In the video, even if what you did was wrong, but you can't say you killed Uncle Ben." "No," Peter roared. "If I caught the thief, Uncle Ben wouldn't have." Strange interrupted him. "That man's a thief, yes, that's true. Do you remember how he got the money from the convenience store? He stole it," Natasha said thoughtfully. "This guy clearly had a gun, but he didn't take it out to rob the store. He just stole." "That's right," Strange said. "This proves that the thief is indeed not a good man, but he's not a murderous maniac. Uncle Ben's death could only be called an accident. It was a series of unfortunate events." Saying that, Strange shrugged his shoulders. "I once saved a patient from his deathbed. It wasn't long after he recovered that he killed his own wife." He solemnly looked at Peter and said, "If I hadn't saved him, maybe his wife would still be alive. I blamed myself. It took me a while to understand, was I the one that killed the woman?" Listening to Strange's words, Peter's whole body felt numb. He stood there speechless. Tony stood aside at the moment, his eyes slightly changed. However, he was well informed and experienced, so he instantly judged that Strange's remarks didn't really fit the case and were, to some extent, similar to sophistry. But, to convince a silly kid, it may be a bit useful. Tony sighed softly and didn't interrupt. Then, Strange continued. "When I was a doctor, I just tried my best to save every patient. But, I still had to accept that I couldn't do the impossible." Strange looked at Peter with burning eyes. "In the video, you didn't chase the thief, which was indeed a mistake. But you couldn't have predicted that Uncle Ben would show up there. It was an accident. Can only say that fate was playing a trick on you. But he, in no way, was killed by you." Hearing Strange's words, Peter's face finally showed a trace of anger. Seeing that, Tony suddenly shrugged his shoulders and easily said, "Excuse me, did you all forget one thing? What is shown on screen are future events. In other words, these things haven't happened yet. Since Peter already knows the future, he can try to stop it." Hearing that, Peter was again in high spirits and couldn't help but clench his fists. He decided that when he returned to his world, he would do everything in his power to find that thief and send him to prison. In this way, the possibility of a tragedy happening again in the future could be completely eliminated. Seeing that Peter had gotten out of despair and grief and turned motivated, Loki suddenly walked over to Strange and laughed. "I really didn't think that you would end up in this situation in order to enlighten a child." Glancing at Peter, Strange whispered, "I also met such colleagues in the hospital." Feeling that as long as the operation failed, he was responsible for the death of the patient. In the end, he had to resign. "Oh." Loki's expression became somewhat playful. Strange let out a sigh. "This kid's is too earnest. If he keeps thinking that way, every time something happens, he would feel responsible for everything and every single person. If he fails even once, he'd feel responsible. Such a moral burden would crush him. Loki snorted coldly. Your human values are really puzzling. The video continued. While the police were taking a statement from Aunt May, Peter asked for a wanted sketch of the thief. As a result, when he took a look, he froze. The man looked like the thief he saw in the convenience store. The person who handed him the sketch also commented. There's one other thing, he has a star tattooed on his left hand. Peter finally remembered that the thief, wearing sunglasses, really had a star tattoo on his left hand. Now, he was certain, Uncle Ben's killer was the guy he let go in the store. Looking at Aunt May, who was sad and crying, Peter couldn't do anything but go back to his room. Peter, I know things have been difficult lately. And I'm sorry about that. I think I know what you're feeling. Listening to the last message left by Uncle Ben on his mobile phone, Peter cried in pain. In order to find the enemy who killed Uncle Ben, Peter began to use his super physical ability and special ability to hunt criminals in the city. And, in order to hide his face, he made a mask. He also built a special device that shot out spider silk. Looking at the powerful spider silk Peter made on screen, Tony's eyes lit up. This kid might really inherit his scientific techniques and become his successor. As Peter kept fighting crime in the city, he began to be called Spider-Man by the citizens. At the same time, his relationship with Gwen was also growing. Gwen took the initiative to invite Peter to dinner at her house. And when Peter came to her place, Gwen's father turned out to be a captain in the NYPD. At the dinner table, Gwen's father believed that Spider-Man's fight against crime was only for some sort of personal vendetta. It also hindered many undercover operations with the police. The two launched a debate. Finally, Gwen's father frankly said that the NYPD were ready to arrest Spider-Man. Wow. This is interesting. Tony pinched his own chin and had a mischievous smile on his face. A superhero who hides his true identity, wants to chase the captain's daughter. It sounds like Romeo and Juliet. Hearing that, even Wanda, who was standing on one side, changed the way she looked at the video. Girls of her age were very interested in romantic stories. And Peter's expression didn't look so good right now. What's this? I fought crime and worked hard on it. Weren't all the criminals I caught got arrested by the police in the end? Speaking of that, I'm still working for you for free. I can't believe they still want to hunt me down. Peter was very annoyed. The video continued. After the meal, Peter and Gwen went to the rooftop. At this time, after a lot of thought and confusion, Peter admitted his identity as Spider-Man directly to Gwen. Good. Good move, confuse and attack. Tony laughed and raised his thumb at Peter. I used a similar technique to win a woman who refused me all the time. It's almost like shock hypnosis. If you can use it well, you might be able to ask her to. Before Tony finished speaking, there was another change on the screen. A monster appeared on the bridge and was attacking the people passing by. It turned out that there was something wrong with Dr. Connors, who injected himself with a regenerative serum. Because the regenerative serum was mixed with lizard DNA, he actually turned into a lizard man. Holy shit, what the hell is that? Looking at the giant lizard man on the screen, most people in the live stream room showed a surprised look. Peter himself involuntarily shivered. On the screen, his future self was bitten by a mutant spider, which gave him spider-like abilities. Would I become a monster like Dr. Connors in the future? Seeing that Peter was worried, Tony comforted. I think you're okay. From the video, I can see it has been a long time since you got bitten. Except for the ability's side effects, nothing else changed. Having said that, Tony thought of something. Judging from Spider-Man's situation, his transformation into a superhero wasn't so much of an accident, it was predetermined. This must have had something to do with Peter's deceased father. The video continued. Under necessity, Spider-Man had to make a move. But this time, it wasn't for a personal vendetta, but to save innocent people. Seeing Spider-Man on screen, trying his best to rescue a little boy from a burning car. The eyes of the crowd in the live stream room viewed Peter in a different light. From that moment on, they all understood. The teenager who hunted down criminals for his personal vendetta no longer existed. A superhero, Spider-Man, was born. Peter himself felt his heart pounding as if the blood all over his body was boiling. Originally, after seeing Dr. Connors's lizardman form, he felt that being bitten by a spider and becoming Spider-Man was a little scary. But now, Peter was a little eager to try. Using his superpowers to help people, it seemed like an awesome life. With great power comes great responsibility. Peter took a deep breath and uttered the words Uncle Ben had said. The video continued. Peter inadvertently discovered the true identity of the lizard, Dr. Connors. He revealed the secret to Gwen's father, but the other party didn't believe him. The irrational lizard broke into the school and started a big battle with Peter. After the battle, Peter followed the clues and found the lizard's base in an underground tunnel. At the same time, he also instructed Gwen, who was at Oscorp, to make an antidote to the lizard serum. In the underground secret base, Peter found the images left by Dr. Connors. I spent my life as a scientist trying to create a world without weakness, without outcasts. I sought to create a stronger human being. But there's no such thing. Human beings are weak, pathetic, feeble-minded creatures. Why be human at all when we can be so much more? Faster. Stronger. Smarter. This is my gift to you. Looking at the video on the computer, Peter finally discovered a terrifying fact. It turned out that his mind was affected by the lizard's genes. Dr. Connors even planned to use advanced equipment to release his lizard serum throughout the city, turning all the citizens into lizardmen. At this time, somewhere else, the police found the existence of the lizard. They sent out a task force, ready to destroy the lizard. But who would have thought? The recovery ability of the lizard's body was unbelievable, and ordinary bullets couldn't cause any fatal injuries. Although the lizard was shot by the police, he was able to recover quickly and used the terrible lizard serum to turn the police into lizardmen. Seeing the terrifying scene, several people in the other world's live streaming room gasped. It's terrifying. Becoming a monster like that is worse than death. Young Wanda gulped, she could feel chills running down her back. Humph. The police won't have enough firepower to kill him. If it were me, using a small rocket would be enough. The monster wouldn't be able to get back up. Tony snorted with a look of absolute confidence on his face. In S.H.I.E.L.D's office, Fury saw the lizard on screen, killing everyone. His eyes slightly changed. It seems that this other universe isn't a good place either. And not only are there scary superpowered criminals there, but there also doesn't seem to be an organization like S.H.I.E.L.D. The average person wouldn't have a chance against such a monster. Could it be that, in the end, they would have to rely on that spider kid? Fury softly grunted. The video continued. After learning about the lizard's terrifying idea, Spider-Man decided to stop at nothing to stop Dr. Connors' crazy move. But before taking the risk, he still tried to get his girlfriend out of danger. Spider-Man called her, "Gwen, you have to get out of Oscorp right now." "Gwen, but the antidote is cooking." Spider-Man, "No, no, no. Connors is on the way. He's coming to you right now. He needs the dispersing device. He's going to infect the whole city." Gwen glanced at the serum-making device next to her. "There's 8 minutes left." Spider-Man, "You're going to wait 8 minutes after what I just told you." Spider-Man, "People are going to die. You leave right now." Gwen, "I'm going to get everybody out." Spider-Man, "Hey. Did you hear Gwen?" Finding that Gwen hung up, Spider-Man stared at the phone and was speechless. Then, Gwen directly activated the emergency evacuation alarm and drove everyone out of the entire building but stayed behind. She waited for the antidote serum to come out. "Wow, this girl named Gwen is so cool." Young Wanda's eyes lit up, and she almost laughed out loud while watching that. Even Natasha nodded, a brave girl. Worrying about his girlfriend, Spider-Man rushed to the Oscorp building. However, on the way, he encountered the police. Sitting in the helicopter, Captain. Gwen's father gave Spider-Man an ultimatum. "Stand down now, or we will open fire. You are surrounded. There is no escape." Considering Spider-Man as a wanted man, the police fired stun bullets at him. Spider-Man dodged left and right but was finally hit by a bullet and fell to the ground. Seeing that, young Wanda stomped her feet angrily. "What are these guys doing?" Spider-Man was going to save the city, but they shot him. Tony's brows furrowed, then stretched. He spoke to Peter. "Kid, you have to remember this: the future. People don't always know and remember that you did a good thing. If you want to have a good reputation, you have to have a voice." Pointing to himself, Tony proudly said, "In the past, there was a newspaper that continuously published articles and fake scandals about me. I just bought the newspaper company and split it up. I fired everyone, from the editor-in-chief to the reporters." Having said that, Tony winked at Peter. "When you have money in the future, you can do the same. However, you shouldn't fire them. Just fire the ones that wrote those things about you. Find new people that could say good things about you. This way, it won't take long for you to be the hero of the whole city." Peter was dizzy from Tony's words and just kept shaking his head. "No, I wouldn't do such a thing. How could I?" The video continued. Seeing Spider-Man falling to the ground, a group of police officers, including the captain, landed the helicopter and went to arrest him. Seeing that Spider-Man was handcuffed, the captain stepped forward and pulled the mask off his head. And just then, Peter Parker struck. He broke free from the handcuffs and then knocked down the rest of the officers in lightning speed. The captain raised his gun and pointed it at him. "Freeze. Down on the ground. Your hands behind your head." Peter Parker slowly turned around. When the captain saw his face, he was stunned. "Parker. It's headed to Oscorp. And your daughter is there right now." Peter Parker said, "You got to let me go." Faced with his daughter's boyfriend, the captain finally put down his gun and let Spider-Man go. But at this moment, there was still an officer next to him, raising his gun at Spider-Man, who was swinging away on his spider silk. The captain was startled. He hastily tried to stop it but was still a step too late. Bang! The bullet grazed Spider-Man's leg and wounded him. Although he had been injured, Spider-Man had no time to rest. He tried to rush to Oscorp, where the lizard was. Looking at Spider-Man, who kept limping forward on screen, the live streaming room fell silent. The guy in spider costume in the video was just a teenager. But at this moment, he was, without a doubt, an amazing hero. The video continued. At this time, even TV helicopters flew over. Inside the helicopter, a reporter, looking surprised, was reporting on his amazing scene. Well, Paul. If I didn't see it, I wouldn't believe it. I won't venture to say exactly what it is that crawling up the north side of the Oscorp building. But clearly, it is not human, and it is very, very strong. The camera on the helicopter barely caught the scene of the lizard breaking the glass and breaking into the Oscorp building. While the lizard broke through the window, the lights inside the Oscorp building began to turn on and off. Gwen was shocked. Sensing that something was wrong, Gwen immediately grabbed an alcohol lamp and used it to activate the fire protection system inside the lab. Due to the start of the fire prevention system, the steel doors of the laboratory closed automatically at the same time. Natasha's eyes narrowed when she watched it in the live stream room. Improvising, this girl is smart. Even Peter's eyes showed a trace of admiration. No wonder Gwen often boasted of being the top student at Midtown Science in terms of grades. She really had a good head on her shoulders. The final alarm of the antidote production process was beginning to sound. Time remaining, 1 minute. Gwen felt she had hope, but the steel door was suddenly torn open. It was the lizard. With its brute force and claws, the terrible monster abruptly broke into the laboratory. In the nick of time, Gwen grabbed the carrier used to spread the concoction throughout the city and ducked into a storage room. But the lizard still had an extraordinary sense of smell. Smelling something strange, he rushed into the locker and snatched the high-pressure bottle. At this time, outside, Spider-Man was doing his best to rush to the Oscorp building. However, due to a leg injury, his movement was slowed and strained. Oh, man. Aware of his physical condition, Spider-Man looked at the Oscorp building, which seemed to be far away, and suddenly felt a little panicked inside. At this time, the lizard also took his homemade lizard serum and started climbing to the top of the Oscorp building. As long as he climbed to the top of the tallest building in the city, he could use the instrument to spread the lizard serum to every corner of the city. At that time, the police issued an evacuation order, requiring all residents in the area to evacuate to other places. Just as Spider-Man tried his best to travel along the walls, the TV station was tracking and reporting his behavior through the camera on the helicopter. Spider-Man appears to be heading towards Oscorp. He looks injured, it's really not clear if he's going to make it. A construction worker watched the live broadcast on TV. Looking at Spider-Man, he muttered to himself, "It's the guy who saved my boy on the bridge." Another worker who received the evacuation order came over and said, "Troy, they're clearing us out. Something bad is going down in Midtown." Troy, who wanted to repay Spider-Man, turned back and asked, "Are you still friends with Matthews, that crane operator on 6th? "Yeah. Get him on the phone for me," Troy said. But the cops are evacuating everybody, who the hell cares? Get him on the phone for me. Troy shouted. Spider-Man ran to the edge of the roof and tried to jump out. But because of the injury, he didn't jump far enough for anyone to grab the opposite roof and fell, landing on a ladder at the edge of the building. Spider-Man struggled to get up and felt that his body was almost falling apart. But when he looked at the countless people who were evacuating downstairs, and on the streets, it seemed that he had the strength again. He turned his head and rushed out once again. Troy's workers began to contact crane operators in various locations along the street. Charlie. Get me Enrique on 54th Street. Wolski. You're getting some overtime. Soon, the crane workers around the avenue were organized. All cranes around the main road, all turned their cranes towards the main road. They were all enraged high up in the air. In this way, Spider-Man could rely on these long crane arms to swing all the way there. Spider-Man struggled to climb to the top of a building, and just as he looked up, his whole body froze. He saw dozens of cranes turning their long arms and stopping in front of him. A passage was created for him. Sensing the determination of these workers in wanting to help him, Spider-Man took a long breath. He covered his wound with some spider silk and whispered, "Come on, Peter." At the same time, as if setting up a stage for him, the spotlight of the new helicopter also fell from the sky, shining on Spider-Man. The moment was watched by all. Countless people all over the city were watching the young man in the spider costume, hoping that he would perform a miracle. In the otherworldly live streaming room. Seeing Spider-Man limping and rushing to the edge of the building, some of the people covered their mouths in shock. Gulp. Peter Parker swallowed and stared at himself on screen. His heart instantly thumped even faster. Jump. You'll make it. You can make it. Spider-Man tried his best to speed up on the running start, jumped out from the edge of the building and shot out spider silk at the same time. But after all, he was badly injured, and the jumping distance was not enough. The spider silk drew an arc in the air, but it didn't hit anything. Looking at Spider-Man falling like a stone, Wanda was horrified and let out a low scream. And Natasha's brow wrinkled. The young man has already reached this point. Will he fall short at the last minute? Peter Parker's pupils contracted sharply. Due to the intense emotional situation, a large amount of black substances actually flowed out of his body, forming a layer of dark armor outside the body. Under the protection of the dark armor, Peter's body seemed to have gotten taller, and his whole body looked burly and overbearing, extremely mighty. What is this thing? Peter, what are you? Tony and the others were surprised to see the changes in Peter. But soon, they all realized. Is this the reward this boy got before? Looking at Peter, whose black exterior seemed like it was gleaming, even Loki's eyes were full of curiosity. After entering the Venom state completely, Peter actually exuded an invisible oppressive feeling. And this kind of feeling, Loki had only felt in Thor and other stronger people before. It seemed to him that the pressure on Peter was not quite as great as Thor's, but it was a far cry from what the boy had looked like before. After inadvertently summoning Venom, Peter's mind was in a mess. But just then, there was a series of screaming on screen. In the live streaming room, everyone looked intently. It turned out that Spider-Man had caught an iron frame hanging from a crane and rose all the way up. The man who operated the crane to save Spider-Man was the construction worker, Troy. Watching Spider-Man on TV, constantly moving towards the Oscorp building. The people below, even the officers of the NYPD, spontaneously started to cheer for him and even helped him clear the road. With the help of the long arms of cranes arranged in rows on the avenue, Spider-Man unfolded his spider silk, and his body constantly swung in the air, getting closer and closer to the Oscorp building. With the help of countless people along the way, Spider-Man finally flew towards the exterior of the Oscorp building. He succeeded. Well done. Looking at himself in the future, he finally achieved this goal after quite the hardships. Peter Parker exhaled, and the black armor on his body gradually dissipated and merged with his body. Now, he was able to control Venom freely, as if it was an extension of himself, like an arm or a finger. Peter wouldn't have let it out at will if he hadn't just seen himself fall off the building and felt the extreme tension in his emotions. At this moment, the expression on Peter's face seemed complicated. He thought, if it were him now, Venom could already protect his body automatically, not to mention the normal handgun, even the bombardment of a cannon might not hurt him. But the Peter Parker on screen was not only hit by a stun gun, but also fell from the sky, and then was shot and wounded in the leg by an officer. It can be said that he was already badly wounded. Even so, he tried his best to get rid of all the difficulties and rushed towards the Oscorp building. This was really amazing. At this moment, Peter Parker, also known as Spider-Man, had undoubtedly become the only superhero in the world without heroes. However, even if he successfully arrived, he still had to face a lizard man, who was still perfectly healthy. Thinking of that, even Peter was sweating for the self in the video. That lizard wasn't even afraid of the guns of the S.W.T team. The Spider-Man in the video had no weapons at all. How was he going to fight the monster? At the same time, in S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury had a gloomy expression. He clearly saw that the lizard monster was destroying the city. Human lives are treated as if they were nothing, but there has been little effective response from either the police, the military or the officials. In the end, they instead had to rely on a teenage boy, dragging his wounded body to save the city. What a bunch of trash. Fury tapped on the armrest of his chair. Even in another universe, this was New York, one of the largest cities in America. How did one of the Earth's greatest metropolises fall to this point? What a shame. Tony glanced at Peter, then at the big screen, but he was secretly relieved. Through the reward obtained in this live streaming room, the boy in front of him already had extraordinary strength. Even if the lizard monster reappeared, it couldn't be his opponent. Thinking of that, Tony was more interested in the mysterious mutant spider. In his view, Spider-Man's other universe, although their technology wasn't that amazing, it seemed to be above his universe in the field of biology or genes. At least, Tony had never heard of this genetic technology that could turn people into lizards. The video continued. Spider-Man rushed to the roof of the Oscorp building and launched a fierce fight against the lizard. Although there was a huge gap in physique, Spider-Man still relied on his agility and tactics and managed to wrap him up, restraining the lizard from launching the serum-spreading device. Who knew? The lizard actually used liquid nitrogen tanks as a weapon and hit Spider-Man. On screen, Spider-Man was almost frozen by the lizard with liquid nitrogen. Young Wanda involuntarily gulped, and her expression was very tense. By her side, Strange and Loki chuckled at the same time. So, this really ended up as something self-destructive. Stupid mortals. Has his brain also turned into a reptile's brain? Looking back at Strange, Wanda's eyes flashed with a little doubt. Then Tony's voice rang in her ear. Now it looks like the winner is decided. Tony raised his chin and disdainfully said, "This lizard is far superior to Spider-Man in physical endurance and resilience. Under normal circumstances, Spider-Man could lose, but..." Even Peter himself reacted and went on to say, "But he took out something like liquid nitrogen. It's simply providing weapons to Spider-Man. You know, whether it's a lizard or any other creature, as long as it's frozen by liquid nitrogen, they would die. Resilience wouldn't work." When Wanda heard it, she quickly looked at the screen. Sure enough, at the most critical moment, Spider-Man suddenly picked up a liquid nitrogen tube as a weapon, and suddenly the lizard was frozen. At this time, the captain of the NYPD came up and repeatedly fired his shotguns, suppressing the lizard. Receiving the antidote serum from the captain, Spider-Man rushed up to the tower at the top of the building. But as the liquid nitrogen gradually ran out, the captain's shotgun couldn't suppress the lizard. The lizard got up and smashed the captain with his claws and then caught up with Spider-Man on the tower. At the last second, Peter injected the detoxification serum into the device. Then, a small rocket rushed to the sky and exploded in the air. A lot of blue fog fell from the sky and spread all over the city. As soon as the lizard came into contact with the blue mist, his body gradually turned back to human. And he fell from the top of the tower. The whole tower also began to crumble. Spider-Man accidentally fell from the tower and was about to fall. At that moment, a mutant hand stretched out from the roof and pulled him. The one who stretched out this hand was the lizard whose body was gradually changing into a man. No. It was Dr. Connors. After Peter was rescued, Dr. Connors looked at his right arm, which was suddenly crumbling apart. His face was full of sadness and despair. Peter climbed to the top of the building and quickly began to look for the captain, but in the end, he found that the captain was seriously injured and was dying. The captain, with his last breath, made a request to Peter to leave his daughter. His reason was also very simple. He was worried that his daughter would be in danger if she kept following Spider-Man. Facing the dying captain, Spider-Man nodded helplessly. The detoxification serum dispersed throughout the city, and those who were turned into monsters gradually recovered. On this day, the city was saved, but Spider-Man, who successfully saved the city, lost his girlfriend. Seeing that, the live streaming room fell into silence. Tony sympathetically looked at Peter, who was just standing there. He awkwardly coughed and said, "Boy, don't overthink it. With your strength right now, it's more than enough to protect Gwen. If you gain Spider-Man's power, surely you would be the #1 strongest person on the planet. Not to mention that Lizard Man, even an army wouldn't be your opponent. By then, what else should you be afraid of?" Natasha slightly frowned at Tony's unbridled words, but when she saw Peter's face lit up again, she sighed and didn't say anything. At this moment, the big screen suddenly went dark, and then the system's emotionless voice rang out. "New quiz start. Question: who is the key person in giving Peter Parker his superpowers? A. Norman Osborn. B. Richard Parker. C. Kurt Connors. D. Ben Parker. Please start answering. Each person in the live streaming room has only one chance to answer. Those who answer correctly will receive broadcast points, as well as random rewards. Random rewards may originate from countless alternate worlds. Failure to answer the question will trigger an unknown penalty. Seeing this question posed by the system, several eyes in the live stream room flickered. One of them, Tony, even came up with his answer in an instant. But instead of being the first to answer, he glanced at Peter Parker. He saw Peter's eyes wide with confusion, and for a moment, he was stunned. Obviously, these 4 answers caused quite a shock to him. At this time, young Wanda asked, a little confused. I know Kurt Connors, the lizard doctor. But who are the other 3? I don't think I saw them in the video just now. Peter Parker frowned and slowly said. Richard Parker is my father, and Ben Parker is his brother, my Uncle Ben. Norman Osborn is the owner of Oscorp. Hearing that, Natasha Romanov tentatively asked. Is it possible that Norman Osborn has something to do with your ability? Peter Parker shook his head in confusion. When he was a child, he was friends with Norman Osborn's son, Harry Osborn. But in recent years, Peter and the Osborn family had very little contact. Loki smiled. Isn't it an easy answer? I think it's Richard Parker. After all, the mutant spider that bit this kid was created by Richard Parker. So naturally, the answer is B. Hearing Loki openly spell out the answer, the crowd's expressions were a little weird. Everyone looked at each other, and no one rushed to answer. At this point, young Wanda suddenly and nonchalantly said to Loki. If you know that's the answer, then why don't you just answer it first? Instead, you're giving us the answer. I don't think you would be that kind. Seeing the smile on Loki's face slightly stiffen, Wanda simply took advantage of the situation and snorted. I knew it. You're trying to get us to go first. Getting rid of the wrong answer, your chances of winning would be taken up a notch. You. Looking at the white-haired young Wanda, Loki's brows finally furrowed. It seems that he underestimated the little girl. Seeing that, Strange snorted and directly said. In fact, I'm still a bit puzzled as to why Peter was given such strong superpowers when a spider just bit him. That's obviously not normal. In the last 10 years after his father disappeared, Osborn must have studied these spiders inside out. If they can create superpowered people out of thin air, with a simple bite, there's no reason why Osborn wouldn't find out. Natasha couldn't help but ask. So, it's not just the spiders. Strange spoke with a stony face. As things stand, I have also gained some experience in answering questions. In my opinion, the questions asked by the system are sometimes misleading. The answers that seem most likely to be the right ones are often the wrong ones. Upon hearing that, most of the crowd recalled the past questions, and Tony was the only one with a very odd expression on his face. It was as if he was trying to hold back a laugh. Natasha was also in deep thought at this point. It seems that this question is very misleading. If you go straight for option B simply because of the video revealing that those mutant spiders were made by Richard Parker, you will probably fall into a trap. Natasha felt a slight chill down her back, thinking about the last time she was forced to reveal something confidential in public after a wrong answer. As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. who left the land of the Red Bear, there was no telling how many dark secrets she had. It could be said that, as long as it was disclosed to the outside world, it would lead to international disputes. Looking at Peter, Natasha asked with a serious look on her face. Since Uncle Ben is your father's brother, does he have any experience in scientific research? Scientific research? All of a sudden, Peter's expression turned strange. Uncle Ben is in the construction industry, nothing to do with scientific research. With a slight twitch of her eyebrows, Natasha instantly remembered that in the video, Uncle Ben had also talked to Peter about his normal capabilities. After Peter turned 10, he was no longer able to help Peter with his homework. The last two. Dr. Connors, and that Norman Osborn. Strange couldn't help but frown at this point, muttering to himself. It took Dr. Connors over 10 years to work out the formula. Even after obtaining the formula, he still turned himself into a lizard man. You can see he has his limits. In that case. Hearing that, Natasha had a flash of insight in her mind and immediately looked up and shouted. I choose the answer Norman Osborn. This was actually a simple elimination method. Among the four answers, Richard Parker was a trap, and Ben Parker and Kurt Connors could be ruled out. So, the answer would be A. After her last inexplicable loss, Natasha had been very upset. This time, she was going to win it all back with interest. Ding! Natasha Romanov has answered. The quiz system will rule. Ding! Natasha Romanov's answer is incorrect. Wrong again. How? At the sound of the system's voice, Natasha's body shook, and her eyes widened in disbelief before she instinctively reached out to cover her mouth. But that emotionless voice still kept ringing. Random penalty imposed. Natasha Romanov will be forced to reveal a newly learned secret. Implement immediately. Despite Natasha's desperate attempts to cover her mouth, some irresistible force drove her to open it and uncontrollably say. Just a few hours ago, SHIELD learned that a hammer had been found in the desert in the middle of New Mexico. The hammer is small, but no one can lift it. It couldn't even be pulled with a truck. The director believes that the hammer may be connected to an alien civilization. Agent Coulson was sent to investigate. Damn it. Natasha, what the hell are you doing? Looking at Natasha on screen, eloquently giving out S.H.I.E.L.Ds restricted information, the veins on Fury's forehead were bulging. His remaining eye looked like it was about to pop out. At this moment, Fury was furious and raised a little resentment against Natasha. At least you're one of the leading female agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, no, the world. How could you get the wrong answer in a simple quiz? What the hell? A hammer that can't be lifted. The others were fine, but at those words, Loki's eyes fluttered. Even his heartbeat quickened a few notches. He was certain that the hammer the woman mentioned was Thor's hammer, which was thrown into the Rainbow Bridge by Odin. Growing up with Thor, Loki knew Thor's hammer better than Thor himself. The most amazing thing about Thor's hammer, apart from having a near-invulnerable attack and summoning thunder, was that, except for Thor himself, no one else could lift the hammer. At times, Thor would even take advantage of the hammer's nature by deliberately placing the hammer on his enemies and watching them get pinned to the ground, unable to move, for the fun of it. By this point, Loki also remembered what Odin had said when he had thrown Thor's hammer away. Whoever holds this hammer, if he is worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. The power of Thor. After seeing Thor's future powers, the divine powers and the divine body, Loki had a new understanding of Thor. That was the power of a supreme bloodline that even the average Asgardian gods couldn't imagine. If I can lift this hammer myself, wouldn't that make me a superior being to the Asgardian gods? When he thought about that, Loki had an itch in his heart. He couldn't wait to get out of the live streaming room and go to New Mexico to try and lift Thor's hammer. On the other hand, Natasha's whole body trembled. She was angry and helpless after being forced to reveal some secrets. Strange and the others, all had a look similar to that of a dying rabbit. Thank you for your sacrifice. Now, who's going to be the second brave soldier? Just as they were all thinking of the same thing, Tony shrugged his shoulders and calmly said, I choose B. Richard Parker. What? Peter couldn't believe it. He looked at Tony with a little more concern in his eyes. Mr. Stark didn't become silly all of the sudden, right? Didn't you just say that the system likes to set traps? So, the one that seems most likely to be the right answer would be the wrong one instead. Soon, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Tony Stark has answered. The quiz system will rule. Ding. Tony Stark is the answer is correct. Ha ha. There was no particular expression on Tony's face, just a slight upturn in the corners of his mouth and a smile that showed off his confidence. At that moment, Strange, who was standing to one side, had a grim look on his face. His gaze was filled with astonishment. Why? Why is this right? Peter couldn't have gained his powers just because of that spider. There should be other factors. At that moment, there was a spark in Strange's mind. His mouth opened involuntarily, with a look of realization on his face. Oh, would you look at that? You seem to have realized it. Tony glanced at Strange and shrugged his shoulders innocently. Unfortunately, you noticed it a little too late. At this point, the system's voice continued to sound. Tony Stark gets 100 live broadcast points, which can be used to request the broadcasting of past or future events related to himself. Tony Stark won a random reward. Shadow Communicator. And at the same time, as the system sounded, a series of messages flooded into Tony's mind. His expression immediately became one of surprise and curiosity. Shadow Communicator, a technology that uses that so-called shadow dimension to communicate on a mental level. That's interesting. Figuring out the information carefully, Tony slightly nodded his head. Using my newly acquired Void engine, the shadow channel code could be implanted into the opponent's mind. From then on, the two can talk with their minds, anytime and anywhere, through the shadow communicator. Wow, the various modes of communication sound so futuristic. Tony clapped his hands gently, and the corners of his mouth curved up. I like it. At this moment, Tony had already started to calculate in his mind. He wanted to try out the shadow communicator on someone right after he left this live streaming room. Beside him, Natasha and Peter were looking a bit dumbfounded. Why? Why is Richard Parker the correct answer? Dad. Dad gave me this ability. Looking at the confused faces of the two, Strange laughed bitterly and slowly explained. We all forgot one thing from the video just now. We can tell that both Peter's father and Connor's were studying cross-species genetics back then. That is to say, they were able to mix genes from humans and other species in order to create entirely new species. So, if Richard Parker used human genes when he created those mutant spiders, whose genes would he use? Hearing that, Peter felt as if he had been struck by thunder. His eyes were wide open, and his expression completely froze. Natasha first looked stunned, then gritted her teeth and said, Of course, it's his own genes. That's it. That's why. No wonder Oscorp couldn't come up with results no matter how much they studied those spiders. It's because they don't have the Parker family genes. That kind of spider would only make a person superhuman if they bit a Parker family member. How could that be? Dad, he actually. Hearing Natasha gnash her teeth, Peter was overwhelmed with mixed feelings that he couldn't say a word. He thought that the future self in the video got his powers only because of luck. Who would have thought that this ability would have been built into him? Ha ha, well said. Tony glanced at Strange and then looked at Peter. He had just opened his mouth to say something, but he finally swallowed it back. Originally, he was going to tell Peter to bring a sample of his own blood, along with the mutant spider next time, when he brought them for him. After all, no amount of research on the spider would have yielded results without the Parker family genes. However, looking at the gloomy look on Peter's face, Tony thought it would be better to wait until later to talk to him. In S.H.I.E.L.'s office. Breeding mutant spiders with his own blood. So, once he's gone, will the whole study be rendered useless? A cold smile suddenly appeared at the corners of Fury's mouth. This guy, Richard Parker, is really no slouch. It's okay to do this to the company. But this guy ran away with his wife, and he left his son to his brother. Ordinary people wouldn't do such a thing. But a guy who's far-sighted would take it one step at a time. Did they really die in a plane crash? Fury pondered for a moment and then suddenly smiled softly. Anyway, it's the other universe's problem, he didn't need to care about it for now. At this time, the big screen in the live streaming room suddenly lit up. Starting to play, Thor 1. Meanwhile, in a small town in New Mexico. Ah, such a filling meal. Thor, with a pleasant look on his face, strutted back to the room where Jane Foster and the others were. Just now, they went to a fast food restaurant in the town. Thor, on his own, almost swept away all the food items in the fast food restaurant. But it seemed that the others had missed their meal because they had watched the live broadcast for too long earlier, so when they went there, there was hardly anyone in the fast food restaurant. Thor had just entered the room, and his eyes instantly lit up. Why did the picture change? Is this Asgard? Wait, isn't this my coronation? Thor watched, dumbfounded, as his screen self, holding Mjolnir, walked up to Odin and dropped to one knee. Odin stood up and thumped Gungnir's handle on the ground. Thor Odinson, my heir. Just when Odin said my heir, the video on screen panned towards Loki. His eyes were lowered, looking at the ground. His expression didn't seem very good. Odin looked at Thor and solemnly said, "My firstborn. So long entrusted with the mighty hammer, Mjolnir. Forged in the heart of a dying star. Its power has no equal. As a weapon to destroy. Or as a tool to build. 'Tis a fit companion for a king." In the small town in New Mexico. Everyone was looking at the screen with brilliant eyes. To them, the solemn Asgard hall looked magnificent. They kept their eyes wide open. They were all standing in place, it was difficult for them to move. Odin's words, like thunder, stunned them. Forged in the heart of a dying star. Professor Eric Selvig opened his mouth and exclaimed out loud. When a star was about to reach the end of its life, its mass would collapse like wildfire. Eventually turning into a white dwarf star or even a neutron star. But who could cast a weapon inside a dying star? That's ridiculous. At this moment, Professor Eric instantly remembered the image he had seen on the same screen earlier. In that scene, Thor relied on his physical body to resist the impact of the neutron star's heat. Relying on the neutron star's furnace, the Stormbreaker was cast. Thinking of that, Professor Eric lightly sighed, and his eyes revealed envy. Using the most fearsome power in the universe to forge a weapon. Are these real gods? It's beautiful. So powerful. Darcy looked at the splendid hall on the screen, and little stars appeared in her eyes. Then, she looked at Thor with a dreamlike gaze. Jane was in a trance. She reached up and covered her forehead, feeling a bit dizzy. If anything, she still had a hint of doubt about Thor before. Now, it had completely disappeared, there was no more doubt. The huge blonde man in a t-shirt and jeans in front of her was the legendary prince of Asgard of the Norse gods, the god of thunder who wielded infinite divine power. Odin, I have defended Asgard, and the lives of the innocent across the 9 realms, from the time of the great beginning. Though the day has come. Thor. Do you swear to guard the 9 realms? In Asgard, Odin looked at himself holding Gungnir on screen, and a sudden glint of doubt shot out of his one eye. What's going on? Odin remembered very clearly that Loki had disappeared from the hall before he had a chance to finish his speech. Then, there was a big screen right above the hall, and things started to go out of control. The things that were happening on screen right now would have happened if everything went normal. But in Odin's opinion, this was instead what was most abnormal. Before long, an idea flashed through Odin's mind. At this moment, his pupil contracted, and he couldn't help gasping, seemingly surprised by his own speculation. This is time divergence. A multiverse. In Kamar Taj. At this time, Master Ancient One not only stopped shaking the fan in her hand but also turned solemn. I see. Master Ancient One lightly sighed, and her expression regained her normal calmness. Mordo. The Ancient One pointed to the big screen with her fan. Do you remember how that time variance authority prevented multiverses from being created in the first place? Mordo gently nodded, and then, all of a sudden, his body suddenly stiffened. His face turned pale. No. Does that mean we're in? The Ancient One nodded her head and had an unexplainable emotion in her tone. Since the appearance of this big screen, what we're in now is a brand new universe born after the divergence in time. What is playing on the screen now is our universe, in its natural evolution, without the interference of this system. After the Ancient One's words fell, the entire Kamar Taj square fell silent. The atmosphere instantly froze. In the silence, everyone looked at the Ancient One, who started shaking her fan again. There was panic, shock, doubt, confusion and tension in their eyes. Both Master Wong and Master Mordo were dumbfounded. They were deeply affected. After all, what Master Ancient One had just said was really too shocking. In front of such astonishing and explosive information, no one could stay calm. Gulp tilde. Master Mordo carefully swallowed, trying to organize words in his mind. In the end, he reluctantly said, Master, if it's really because of the appearance of this screen in front of us, leading to the creation of the new multiverse, wouldn't the time variance authority intervene? Hearing that, the surrounding crowd of apprentices was startled again. After watching Loki's video request, they all knew what the time variance authority would do. To put it bluntly, the way those guys solved this kind of problem was to cut the branches away. Who would want that? Some apprentices couldn't help but look around, and their faces changed at the thought that those Minotaurmen, with strange weapons, could rush out of a portal at any time. Seeing that the apprentices looked frightened, the Ancient One continued. You don't have to worry for now. If the time variance authority wanted to step in, they would have done so the minute the screen appeared. They wouldn't have waited this long. And the Ancient One looked up to the sky and slowly said, and, even if the TVA makes a move, could they really shake the authority behind the screen in front of us and the power it holds? When everyone heard the Ancient One say so, Master Wong, Master Mordo and the others felt horrified. At this moment, they only felt like there were pins and needles on their scalps. A chill ran up their backs. This mysterious system may actually be from something that even the TVA couldn't interfere with. With some difficulty, Master Wong asked. Master, according to what you're saying, what's happening on screen right now isn't our future, but another multiverse. Master Ancient One gently nodded her head. All the apprentices were dumbfounded. Their spirits were in a trance, feeling as if they were dreaming. Such a shocking fact was beyond their imagination. In the live streaming room, Loki looked at the big screen in front of him, and his expression was a bit strange. Out of his keen instincts as the god of mischief, he also sensed that something was wrong. But before he could think too deeply, the picture on screen changed. Just when Odin said Maya, the video on screen panned towards Loki. His eyes were lowered, looking at the ground. His expression didn't seem very good. Odin looked at Thor and solemnly said, "My firstborn. So long entrusted with the mighty hammer, Mjolnir. Forged in the heart of a dying star. Its power has no equal. As a weapon to destroy. Or as a tool to build. 'Tis a fit companion for a king." In the small town in New Mexico, everyone was looking at the screen with brilliant eyes. To them, the solemn Asgard hall looked magnificent. They kept their eyes wide open. They were all standing in place, it was difficult for them to move. Odin's words, like thunder, stunned them. Forged in the heart of a dying star. Professor Eric Selvig opened his mouth and exclaimed out loud. When a star was about to reach the end of its life, its mass would collapse like wildfire, eventually turning into a white dwarf star or even a neutron star. But who could cast a weapon inside a dying star? That's ridiculous. At this moment, Professor Eric instantly remembered the image he had seen on the same screen earlier. In that scene, Thor relied on his physical body to resist the impact of the neutron star's heat. Relying on the neutron star's furnace, the Stormbreaker was cast. Thinking of that, Professor Eric lightly sighed, and his eyes revealed envy. Using the most fearsome power in the universe to forge a weapon. Are these real gods? It's beautiful. So powerful. Darcy looked at the splendid hall on the screen, and little stars appeared in her eyes. Then, she looked at Thor with a dreamlike gaze. Jane was in a trance. She reached up and covered her forehead, feeling a bit dizzy. If anything, she still had a hint of doubt about Thor before. Now, it had completely disappeared, there was no more doubt. The huge blonde man in a t-shirt and jeans in front of her was the legendary prince of Asgard of the Norse gods, the god of thunder who wielded infinite divine power. Odin, I have defended Asgard, and the lives of the innocent across the 9 realms, from the time of the great beginning. Though the day has come. Thor. Do you swear to guard the 9 realms? In Asgard, Odin looked at himself holding Gungnir on screen, and a sudden glint of doubt shot out of his one eye. What's going on? Odin remembered very clearly that Loki had disappeared from the hall before he had a chance to finish his speech. Then, there was a big screen right above the hall, and things started to go out of control. The things that were happening on screen right now would have happened if everything went normal. But in Odin's opinion, this was instead what was most abnormal. Before long, an idea flashed through Odin's mind. At this moment, his pupil contracted, and he couldn't help gasping, seemingly surprised by his own speculation. This is time divergence. A multiverse. In Kamar Taj. At this time, Master Ancient One not only stopped shaking the fan in her hand but also turned solemn. I see. Master Ancient One lightly sighed, and her expression regained her normal calmness. Mordo. The Ancient One pointed to the big screen with her fan. Do you remember how that time variance authority prevented multiverses from being created in the first place? Mordo gently nodded, and then, all of a sudden, his body suddenly stiffened. His face turned pale. No. Does that mean we're in? The Ancient One nodded her head and had an unexplainable emotion in her tone. Since the appearance of this big screen, what we're in now is a brand new universe born after the divergence in time. What is playing on the screen now is our universe, in its natural evolution, without the interference of this system. After the Ancient One's words fell, the entire Kamar Taj square fell silent. The atmosphere instantly froze. In the silence, everyone looked at the Ancient One, who started shaking her fan again. There was panic, shock, doubt, confusion and tension in their eyes. Both Master Wong and Master Mordo were dumbfounded. They were deeply affected. After all, what Master Ancient One had just said was really too shocking. In front of such astonishing and explosive information, no one could stay calm. Gulp tilde. Master Mordo carefully swallowed, trying to organize words in his mind. In the end, he reluctantly said, Master, if it's really because of the appearance of this screen in front of us, leading to the creation of the new multiverse, wouldn't the time variance authority intervene? Hearing that, the surrounding crowd of apprentices was startled again. After watching Loki's video request, they all knew what the time variance authority would do. To put it bluntly, the way those guys solved this kind of problem was to cut the branches away. Who would want that? Some apprentices couldn't help but look around, and their faces changed at the thought that those Minutemen, with strange weapons, could rush out of a portal at any time. Seeing that the apprentices looked frightened, the Ancient One continued. You don't have to worry for now. If the time variance authority wanted to step in, they would have done so the minute the screen appeared. They wouldn't have waited this long. And the Ancient One looked up to the sky and slowly said, and, even if the TVA makes a move, could they really shake the authority behind the screen in front of us and the power it holds? When everyone heard the Ancient One say so, Master Wong, Master Mordo and the others felt horrified. At this moment, they only felt like there were pins and needles on their scalps. A chill ran up their backs. This mysterious system may actually be from something that even the TVA couldn't interfere with. With some difficulty, Master Wong asked. Master, according to what you're saying, what's happening on screen right now isn't our future, but another multiverse. Master Ancient One gently nodded her head. All the apprentices were dumbfounded. Their spirits were in a trance, feeling as if they were dreaming. Such a shocking fact was beyond their imagination. In the live streaming room, Loki looked at the big screen in front of him, and his expression was a bit strange. Out of his keen instincts as the god of mischief, he also sensed that something was wrong. But before he could think too deeply, the picture on screen changed. In S.H.I.E.L.D.S, Director's Office. Looking at the image on the big screen, Thor was holding Mjolnir. A strange thought suddenly flooded Fury's mind. It can't be. Although Fury thought this idea was incredible, as a qualified agent, he still listened to his heart and picked up the phone to make a call. Yes, Coulson, you can use your phone now to take a picture of the hammer. Yes, the one that can't be lifted. Send it to me. After giving the order, Fury waited for a minute or two and received several photos on his phone. After opening the images and taking a good look at them, his face changed, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. It's really Thor's hammer. In addition to the hammer, Coulson took pictures of the environment around the hammer. Looking at the huge crater that seemed to have been caused by the hammer, Fury nodded thoughtfully. By now, he was certain this hammer that had landed in New Mexico was the hammer Thor was holding on screen. Thinking back to Thor's previous statements in the chat group, Fury soon connected the dots on the whole thing. Thor was deprived of his divine power and hammer by his father because of something and then exiled to Earth. But that God King Odin actually threw this hammer on Earth too. What was it for? As the director of SHIELD, Fury's intelligence was definitely one of the best in the world. In the blink of an eye, he instantly came to a conclusion. Well, Coulson reported that no one seems to be able to lift this hammer. Is it waiting for the person who can lift it? That is to say, Thor. Thinking of that, the gaze in Fury's soul eye suddenly flashed. Should I gather some scientists to study this hammer that came from the realm of the gods? After seeing Thor's thunder and lightning in that Avengers 3 broadcast, Fury was both envious and wary of the power Thor wielded. If this kind of power could be in the hands of humans, wouldn't it be great? After hesitating for a moment, he helplessly shook his head and gave up on the idea. After all, judging from the videos and previous chats, these gods of Asgard had great power. Once they were angered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Forget it. Having given up on the idea of having Thor's hammer all to himself, Fury then started to think about how he could use this valuable information to his advantage. No. 4S.H.I.E.L.D. The video continued. Thor and others rode towards the hub of the Rainbow Bridge, only to be stopped on the way by Heimdall. Seeing Thor coming up, seemingly to negotiate with Heimdall, Loki volunteered with a smile. Leave this to me. Then, Loki stepped forward with a greeting. Good Heimdall, I. Loki's words weren't finished yet, but Heimdall had already interrupted him. You're not dressed warmly enough. I'm sorry. Loki was confused. Then he heard Heimdall speak in an indifferent tone. Do you think that you can deceive me? Loki, who thought he could bullshit his way through, awkwardly chuckled. You must be mistaken. Who knew that, at this time, Thor wouldn't even let him finish his sentence and simply raised his voice in a scolding tone. Enough. Loki's expression instantly became stiff, and his face sank. When his brother failed to negotiate, Thor directly came up and asked. Heimdall, may we pass? Heimdall ignored Loki. Staring at Thor, he coldly answered. Never has an enemy slipped my watch until this day. I wish to know how that happened. Thor, without hesitation, spoke in a commanding tone, then tell no one where we have gone until we've returned. Understand? Giving orders to Heimdall as a superior, Thor, without another word, directly went past the gatekeeper and made his way to the hub of the Rainbow Bridge. Seeing Heimdall treating him and Thor differently, Loki's face looked cold as frost. Adding insult to injury, the chubby Volstagg sarcastically asked Loki as he passed by. What happened? Silvertongue turned to lead. Ha ha. Seeing that, everyone in the live streaming room couldn't help but sneak a glance at Loki. And the look on Loki's face at the moment was so gloomy that it might rain today. Damn you, you bastards, one of these days I'm going to. Just as Loki was mumbling in his mind, he suddenly heard young Wanda beside him, softly asking. That's strange, why does it look a bit weird to me? Loki is obviously Thor's younger brother. Why do the people next to him treat him so badly? Wanda's voice was very small, and obviously, she had no intention of letting everyone know. However, there were only a few of them in this studio, so Loki could clearly hear her words. You child. Already furious, Loki turned his head and gave Wanda a stern glare. But when she saw his face, Wanda raised her voice. And, why did that Heimdall let Thor go so easily? Listening to Wanda's query and then looking at Loki, who had a displeased look in front of him, Strange thought for a moment and replied. In my opinion, Heimdall has already approved Thor's trip to Jotunheim. This person's role in Asgard should be to maintain security or something. Those frost giants had invaded the treasury, so it must have poked his pride. That's why he wants Thor to find out how the frost giants could penetrate the defenses and invade Asgard without him knowing. As for why his attitude is different, towards Thor and Loki. Strange looked at Loki, whose expression was gradually turning more and more ugly. He chuckled. For something like that, I think you might as well ask the person in question. Hearing that, Loki's expression had turned dark. Since childhood, everyone in Asgard had preferred Thor, who had great power. They disliked him, Thor's younger brother, who liked mischief. However, seeing himself publicly humiliated on screen, twice, Loki's heart was burning with rage. He couldn't wait to rush back to Asgard and personally kill those two bastards who were rude to him, a prince of Asgard. But apart from anger, Loki realized something else. After secretly letting the frost giants into Asgard, he should already be enemies with Heimdall. Humph. At this point, Loki secretly sneered. This all-seeing and all-hearing protector of the 9 realms, Heimdall, is still a selfish guy at the end of the day. He was okay with letting Thor go to Jotunheim and breaking the rules. Just because someone slipped past him and injured his pride. If that muscle-brained idiot wasn't careful, and something went wrong, are you going to take responsibility? Heimdall. The video continued. After entering the hub of the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall inserted his sword in his hand into the base, opening up the Rainbow Bridge towards Jotunheim. At this moment, Heimdall spoke with a serious face. Be warned, I will honor my sworn oath, to protect this realm as its gatekeeper. If your return threatens the safety of Asgard, the Bifrost will remain closed to you, and you will be left to die in the cold waste of Jotunheim. Volstagg shrugged his shoulders and asked. Couldn't you just leave the bridge open for us? Heimdall, still expressionless, answered. Leaving the bridge open would unleash the full power of the Bifrost and destroy Jotunheim with you upon it. Thor chuckled, I have no plans to die today. None do. Heimdall thrust the gatekeeper's sword in his hand into the base, and the Rainbow Bridge fully opened, sucking Thor and his party in. On screen, a colorful brilliance instantly crossed the infinite space and finally landed on a planet full of ice and snow. Is this a teleportation device powerful enough to cross a universe? In S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury was shocked enough to stand up from his chair. In just a moment, Thor and his group had left Asgard and arrived on this new alien planet. Is this the technology of the gods? Or was it magic? It is incredible. Before, Fury had seen Thor arrive on the battlefield with Stormbreaker, using the Rainbow Bridge. But in that kind of situation, he couldn't be sure of anything. Instead, on the screen in front of him right now, he understood that Heimdall used the gatekeeper's sword, like a key, that started up the Rainbow Bridge and teleported Thor and the others out. It was simple enough to understand. Fury's mind kept turning, and soon he came up with a lot of things. This kind of teleportation device, which can instantly transport people through countless planetary realms, would allow people to transport an army across a universe, whenever they wanted. It's simply a logistical godsend at the strategic level. And according to what Heimdall said, if the Rainbow Bridge was opened for a long time, it could even destroy a planet. However, in Fury's mind, as someone who had lived through the Cold War, there was only one name for this device. It was a strategic weapon of destruction. Hiss. Fury sucked in a cold breath of air. Sure enough, being wary of offending an Asgard god was a wise choice. These guys, in a sense, may be more dangerous than Thanos. At the very least, Thanos aimed to eliminate half of the life in the universe. At the very worst, half of the people on Earth would survive. But if they offended a god of Asgard, they could aim this rainbow bridge at the planet. Then boom! The whole planet would be destroyed. What to do? What should we do with these gods? Should we contact them, or? As a veteran agent, Fury's penchant for imagining worst-case scenarios were first class. So, he didn't even consider that even if the gods had a weapon like the Rainbow Bridge, they wouldn't use it so casually. At this moment, if someone came into Fury's office, they would see him looking pale, his forehead covered in a cold sweat while thinking desperately about something. In a house in a small town in New Mexico. Is this Einstein-Rosen Bridge? Seeing the colorful lights crossing the universe on screen, Jane gulped as a wave of unspeakable shock came over her. According to a theory proposed by Einstein, through this magical wormhole tunnel, mankind would be able to cross the universe at will. Even if it was a distance of millions of light years, it could instantly be crossed. If we can really master such technology, then colonizing the universe is no longer a dream. Hearing the yell of the girl next to him, Thor eyed the screen in front of him and casually waved his hand. Mortals, don't block my view. Step aside. At this moment, in the otherworldly live streaming room, Tony looked at the big screen and was momentarily puzzled. Last time, when he won the Void Engine reward, the system also gave him technologies such as micro-wormhole handling technology and space-time algorithms. However, all these techniques, for the time being, only enabled spatial teleportation over short distances. But Tony was keenly aware that if he could take another step forward from the basis of these technologies, he may be able to build space channels across galaxies, crisscrossing and connecting. Well, if such a device was really made, it couldn't be called a wormhole. What should it be called? A spider web. As his mind continued to reel, Tony was lost in thought. The video continued. Thor and others arrived in Jotunheim, which was covered with snow and ice. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the Frost Giant's palace. Looking at the empty palace, Sif asked. Where are they? Thor casually answered, hiding, as cowards always do. Soon, a cold voice came out from the palace. You've come a long way to die, Asgardians. Thor looked up and proudly announced his name, I'm Thor Odinson. The cold voice, we know who you are. Thor cut to the chase and directly questioned, how did your people get into Asgard? A frost giant, sitting at the throne, coldly replied. The House of Odin is full of traitors. In the otherworldly live streaming room, Loki's heart jolted, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. Can't be. Is my secret exposed so soon? The video continued. Traitor. Thor didn't believe Loki's words, so he shouted back. Do not dishonor my father's name with your lies. Loki retorted. Your father is a murderer and a thief. Then he looked at Thor and others. And why have you come here? To make peace. Loki stared at Thor, seemingly seeing through him. His tone was full of sarcasm. You long for battle. You crave it. You're nothing but a boy, trying to prove himself a man. While Loki was talking, a large number of frost giants came out from all around, surrounding Thor and the others. Facing adversity, Thor became even angrier. He clenched Mjolnir and shouted. This boy has grown tired of your mockery. Seeing Thor continue to provoke, the frost giants around them used their ice abilities to create sharp blades from frost. Seeing that things weren't good, Loki quickly stepped up and whispered in Thor's ear. Thor, stop and think. Look around you, we're outnumbered. Thor didn't appreciate Loki's kind words of advice but instead bellowed. Know your place, brother. What? In the live streaming room, Loki looked at the scene in front of him. Suddenly, anger rose in his heart, and his teeth subconsciously clenched. Are you kidding me? In the future, I risked my life to save you. But, the place I hold in your heart is just this much. The warriors 3, Heimdall, and the others look down on me, but even you, a big fool, look down on me. Loki was furious, and the veins stood out on his forehead. But then saw some movements at the messages at the bottom of the screen. Thor, brother, there must be something wrong with this video. I would never speak to you like that. Thor, if I really said that, then I must have been drunk. Thor, anyway, you have to believe me. Loki Odinson, Thor, are you afraid that I'll be angry with you and stop sending messages to Heimdall for you? Loki Odinson, just because you don't want to stay in Midgard forever and fail to return to Asgard. Thor, ha ha ha, Loki, you're thinking too much. I just thought I was a little rude in that video. Thor, by the way, have you spoken to Heimdall? Loki Odinson, no. And I won't pass along the message in the future, just stay on Earth for the rest of your life. Thor, wait. Don't. Loki, don't abandon me. Fool. Looking at Thor's bitter plea in the chat group, Loki grunted coldly, with an arrogant expression on his face. But at the same time, the anger in his heart had subsided. The video continued. Loki, the king of frost giants, didn't seem to have any intention of going to battle with Thor and the others here either. He continued to say, go now, while I still allow it. Watching a burly frost giant approach, Loki grabbed Thor before he could say anything and turned directly to Loki. We will accept your most gracious offer. Afterwards, he pulled a defiant Thor backwards. Thor had just turned around when the burly frost giant opened his mouth and laughed. Run back home, little princess. Damn it. Hearing that, Loki and the warriors 3 bitterly smiled. I guess we're in for a fight. Thor wouldn't let that go. Well, it's over. Ha ha ha. Thor showed a cheerful smile on his face. He turned around to the burly frost giant and smashed his hammer. The frost giants swarmed, and a battle instantly broke out. In the chat group. Thor, ha 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 ha, that's me. Well played. Peter Parker, Mr. Thor, don't you think it's a little irrational to start a war under such circumstances? Peter Parker, after all, you're outnumbered. They seem terrifying. Looking at those blue-skinned and red-eyed frost giants on the screen, Peter felt his scalp tingle and his hair standing on end. Is this the alien? It's even scarier than that lizard. Loki Odinson, are frost giants Really that scary? Master Mordo, are you really questioning that? To me, they seem worse than demons. Loki Odinson. Thor, ha 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 ha, it's not like I haven't killed Muspelheim's fire giants before, what's a few more frost giants? Nick Fury, I'm sorry. Thor. Is that Muspelheim, the one you mentioned, also a planet like Jotunheim? Natasha Romanov, home. Chief, why are you talking like that? Nick Fury, Natasha, please don't say anything irrelevant. Thor, Muspelheim, the realm, well, to you mortals, it could be described as a planet. However, we Asgardians are more accustomed to calling them the Nine Realms. Thor, my father, Odin, is the god king who rules 9 realms. Rule. Hearing that, Fury was somewhat skeptical. After all, both Odin's earlier words in the treasury and the words of Laufey, king of the frost giants, just now, revealed one thing. Between Asgard and Jotunheim, there was still a truce of sorts, and it was definitely not a case of who ruled whom. However, earlier in that great hall, Odin had also spoken to Thor, asking him to protect the 9 realms well like him. In that case, the gods of Asgard, probably, at least nominally, really ruled this so-called 9 realms. It's just that as time went on, some of the kingdoms rebelled and even became independent. While Fury's brain was turning, Thor's sudden comment immediately sent him into a jolt. Thor, oh, I forgot to tell you, in fact, Jormungand is one of the 9 realms. Nick Fury, ha. Excuse me. Thor, I'm talking about Earth. Thor, but to be honest, this place is really behind, far worse than us in Asgard. I really don't understand why our ancestors included your planet in the 9 realms. Nick Fury, that. Now, Fury really panicked. Are you kidding me? Just now, he was still struggling to figure out how to deal with these horrifying and powerful Asgardians. But, who would have thought that these people had already taken Earth under their dominion? If that's the case, then... if one day, these Asgardians, with the power of the Rainbow Bridge, came down and asks the people of Earth to submit to them, what should we do? At this point, Fury felt a nasty chill run down the back of his spine, and a cold chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to his head. That's terrible. If that happened, then, in the face of these aliens that had the power to destroy an entire planet, how could they resist? Then, Fury remembered Project Insight that he had been working on for some time, and an inexplicable chill spread through his heart, followed by a bitter smile. He thought that, as long as these helicarriers could take off, together with powerful surveillance devices, he would be able to snuff out any threat on Earth in advance. But now it seemed that he, or rather these moves by S.H.I.E.L.D, were as ridiculous as a child playing with mud and sand in the eyes of those alien existents. Still unaware that his casual comment had placed Fury in a situation where he doubted his life, Thor watched the video on screen. With the Mjolnir, he had beaten the hell out of a large number of frost giants. He felt happy and excited. At his side, Jane and others looked dumbfounded. Is this how aliens on other planets battled? They watched as Thor easily smashed a frost giant with his hammer, splattering blue blood everywhere. Jane gulped. A deep sense of dread rose in her eyes. As a scientist, when had she ever seen such a cruel and bloody battle? Darcy was a bit more daring and actually approached Thor to ask. Thor, if Asgardians are so technologically advanced, why are you still using cold weapons? Why don't you guys have guns? Guns? Thor glanced at her disdainfully and laughed. Of course, we have those. But guns and cannons are no different than using magic. How could they be better than beating an enemy with your own physical skills? Professor Eric and Jane were speechless. Clearly, they had high-tech weapons that could be used, but they preferred cold weapons. What's wrong with these Asgardians? The video continued. Alone, Loki was forced to the edge of a cliff by several frost giants. Seeing the enemy had nowhere to run to, a frost giant pounced towards him. But it turned out that Loki's body was only an illusion. With a scream, the frost giant directly fell to the bottom of the cliff, shattering to pieces. Loki drew his dagger out, seizing the opportunity to stab a frost giant. Master Mordo, no way. Can't the Master Sorcerer of Asgard use decent attack spells? Why are you only using illusions? Master Mordo, honestly, are you a sorcerer or an assassin? Loki Odinson, mortal, you talk too much. Why do you care if I use a spell or a dagger? Master Mordo, since you say I talk too much, then I'll say a few more words. Master Mordo, do you know that this scene you're watching now is not actually your future anymore, but a scene from another multiverse? Loki Odinson, what? Master Mordo, yes, since the system pulled you into this live streaming room, it created a new independent universe, a branch in time. Master Mordo, the future you see on the screen has nothing to do with you. Tony Stark, seriously. Loki Odinson, wait, a branch in time. Won't that time variance authority step in? Master Mordo, time variance authority. Those timekeepers, they may have made it all up, to deceive people. Master Mordo, even if it's real, are you sure that the time variance authority could handle this magical system that could kidnap people across multiverses? Master Mordo, if they really had the ability or the guts, how come we haven't seen any sign of those timekeepers? Wanda Maximoff, is this system that powerful? Nick Fury, multiverse. This live broadcast system actually created a new multiverse. Thor, what are you guys talking about? I don't understand. Loki Odinson, Thor, we're talking about serious issues here, don't just interrupt. At this moment, everyone in the live streaming room was stunned. They looked at each other, and everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Oh my god! It casually created a multiverse. It could also suppress the time variance authority, who claim to be able to control the growth of the multiverses. This system they encountered may really possess unimaginable power. Gulp. Strange gulped and tried to gather his thoughts. He raised his doubts in the chat group. Stephen Strange, Master Mordo, this statement of yours, did Master Ancient One come up with it? Master Mordo, of course, Master Ancient One knows a lot of things, she wouldn't be mistaken about this. Stephen Strange, however, if the future we're seeing is someone else's future, what's the point of watching this? Why are we the ones watching this? Master Mordo, you can't say that. Even between different parallel universes, there are many similarities, and they can still be used as a reference for us. Seeing that, the live streaming room fell into silence once again. No one could speak. However, no matter how upset these people were, the video on screen continued. In the chaos, one of the Warriors 3 was grabbed by a frost giant. His arm instantly showed signs of frostbite. Loki was accidentally caught by a frost giant. But instead of frostbite, his arm suddenly turned blue, similar to a frost giant's. What is this? Is this some sort of mistake? During the live broadcast, Wanda rubbed her eyes and carefully looked again, only to see that the Loki on screen had defeated the frost giant, and his hand had returned to normal. Wanda looked over at Loki with confusion. His face looked gloomy, with veins protruding from his forehead, and his whole being exuded an aura of being unapproachable. Tony gently held his chin, with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Interesting. It seems like this second prince of Asgard has something he's hiding. Thor, hey, Loki. What was that just now? Your illusion magic. Loki Odinson, idiot. I'm not in the mood right now, don't talk to me. Thor, I think you're practicing too much magic, it's twisting your personality. Thor, if you had focused on strength like me, you wouldn't be so irritated all the time. Wanda Maximoff, oh, you brothers really have a great relationship, my stupid brother always quarrels with me. Loki Odinson, we don't have a good relationship. Peter Parker, Mr. Loki, you are too modest. Looking at your banter, even I want a brother now. Loki Odinson, you can be brothers with those spiders. The video continued. The number of frost giants were increasing, and there were even terrible beasts. Thor and others were starting to lose ground. At a critical moment, Odin came down through the Rainbow Bridge and rescued Thor and the others. Back in Asgard, Odin angrily rebuked Thor for his recklessness, putting his own life and that of his companions in danger. But Thor, being spoiled and arrogant, openly contradicted Odin. And you are an old man and a fool. Listening to Thor's shouts, Odin's face looked extremely disappointed. Then he deprived Thor of his divine power, took away his hammer, and banished the hammer and Thor to Earth. Thor, what? What's going on here? Why is my future always like this? Looking at himself standing on the ground with a blank face on screen, shouting at his father, Thor felt bitter. A sense of powerlessness set in him. Is this my destiny? No matter which universe I'm in, I'm destined to be banished. The video continued. Thor, who fell to earth, shouted at the sky, looking crazy. Beside him, Jane Foster and the others were already looking at him with horror on their faces, with expressions as if they were looking at a madman. After shouting, Thor suddenly turned to look at Professor Eric and shouted. You! What realm is this? Alfheim. Nornheim. Darcy Jones took out the stun gun from her bag and answered while aiming at Thor. New Mexico. Thor was furious at the sight. You dare threaten me, Thor, with so puny a weapon. Seeing Thor's fiercely coming towards her, Darcy pulled the trigger of the stun gun without saying anything. Thor was shaking and fell to the ground with his eyes rolling, convulsing. Master Mordo, ha 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 ha. Thor, aren't you the god of thunder? How could you get stunned by electricity? Ha ha ha. Thor, no, this has never happened to me. Thor, weren't you the one that said that this is another multiverse? Yes, this didn't happen to me. It's that Thor from another multiverse. Loki Odinson, Thor, since childhood, you're still bad at lying. Wanda Maximoff, no way, the god of thunder was stunned by electricity. Ha ha ha. This is priceless. Ha ha ha. Thor, damn it. I hate Earth. T. Loki and the others actually saw him get stunned by electricity. At this moment, Thor felt like he had been publicly executed as if he had been disgraced for life. The video continued. Thor was taken to the hospital by Jane and others after being stunned. He woke up in a hospital bed, and the doctor was preparing to draw blood from him. When Thor found out, he instantly flew into a rage. How dare you attack the son of Odin? When he saw the patient in front of him suddenly go berserk, the doctor was alarmed and rushed to call the attendants. A group of nurses joined hands, scuffling with Thor. In the midst of the chaos, Thor was once again injected with an anesthetic. His face squeezed out a strange shape on the glass window, and he slowly slid to the ground and passed out. Seeing his son's miserable appearance on screen, Odin's face also showed helplessness. Although he knew it was happening in another parallel universe, Odin had a feeling that what had happened to Thor, whom he had banished to Earth, wouldn't be any better. The child is almost 1,500 years old. Why is he still so immature? Looking at the screen, Thor was half asleep, still muttering, "I am the son of Odin, you can't do this to me." And so on. Odin's heart was once again filled with irrepressible remorse. I have spoiled this child too much and protected him too well. Although he had lived for over 1,000 years, Thor knew almost nothing other than combat. I can't let it go on like this. Thinking of that, Odin's heart hardened again. Perhaps Thor will be subjected to some trials on Earth. It will definitely be helpful in getting him to grow up as quickly as possible. On the other side, the scene shifts to the interior of Asgard. To heal the frostbite caused by the frost giant, the warriors three gathered in a room filled with fireplaces, and Loki came along. Regarding Thor's banishment, the warriors three felt regret and distress. At this time, Loki told them that it was he who asked Heimdall to tell Odin about Thor and the others going to Jotunheim before crossing the Rainbow Bridge. That's why Odin arrived in time to use the Rainbow Bridge and save their lives. One of the warriors three was extremely angry about Loki's snitching. Loki replied, "I saved our lives, and Thor's. But I had no idea father would banish him for what he did." At this moment, Sif stood up and asked Loki to intercede with Odin, asking him to change his mind and let Thor return to Asgard. Loki instead asked, "And if I do, then what? I love Thor more dearly than any of you. But you know what he is. He's arrogant. He's reckless. He's dangerous. You saw how he was today. Is that what Asgard needs from its king?" Hearing what Loki said on the screen, Thor was thunderstruck. Dumbfounded, his mouth opened wide in disbelief. "No way, how could Loki say that about me? It must be a fake, an illusion. Thor, Loki, tell me it's false. How could you slander me like this?" Slander? When he heard this, Loki turned furious. "Loki Odinson, I don't think there's anything slanderous about it. Look at your own behavior. What's wrong with saying you're arrogant, reckless and dangerous? Is this a false accusation against you?" Thor, that's... Thor wasn't an eloquent person. When faced with Loki's series of questions, Thor suddenly froze, and his mind went blank. He had no idea how to deal with it. "Loki Odinson, at first, you rushed to Muspelheim without even a greeting. If father and I were a little late, you might have been able to stay alive, but I'm afraid the warriors three will only be left as corpses." At that, Loki sneered. If so, it would have been a good thing. Speechless at Loki's comment, Thor bowed his head with a very sad expression on his face. Over the years, he had become accustomed to using his own hammer to deal with whatever happened to him. So, after losing the hammer and divine power, Thor discovered how fragile he was. Seeing that, Strange's eyes slightly flickered. According to his opinion, Thor's character could be called a giant baby. Despite possessing immense divine power, both whichever one, the one on the screen and this one who spoke in the chat group, all showed typical symptoms of mental immaturity. This giant baby was undoubtedly related to his parents' overindulgence. But, if Odin could realize it in time and place Thor on Earth, to gain experience, it seems that the God King Odin wasn't too foolish. Thinking of that, Strange gently nodded his head. The video continued. After leaving these words, Loki turned around and left without saying another word. After Loki left, the Warriors 3 began to discuss what Loki had done. Soon, some people thought that Laufey, the king of the frost giants, mentioned that there was a traitor in Odin's palace. A master of magic could bring 3 Jotuns into Asgard. One of the Warriors 3 opened his mouth in surprise. Loki's always been one of mischief, but you're talking about something else entirely. At the same time, on the other side, Loki went to Asgard's treasury alone. Standing in front of the casket of ancient winters, Loki hesitated for a moment but finally held out his hands and lifted the frost giant's weapon. Just as his hands touched the casket of ancient winters, some sort of magic power instantly flowed through Loki's whole body. At this moment, there was a cry from behind him, "Stop!" It was Odin's voice. Loki didn't look back. He only loudly asked, "Am I cursed?" "No." Odin replied with a heavy voice. "Loki, what am I?" There was a trace of sadness in Odin's tone. "You're my son." Loki put down the casket of ancient winters in his hand and slowly turned around. However, at this time, his skin had completely turned blue, and his eyes had turned bright red. Just like those frost giants Thor encountered in Jotunheim before. What? How is that possible? Looking at Loki's hideous and terrifying appearance on screen, Thor's eyes widened, and the expression on his face froze. The impact of this scene was so shocking that his brain crashed, and he collapsed. Loki, who played and fought with him since childhood. The younger brother who he grew up with was actually a frost giant. Thor, no way. Loki, what kind of game is this? Stop it now. At this time in the otherworldly live streaming room, Loki felt the stares coming from all around him and took a deep breath, his face taking on a hint of coldness. "Loki Odinson, that's enough, Thor, no more of this yelling. That is my original form. Loki Odinson, as you can see, I am one of those ice demons, a frost giant. Loki Odinson, unlike you, I am not Odin's own son. Thor, no. What are you talking about? Loki, you are my brother. How can you be a frost giant?" Seeing that, Tony and Strange looked at each other. They both saw the surprise and clarity in each other's eyes. So, no wonder Loki's hand turned blue like those frost giants in the battle before. Tony's expression remained the same, with just a slight upward tilt at the corners of his mouth. He already understood that the Loki of their multiverse knew the truth long ago. But the Loki on screen was stunned by the cruel truth, and his whole mentality had collapsed. The video continued. Looking at Odin, standing at the door of the treasury, Loki's expression had taken on a hint of a scowl. What more than that? Then, Loki's body gradually returned to its normal appearance. Seeing Odin's silence, Loki slowly walked towards him. While walking, he coldly said, "The casket wasn't the only thing you took from Jotunheim that day, was it?" Odin's expression was ugly, but he whispered, "No. In the aftermath of the battle, I went into the temple and found a baby. Small for a giant's offspring. Abandoned, suffering, left to die. Laufey's son. Laufey's son. Laufey's. Loki said in disbelief. Seeing that, Loki's heart also moved. He remembered that in the TVA broadcast, his registered name was Loki Laufey's. I see, in the end, I wasn't allowed to use Odin's name, heh. With a low, bitter laugh, Loki's face reverted back to that cold look. The video continued. Loki asked with an incredulous look on his face. Why? You were knee-deep in Jotun blood, why would you take me? Odin spoke in a low voice, you were an innocent child. But Loki didn't seem to buy it. No, you took me for a purpose. What was it? Odin was still silent. Loki suddenly shouted at the top of lungs. Tell me. Seeing that it was no longer possible to hide it, Odin reluctantly said. I thought we could unite our kingdoms one day. To bring about an alliance, bring about permanent peace. Through you. What? Loki had a stunned look on his face. Odin's expression had grown extremely bitter. But those plans no longer matter. Loki's eyes pooled with tears. So. I am no more than another stolen relic. Locked up here until you might have a use of me. Odin listened with exasperation and anxiety. Why do you twist my words? But Loki didn't believe him at all and just asked. You could have told what I was from the beginning. Why didn't you? You're my son. Odin muttered, I only wanted to protect you from the truth. Loki bitterly said. What? Because I'm the monster parents tell their children about at night. No, no. Seeing the twisted expression on Loki's face, Odin also showed a trace of pain. But Loki was so deep in his rage at the moment that he didn't even notice. You know, it all makes sense now. Why you favored Thor all these years. The expression on Odin's face became more and more ugly. Finally, his body was shaking, and he involuntarily sat down on the steps of the treasury. Because no matter how much you claim to love me, you could never have a frost giant sitting on the throne of Asgard. Spitting out all the pent-up feelings in his heart, Loki sighed with relief. Suddenly, he found that his father, who had been so powerful that he had suppressed the whole of 9 realms, had now collapsed atop the steps. His eyes were tightly closed, and he looked as if he had passed out. The anger in his eyes instantly turned to panic as Loki peered down at Odin for a moment before suddenly looking up and exclaiming in panic. Guards! Guards, please, help! Soon, a group of guards pushed open the door of the treasury and came in. Seeing that, everyone in the live streaming room was silent. Even Wanda, who had always been sharp-tongued, was full of sympathy when she looked into Loki's eyes. This guy isn't actually that bad. Living with the family for over 1,000 years, only to be told he wasn't a member of the family but a descendant of the enemy. This is the beginning of a typical tragedy. Strange whispered and sighed in his heart. With such a terrible start, I'm just afraid that this Loki on screen wouldn't have a good end. At this time in New Mexico. Looking at the big screen in front of him, Thor opened his mouth, his eyes were in a trance, and his whole person felt like he was in a dream. The impact of the scene on screen just now was too great. At the moment, Thor was completely stunned, even stupefied, his brain couldn't function. At his side, Jane reached out and seemed to want to comfort Thor, but she could only pull her hand back. Upon seeing that, Professor Eric also secretly sighed. It turns out that, even the gods who could travel the universe had their own troubles. In Asgard. As he looked at himself on the screen, Odin took a deep breath, and his heart swelled with emotions. To be fair, having raised Loki for over 1,000 years, it would be pure nonsense to say that he had no affection for this adopted son. But Odin really never thought that in an alternate universe, this outburst of affection between adoptive father and son would end this way. Your Majesty. Hearing Frigga's concerned voice, Odin nodded to his wife, then leaned back on the throne with a tired expression. At this moment, his heart was full of regret. Maybe he really should have told Loki the truth from the beginning. The video continued. On the Earth. Thor was following Jane and others to the restaurant for lunch, when he heard a diner next to him mention a satellite that had fallen to the ground. Thor didn't care about this at first, but then he heard the diners mention that the satellite was very heavy, no one could lift it. At that, Thor's expression instantly changed. He asked for the location of the satellite, and Thor immediately pushed open the door of the restaurant and rushed out. Seeing that scene, after being shocked by Loki's origins, the dumbfounded Thor finally showed some light in his eyes. Satellite? No, it's not a satellite. It must be Mjolnir. Looking back at Jane, Thor was a little rude when he shouted. Why? When we went to lunch just now, why was there no one in the restaurant? That. When asked, Jane was speechless, but then Darcy said. Maybe it's because we missed lunchtime and everyone already went to work. The video continued. Jane and the others didn't believe that this guy was actually Thor. They ended up parting ways with Thor. But no one expected that Jane, who had just returned to her lab when she found that everything in the house had been taken away by a group of men in black, and a middle-aged man in the lead, claimed to be Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Jane desperately protested, in the end, she couldn't stop S.H.I.E.L.D. from collecting all her research and stuff. Seeing that scene, Natasha in the live streaming room and Fury in S.H.I.E.L.D. both looked stiff. What S.H.I.E.L.D. was doing was actually made public by the system. In the live streaming room, Wanda looked unhappy and angrily stomped her feet. Who are these S.H.I.E.L.D. people? Why are they stealing things in broad daylight? Natasha. Tony touched his chin, glanced at Natasha, who was standing in the corner without saying a word, and softly chuckled. I seem to remember, just now, when you were forced to reveal secrets, you said you were a member of S.H.I.E.L.D, right? That means those men in black suits on screen work together with you. What? Peter turned his head in surprise and looked at Natasha, who was speechless. He was in shock. As a young high school student, Peter had some good impressions of a beautiful woman like Natasha. But after seeing the scene on screen, he suddenly felt a little disappointed. Taking things from someone when they didn't consent was no different from a thief. Sure enough, Mr. Stark was right. These so-called spy organizations couldn't be taken lightly. The video continued. In Asgard, the warriors Three and Sif came before Odin's throne, ready to report to him that Loki might be suspected of colluding with the enemies. But none of them thought that it was Loki, sitting on Odin's throne, holding Gungnir. Looking at the man on the throne who was dressed in a green robe and wearing a double-horned helmet, the warriors froze in place, hardly believing their eyes. Seeing the warriors arrive, Loki coldly said, "My friends, you're here." The warriors looked at each other and came forward to ask about Odin's whereabouts. Loki replied with a sad face, "Father has fallen into the Odin sleep. Mother fears he may never awaken again." At Sif, who insisted on seeing Frigga, Loki replied, "You can bring your urgent matter to me." He slowly stood up from his throne, as Odin used to do, and knocked Gungnir to the ground with a loud thud. "Your king." The warriors looked at each other, seeing the doubt in each other's eyes. But in this case, they could only kneel down on one knee and bow to Loki. Seeing that, the live-streaming room suddenly fell into silence again. The eyes of everyone that was looking at Loki widened. However, Loki wasn't concerned about it this time. There was another wave of shock in his heart, and he simply couldn't calm down. "King. I sat on the throne and became the king of Asgard." Looking at himself on the screen, holding Gungnir, forcing the warriors to kneel down and surrender, Loki felt lightheaded, his body couldn't stop trembling. From childhood to adulthood, Loki would always feel contempt in the eyes of people around him and the difference in their attitude towards him and Thor. Odin and Frigga were better. But those people below, especially the warriors 3 and Sif, almost made no secret of their admiration for Thor and disdain for him. But on screen, although the eyes of the warriors were still full of dissatisfaction and doubt, they still had to kneel to him. All this was because he was already sitting on the throne. He became king. At this time, in Asgard, Odin looked at Loki on screen, holding Gungnir. His brow was slightly wrinkled. This wasn't what he wanted to see. In Odin's mind, there was only one person who could succeed him and sit on the throne of Asgard, and that was Thor. "Loki, how dare you sit on the throne? How dare he?" The video continued. Kneeling on the ground, Sif looked up and said, "My king, we would ask that you end Thor's banishment." Loki coldly snorted and said, "My first command cannot be to undo the All-Father's last. We're on the brink of war with Jotunheim. Our people need a sense of continuity, in order to feel safe in these difficult times. All of us must stand together. For the good of Asgard." Looking at Locke, who was full of high-sounding arguments, Sif stood up from the ground, seemingly about to rush up to him. Fortunately, one of the warriors 3 stopped her and said, "Yes, of course." Looking at these close friends of Thor in front of him, Loki nodded his head. "Good. Then you will wait for my word." The chubby Volstagg of the warriors 3 still didn't want to give up and tried again. "If I may beg the indulgence of your majesty, to perhaps reconsider." Faced with these persistent people, Loki's expression immediately turned cold and, without hesitation, asserted, "We're done." In helplessness, the warriors 3 could only turn around and leave, while Sif revealed a provocative smile to Loki before she turned around. Looking at the angry but helpless expression on the warriors 3 on screen, Loki felt as if he had drunk a glass of ice water on a hot day. He felt refreshed, and he couldn't help but look up and breathe a sigh of relief. This is the taste of power. Very nice. At this point, Thor popped back up in the chat group. "Thor, Loki, if you want to be a king, that's fine with me. But why won't you let me go back?" "Thor, Earth is terrible. I don't want to stay here for another minute." "Master Mordo, fine with you. You can't be serious. Didn't you see that just now? He isn't your real brother Thor. He's a frost giant. Thor, shut up. This is our family matter. You have no right to interrupt." "Thor, Loki is my younger brother, and we spent 1,500 years together. How can you humans understand that?" "Peter Parker, well, your brotherhood is really enviable. Natasha Romanov, is this really brotherhood? I think it's kind of strange. Nick Fury, Natasha. Don't butt in. The video continued. As soon as the scene changed, Loki arrived before Odin's sickbed. He saw Odin's whole body was covered by golden light, but his eyes were still closed, and he didn't seem to be waking up any time soon. Frigga spoke with a worried face. He's put it off for so long now, that I fear. How long will it last? Loki asked. There was no confidence in Frigga's voice. I don't know. This time, it's different. We were unprepared. Loki was silent for a while, and suddenly the conversation changed. So, why did he lie? Frigga looked at Loki and whispered, he kept the truth from you so that you would never feel different. You are our son, Loki, and we, your family. We mustn't lose hope that your father will return to us. And your brother. Loki was slightly moved. What hope is there for Thor? Frigga said, there's always a purpose to everything your father does. In the otherworldly live streaming room. Hearing that, Loki's eyes suddenly turned a little cold again. At first, when Odin banished Thor to Earth in front of him, Loki had guessed Odin's intention. He was trying to use this to sharpen this eldest son and push him to grow to be a suitable heir for the throne. Even though Thor rushed into Muspelheim without warning, recklessly started a war, and almost buried all the warriors there, Odin still didn't give up on his son. Even if Thor was deprived of divine power, Odin didn't leave Mjolnir, a symbol of power, to himself, but threw it to Midgard with Thor. At this point, Loki suddenly laughed bitterly in his heart. How could he give him up? Thor is Odin's only blood. And I'm the son of a frost giant. Tony looked at Loki on screen and doubtfully said. Look at this guy's eyes. I think he's going to try and do something to that brother of his. Peter quickly shook his head and said, no way, they're brothers. Tony spread out his hands. Kid, you're still too naive. This is a battle for the throne. In ancient times, among the royal family, in order to compete for the throne, there are too many things like fathers and sons and brothers killing each other. Natasha also nodded. Yes, a battle for the throne has happened 2 times in the history of every country. Now that Loki has taken the throne, and his father might not wake up. His only obstacle is his brother. As long as he could get rid of his brother, his position would be unshakable. Through the picture in the picture, Thor couldn't help but fly into a rage when he saw these people talking about him and Loki in the live streaming room. Thor, you ignorant mortals. You have no idea how deep my brotherhood with Loki is. But after thinking about it, Thor asked with a little less confidence. Thor, Loki, you won't really do anything to me, will you? If it's just the throne, you can take it if you want it. Loki Odinson, idiot, this is someone from another universe. Why are you talking as if it's me? Thor, right. Ha ha. Looking at Thor's silly words in the chat group, at this moment, both Odin in Asgard and Loki in the live streaming room helplessly sighed. What should we do with this big fool? The video continued. Jane Foster drove the car, taking Thor to the location where the hammer had fallen. However, the place has been completely overrun by S.H.I.E.L.D.S people, and a simple research camp had been set up. Although heavily guarded, Thor wasn't scared at all and broke in. He busted through checkpoint after checkpoint, defeating countless guards. Thor rushed through to the place where the hammer was located. At this point, the eagle-eyed Clint Barton pulled open the bow in his hand, standing in the basket dangling high above. You want me to slow him down, sir? Hawkeye was high up in the basket, with his bow and arrow aimed at Thor. Or are you sending in more guys for him to beat up? Coulson hesitated. I'll let you know. At this point, Fury couldn't help but feel a little worried. Even in another universe, if Thor was injured by his subordinates, and this scene was seen by the gods of Asgard, it could be a huge problem. Finally reaching Mjolnir, Thor's face once again revealed his arrogant smile. Just then, a tall, burly guard stepped in front of him. Thor wrestled with the guard, and they fought from inside the camp, all the way to the outside. It heavily rained outside, and the rain turned the dusty ground to mud. Thor and the guard fought in the mud, and both got covered in mud. In the end, Thor won because of his naturally strong physique. At this time, on the hanging basket up high, Hawkeye said, "Better call it, Coulson. 'Cause I'm starting to root for this guy." Tearing through the barrier and breaking into the center of the camp, Thor looked at the hammer that had fallen to the ground with a smug smile on his face. As long as he could lift it, he could regain his divine power and become the god of thunder. Seeing that, Hawkeye continued to urge Coulson. "Last chance, sir. Wait, I want to see this." Standing on the other side of the high ground, Coulson carefully watched Thor, without taking action. With a smile on his face, Thor reached out and held Mjolnir's handle. No response. The smile on Thor's face instantly froze, full of disbelief. Finding out that one hand couldn't pull it up, Thor couldn't help but stretch out both his hands. Grabbing Mjolnir's handle, he pulled with all his might. Still no response. The hammer seemed to be stuck to the ground. The muscles on his face were completely twisted, and the veins stood out on his arms. Thor roared out loud. He tried to exert all his strength. However, Mjolnir didn't respond at all. After repeated attempts, Thor finally gave up. He let go of his hands, with the look of disbelief on his face. Looking at Mjolnir on the ground, he tilted his head and roared to the sky. A terrible roar carried far in the night sky. Even Jane, who was hiding near the camp, could clearly hear it. After roaring wildly to the sky, Thor seemed to have lost all his strength and fell helplessly to his knees in front of Mjolnir. Then, he was arrested by Shield. Seeing this scene in the live chat. "Thor, how come? I couldn't lift the hammer. How is that possible?" "Thor, the one on the screen must be a fake one." "Peter Parker, it's not necessarily fake, but another universe's hammer. So, maybe you can't lift that one, but you can lift one from this multiverse." "Thor, ha. You're right. When I lift the hammer, I'll be the god of thunder again and go back to Asgard. Ha. Loki Odinson, sometimes I really envy you." "Thor, aha. Do you envy my strength?" "My dear brother. Loki Odinson, no, I envy your stupidity." The video continued. In a temporary confinement room, Coulson started to interrogate Thor. "You made my men some of the most highly trained professionals in the world. Look like a bunch of minimum wage mall cops. That's hurtful. In my experience, it takes someone who's received similar training to do what you did to them. Why don't you tell me where you received your training?" Thor didn't reply. After seeing that, Coulson calmly said, "One way or another, we find out what we need to know. We're good at that. Don't go anywhere." Unable to get an answer, Coulson turned his head and went out. No sooner had he left the room than there was another person inside. It was Loki, in a green suit and jacket. Seeing Loki, Thor's face, which was dull, finally showed a surprised expression. Loki, what are you doing here? Loki quietly said, I had to see you. Noticing that something was not right, Thor quickly asked. What's happened? Tell me. Is it Jotunheim? Let me explain to father. Loki coldly said, Father is dead. What? Thor's face was filled with disbelief as if he had heard the most ridiculous and incomprehensible thing in the world. Your banishment, and the threat of a new war. Loki looked sad, it was too much for him to bear. Looking at Thor, Loki slowly said, You mustn't blame yourself. I know that you loved him. I tried to tell him so, but he wouldn't listen. Thor was heartbroken, and tears finally flowed down. It was so cruel to put the hammer within your reach, knowing that you could never lift it. Looking down at Thor, who was sitting in a chair, Loki had taken a hint of condescension in his tone. The burden of the throne has fallen to me now. On hearing that, Thor looked up at his brother and asked in a hopeful tone. Can I come home? Loki slightly frowned and said. The truce with Jotunheim is conditional upon your exile. Yes, but... Thor relentlessly asked, couldn't we find a way? Seeing that, Loki finally released the last blow. And Mother has forbidden your return. After hearing that Frigga didn't want to see him again, Thor's face suddenly froze completely. He almost stopped breathing. Seeing that, Loki gently nodded. This is goodbye, brother. I'm so sorry. Thor hesitated for a moment and suddenly shook his head in pain. No, I am sorry. Thank you for coming here. Loki's eyes flickered, farewell. At this time, the door opened. Coulson came in, and all he could hear was Thor saying, Goodbye. Goodbye. Coulson was confused, I just got back. Seeing that, Thor started shouting in the chat group again. Thor, Loki. Why did you lie to me? What do you mean father is dead and mother doesn't want me back? I'm going to get angry with you. Loki Odinson, shut up. You fool. Thor, I won't shut up. You really went too far this time. Tony Stark, Thor, can't you see it by now? Loki, the one on the screen, really loves you. Thor, what? Of course, I know he loves me. But he lied to me. Why? Alas. In Asgard, Odin sighed. However, his expression suddenly became better. Not bad. In that other universe, even though Loki had gained power and position, he still hadn't forgotten the brotherhood between them. Thor seemed to have gained some growth after he arrived on Earth. It seems that as a father, he wasn't a complete failure. Peter Parker glanced at Loki and carefully asked. Mr. Stark, what did you mean by what you just said? His voice was very low, but in the live streaming room, Peter's words still spread with ease. Loki stood still, but his heart was secretly sighing. Sure enough, you can't help yourself. Ha ha. In the face of Peter's question, Tony raised his voice and spoke without concern. It's very simple. The Loki on screen is now the king of Asgard, with great power in his hands. But his position isn't stable. Just look at the warriors. Asgard still has a lot of people who refuse to obey him. In that case, as soon as Thor returns to Asgard, Loki's rule will probably collapse. Hearing that, Natasha thoughtfully said. Even in the face of such a threat, Loki still didn't choose to kill Thor. To be honest, this really surprised me a little. Ha ha, this may be brotherhood. In Tony's voice, there was also a touch of lament. As an only child, Tony was sent to boarding school from childhood, and his parents died in a traffic accident later on. So, he grew up alone. Because of that, seeing Thor and Loki get along in the video, Tony's heart actually had a bit of envy. Feeling the eyes of the crowd gathered on him again, Loki hummed somewhat uncomfortably and spoke with an arrogant expression. Humph. Anyway, that guy has neither divine power nor the hammer, he should stay on Earth. Why would there be a need to kill him? Tony laughed at that. That's a lot of lip service. Even if Thor had no power, he's still Odin's firstborn son. In the eyes of many, if they get hold of him, they can use him against you. Hearing that, Loki's face darkened. It wasn't until recently that he realized that he had no friends within Asgard. On the contrary, in addition to the Warriors 3, Sif and others, Thor was very popular among the people of Asgard. Far better than his unpleasant younger brother. Thinking of that, there was a vague sense of despair growing in Loki's heart. Deep down, he still regarded Asgard as his home and the place where he belonged. But looking at the screen, even without Thor, people wouldn't easily accept him as king. At this time, Thor shouted in the chat group. Thor, I don't quite understand it, but I get it, Loki. You still have me in your heart. Ha ha. Loki Odinson, shut up. Fool. Don't say such embarrassing things. Thor, my dear brother, what's so embarrassing? Ha ha ha. Stephen Strange, I think, you two don't seem to be related by blood, right? In that case, I think you might as well. Loki Odinson, shut up. Shameless mortal, how dare you even try to think you understand the words of gods? Wanda Maximoff, what? What were you talking about? Master Mordo, well, it's something young girls shouldn't understand for now. Stephen Strange, Master Mordo, I didn't think you would understand such things. Master Mordo, Strange, do you think we, in Kamar Taj, are barbarians living in the mountains? The video continued. After leaving Thor, Loki used invisible magic and went to the place where the hammer was. Looking at the hammer that was glued to the ground, Loki's eyes flashed. He reached for the handle of the hammer. He pulled once, no response. Then, he tried a bit harder, still no response. Like the previous Thor, Loki finally stretched out his hands with all his might. But the hammer seemed to take root on the ground and remained motionless. After several attempts, Loki finally gave up. He adjusted his clothes and turned to leave the camp. At this moment, the picture on screen suddenly turned. It went from Earth to Jotunheim. Loki was alone and arrived at Laufey's palace. Seeing the small man in a green robe, Laufey coldly issued an order. Kill him. Loki wasn't afraid at all but instead asked. After all I've done for you? Laufey listened thoughtfully and said. So, you're the one who showed us the way into Asgard. What? Hearing that, Odin was horrified. Before, he couldn't figure out how the three frost giants could fool everyone's eyes and invade Asgard's treasury. Now, he finally understood. Loki, what exactly do you want? Odin's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Are you trying to ruin Thor's coronation? Or? Meanwhile, in the live streaming room, Loki swallowed, and his heart was jumping uncontrollably. The secret of his collusion with the frost giants was exposed. But, even after the penny dropped, the panic in Loki's heart increased, instead of decreasing. He had a hunch about the self in the video, having come all the way to Jotunheim and had revealed the secret to Laufey as soon as it came up. It seems like it wasn't just a small scheme. But the most terrible thing was that Thor and Odin had seen his collusion with the frost giant. What could be worse than that? Just when Loki thought things couldn't get any worse, the video on screen changed again. Loki spoke with a smile. It was just a bit of fun, really. To ruin my brother's big day. And to protect the realm from his idiotic rule for a while longer. Thor, what? You were the one who let those frost giants in. Thor, Loki, even if you like mischief, this is too much. Thor, besides, how is my rule idiotic? I am the eldest son of Odin, the god of thunder. Stephen Strange, with an older brother like you, I'm starting to feel sorry for Loki now. Tony Stark, if I were in Loki's position, maybe I would let the frost giants in too. Natasha Romanoff, yeah, it would really be a disaster for the country if the god of hammers was really allowed to be the king of Asgard. Natasha Romanoff, believe me, I have first-hand experience on how bad rulers can ruin a country. Nick Fury, Natasha, keep quiet. We aren't going to interfere with the matters of the gods. Looking at Thor, who was yelling in the chat group, Loki's heart was pounding. He didn't have time to pay attention to it and stared at the screen in front of him without blinking. The video continued. Laufey smiled, then looked at Loki and said, I will hear you. Loki slowly spoke with a cold face. I will conceal you, and a handful of your soldiers, lead you into Odin's chambers, and you can slay him where he lies. Laufey coldly asked. Why not kill him yourself? Loki's face revealed his trademark evil smile. I suspect that the Asgardians wouldn't take kindly to a king who had murdered his predecessor. Once Odin is dead, I will return the casket to you. Hearing the casket of ancient winters mentioned, Laufey suddenly stood up from the throne. Loki's voice, like the devil's whisper, continued to echo in his ears. And you can return Jotunheim to all its glory. I accept. Not only could he kill his old enemy, but he could also get the frost giant's ancient relic, that had been lost for nearly 1,000 years. Laufey agreed without thinking much about it. Why? In Asgard, Frigga exclaimed in disbelief. Then, her legs felt weak, and she suddenly fell to the ground, covering her face, crying uncontrollably. As the wife of the King of the Nine Realms, Frigga definitely wasn't weak, and she was also the one who taught Loki magic. But this scene in front of her. The shock was so great that she couldn't keep calm. Loki, her son, tried to kill her husband. Sitting on the throne, Odin's face instantly turned livid, and his fist unconsciously balled up. This actually happened. Looking at the screen, where Loki and Laufey conspired with each other and discussed how to kill him, Odin only felt his heart tighten. Even the white beard on his chin couldn't help but slightly tremble. Could it be that after 1,000 years of nurturing, it was still no match for the bloodline of the frost giants? Or is Asgard's throne really so tempting to Loki that he wouldn't hesitate to kill his father? Thinking of that, Odin suddenly felt very tired. He had raised these sons for over 1,000 years. One became an iron-headed fool who knew nothing but fighting. And the other one, for the sake of power and status, wouldn't hesitate to kill his own father. Am I such a failure as a god king and as a father? In the otherworldly live-steaming room, it was silent. As if some kind of mute switch was turned on, there was pin-drop silence in the live room. Everyone stared at Loki, their gazes containing shock, horror, disbelief, and many other emotions. It was as if this person had suddenly turned into a monster. Gulp. Loki involuntarily swallowed. At this moment, he only felt cold. It was as if his body was buried in ice, and the cold sweat on his forehead couldn't stop. What should I do? The other universe's self, as if possessed by a ghost, actually went to collude with his biological father Loki, to assassinate Odin. Whether this assassination was successful or not, the fact that it was exposed, for Loki, was basically equal to social death. What should I do when I get back to Asgard? Or, should I go back? After seeing that scene, next time Odin sees me, would he arrest me without a second thought? Or, simply beat me to death? Loki's mind was in such a mess he almost cried out. Thor shouted in the chat group again. Thor, Loki, you're crazy. How dare you do this to father? He is your father. Master Mordo, well, this is indeed a tragedy. But I'll be honest, technically speaking, the big blue guy, Loki, is Loki's father. Thor, get out of here, you shameless human. I didn't ask you. Master Mordo. Thor, Loki, I know, what's on that screen is another universe, but you have to tell me honestly that you have no similar thoughts, right? Thor, if you want the throne, it doesn't matter, I'll give it to you. But you mustn't do anything to father. Loki Odinson, Thor, you bastard. Shut your mouth. Looking at Thor's unconcerned statement in the group, Loki only felt a buzz in his head, as if he had been hit hard. At the same time, some kind of fury rose in his heart. Thor, this idiot, is he trying to kill me? Originally, what happened on the screen happened in another universe, but you're talking as if I'm actually planning on killing father. If father saw it, how could he ignore it? What a great provocateur. Natasha couldn't help but wonder. Thor is simply planting doubt for Loki. Maybe, his usual silly appearance is fake. Strange shook his head and softly chuckled. No, I can safely say that Thor is nothing more than a common fool. Ha ha ha. Tony laughed out loud, looked at Natasha and spoke with a contemptuous expression. That's what's wrong with you spies, too much suspicion. No matter what happens, you'd think it's a conspiracy. You. Staring at the two men in front of her, looking indifferent and laughing at her, Natasha almost stomped her feet in anger. And just as Loki was lost in despair, the screen suddenly paused. Then, the voice of the system rang out. New quiz start. Question, why did Loki ask Loki to assassinate Odin? A. Loki wants to kill Odin to secure his throne. B. Loki wants Loki to kill Odin first and then kill Loki. Killing two birds with one stone. C. Loki wants to kill Loki when he invades Asgard so that he could be a hero that saved Odin and could launch a counterattack to take Jotunheim in a fair manner. Please start answering. Each person in the live streaming room has only one chance to answer. Those who answer correctly will receive broadcast points, as well as random rewards. Random rewards may originate from countless alternate worlds. Failure to answer the question will trigger an unknown penalty. What? From Thor to Loki to Odin, seeing these three options, almost everyone was blown away. Seeing the question, there was a moment of silence in the live streaming room, and everyone's expressions changed. These answers all looked terrible. Young Wanda took a sharp cold breath and suddenly felt a chill. Tony, beside her, also slightly frowned. Among the three answers, the first one represented Loki's willingness to kill his father for power. And the second answer went even further. It meant Loki wasn't satisfied with killing his adoptive father, Odin, he also wanted to kill his biological father, Laufey. In contrast, the third answer was extremely dangerous. If this answer was correct, it meant that Laufey fell into Loki's trap from the beginning and automatically stepped into a murderous game. Even though the Frost Giants and Asgardians had always been enemies, it was quite shocking for Loki to treat his biological father like this. Thor, what are these answers? Why does it look so complicated? It's making me dizzy. Tony Stark, it's complicated. Can't you see it now? The god of mischief. Loki is a deeply scheming guy. Tony Stark, he and his foolish brother are completely different to the extreme. Thor, bastard. Why are you mortals always calling me foolish? I'm Odin's eldest son. Natasha Romanov, all right, great god. Please be quiet. Natasha Romanov, to cut to the chase, from the answer, the Loki on screen isn't playing a simple game. Natasha Romanov, no matter which answer, the results behind it could give him a lot of benefits. Natasha Romanov, it can be said that, if moral factors are excluded, Loki, in reality, no matter which one of these three answers is chosen, is very wise. Peter Parker, Natasha, how can you say that? Can't you see how horrible these answers are? He would be killing his own father. Natasha Romanov, in my country, killing a father to gain power isn't something uncommon. Natasha Romanov, what's more, if Loki could really successfully implement these plans, the benefits would be unimaginable. Natasha Romanov, in the face of such temptation, whether it's the adoptive father, who isn't related to him, or the biological father, who was always regarded as an enemy, both of them could be sacrificed. Nick Fury, Natasha, you talk too much. Natasha Romanov, sorry, director. Natasha Romanov, but that's the philosophy of the organization I used to work for. Do whatever it takes to get what you want. Nick Fury, we at SHIELD are different. Tony Stark, ha 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 ha. Do you believe this? Ever heard of the idiom, both ravens and crows are black? You guys are no different. Tony Stark, there's no such thing as a clean spy organization. Nick Fury, Stark, I'm not going to argue with you here. Nick Fury, but, that Loki is really a schemer. If Asgard really falls into his hands, it wouldn't be a good thing for all of the 9 realms. Loki Odinson, humph. You're just a mortal. Why are you trying to interfere with godly matters? It's something you can't even reach. Nick Fury, he. Sorry, I didn't mean to interfere. I'm just voicing my opinion. After saying that, Fury sat back in his chair and gently exhaled. His face reverted back to his usual expression. By now, he could see it clearly. Odin, the God King, was obviously going to pass on the throne. In that case, Fury certainly preferred, if Thor became the King of Asgard. If SHIELD wanted to establish contact with Asgard, dealing with the foolish Thor was easier. By contrast, that Loki wasn't only scheming, but, from the 3 options, he could see that he was ruthless. If he became the King of Asgard, they would be a threat to Earth. Wanda Maximoff, you guys are saying that Loki is some kind of schemer. Then who can tell me, other than the first option, what conspiracy is behind the 2 other answers? Nick Fury, that's easy. Nick Fury, the B answer means that Loki would first sneak Laufey into Asgard to kill Odin, and he would show up to kill Laufey to avenge his father. Nick Fury, in that way, not only could Odin be prevented from waking up and taking back the throne, but Loki would be eliminated. Nick Fury, no one can prove that he had sneaked Loki in, dead men tell no tales. Peter Parker. What a terrible conspiracy, killing two fathers for power. Thor, bah. What are you talking about? Loki and I only have one father, and that's Odin, the All-Father. Nick Fury, you might think that, but what does Loki think? Nick Fury, as for option C. In a sense, the ploy in this option is the most subtle. Nick Fury, because it's different from the first two options. If Loki follows this option, he will get something that, even power and status can't make up for. Natasha Romanoff, director, is there such a thing in the world? Nick Fury, of course, it is honor and prestige. Nick Fury, as you can see, in the previous video, no matter the Warriors or Heimdall, their attitude towards Loki is extremely bad. They didn't even think of him as a prince. It's no match for Thor. Thor, is there such a thing? I thought they just didn't like Loki playing tricks all day. No. Playing with magic. Master Mordo, magic. If a bastard like you becomes king, then Asgard is doomed. Thor, damn it. What did you say? Nick Fury, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Anyway, if Loki could kill the frost giant when Loki invades Asgard and is about to kill Odin, then he would immediately become the hero who saved the king. Nick Fury, do you know who Asgard's most famous hero was before Thor? Haha, do you need to ask? It's Odin's eldest son, the invincible god of thunder, Thor. Peter Parker. So that's it, I get it. Stephen Strange, in this way, he could raise his fame to be comparable with Thor, and furthermore, allowing the people of Asgard to accept him. It sure is a good plan. Nick Fury, not only that, but after taking Loki out, Loki would have a reason to launch an attack against Jotunheim. With the frost giants missing a leader, it'll be a sure win. Nick Fury, first saved Odin, then led Asgard's army to victory on the battlefield. He would gain honor. Would anyone disrespect him as the new king? Master Mordo, such a smart scheme, Loki. He's got it all figured out, everyone is his pawn. Seeing that, off-screen, people's hearts were smashed with wave after wave of shock. In Asgard. Your Majesty. Frigga looked at Odin, with a nervous expression on her face that was unbearably torn. To be fair, he would prefer that the correct answer was C. Because this was the only answer in which Odin didn't need to be killed. Sensing his wife's worried gaze, Odin's face was a little gloomy. It seems like I underestimated this adopted son. In the eyes of ordinary Asgardians, the so-called god of mischief was just a young prince who liked to play pranks. But now, Odin realized how ruthless Loki was. Not to mention options A and B, even option C was full of intrigue and calculations. In addition to his biological father Loki, even the unconscious god King Odin had become a tool for Loki to gain fame and consolidate power. Such a tactic was not only sophisticated but cunning. But Odin glanced at the messages at the bottom of the screen, and a hint of disdain passed through his eye again. That mortal named Nick Fury is making a lot of noise about this, just to tarnish Loki's image in front of me so that I won't pass the throne to him. No wonder Loki would say that he was a mortal who wanted to interfere with godly matters. This ordinary mortal is truly ignorant. After taking a deep breath, Odin regained that cold expression. As a god king, he still had a lot to think about, and a mortal's thoughts weren't worth his time. Wanda kept her head down. She mumbled to herself. After all those messages, is Nick trying to say that option C is correct? Not necessarily. Strange spoke with a frown. Although option C could gain the greatest honor and prestige for Loki, he has to keep Odin alive. If you look at it from a purely practical point of view, that isn't a wise option. Mr. Strange, what are you talking about? Peter's eyes revealed a hint of annoyance. Loki was raised by Odin. How could he possibly lay a hand on his adoptive father? Strange shrugged his shoulders, turned away to look at Tony, and saw the wry smile in the other party's eyes. Human nature was the most difficult thing to figure out. This time, the three options were all very rewarding from a sensible point of view. Therefore, even they weren't sure which path would Loki, from the parallel universe, choose. And if they answered at random, without certainty, wasn't that just tripping themselves up and helping others? How could clever people like Tony Strange do such a stupid thing? Natasha stood by, but there was a bitter smile on her face. After losing twice in a row, she didn't want to gamble on this question. At this point, Loki's face suddenly showed an expression of relief. Ha ha ha. I see, I see. Loki's trademark smile appeared again. Just now, that frightened, distressed look had disappeared without a trace. Then, he looked up and immediately answered with a loud voice. I choose C. Loki wants to kill Laufey when he invades Asgard so that he could be a hero that saved Odin and could launch a counter-attack to take Jotunheim in a fair manner. Soon, the voice of the system rang again. Ding. Loki Odinson has answered. The quiz system will rule. Ding. Loki Odinson's answer is correct. Humph, sure enough. Loki took a deep breath, and the expression on his face regained its calmness. By now, he had figured it out. He had no control over how Odin and all those other Asgardians viewed him. So instead of worrying about things that he couldn't change, it was better to forge ahead and try to get more correct answers in this system. In this way, maybe he could get a powerful reward that could change his fate. Maybe, it was a very slim chance, but if he even gave up on this chance, then what was left? Sit there and wait for Thanos to kill him. As for answer C, his reasoning was very simple. Until now, Loki still regarded Odin as his father. Therefore, he didn't want to believe that the self in the parallel universe would be so ruthless and cold towards Odin. Hearing the system's voice, Frigga finally showed a hint of joy on her face. She quickly turned back to Odin and said, Your Majesty, look. I told you, Loki would never hurt you. Odin nodded, but there wasn't much joy in his eye. In this C option, Loki didn't personally kill his adoptive father but did kill his biological father, Laufey. Not only that, he wanted to use this self-directed show of saving the king to further invade Jotunheim in order to establish his invincible and wise image. This boy really can't be taken lightly. At this point, the system's voice continued to sound. Loki Odinson gets 100 live broadcast points, which can be used to request the broadcasting of past or future events related to himself. Loki Odinson won a random reward. Stand, the world. This stand has the ability to stop time. Although it can only stop for a moment at first, with practice, the time stop can infinitely grow and extend. What? Time stop. Hearing that, Loki froze in surprise. His eyes were full of disbelief. It was almost as if he was dreaming. Time ability. In Loki's impression, except for the Infinity Gauntlet, he had only seen a similar ability in one place. That was the Time Variance Authority that could even outsmart him, the god of mischief. Stand ability, the world. His name comes from the tarot card, world. He is a close-range stand. He could suspend time and has free movement as the time stands still. Destructive power, A. Speed, A. Range, C. 10m, durability, A. Precision, B. Growth, S. Current time stop limit, seconds. Special, this stand has an S tilde level of growth. Stand. What is this ability? Can it actually stop time? Feeling the series of information pouring into his mind, Loki's eyes were wide open, and his expression was full of shock. Inside, he was filled with awe. Before entering this otherworldly live-streaming room, Loki had no idea that there were people in the world who could manipulate time. But even Thanos, Time Variance Authority and others that he saw on screen, they had to rely on the Time Stone. But this ability, called Stand. How could he stop time without the use of a powerful artifact? Although at the moment, he could only stop time for a few seconds, according to the explanation of the system, this ability to stop time could also gradually become stronger through practice. This is incredible. At this moment, there was a massive wave in Loki's heart. There were 1,000 thoughts running through his head, and he couldn't get out of it. In fact, if it weren't for banning any ability in this live-streaming space, he couldn't wait to call out the stand right now to see how he could stop time. When Loki was amazed, what happened in the chat group caught his attention again. Thor, I knew you wouldn't hurt father. From the beginning, you were lying to Laufey, weren't you? You really deserve to be the #1 liar in 9 realms. Ha ha ha. Nick Fury, he even dares to kill his own father. He really is a ruthless man. Thor, what the hell is wrong with you mortal, why do I keep seeing you bad-mouthing Loki? Nick Fury, I'm just telling the truth. Think about it, if Loki can even do it to his own father, what else would he be afraid to do? Thor, damn it, shut up. Otherwise, next time I see you, I will smash your head with Mjolnir. Seeing Thor quarreling with others to protect his reputation, Loki's expression suddenly loosened again. Although this muscle for brains was really a big fool, he was still true to his feelings. Unfortunately, there is only one throne of Asgard. After thinking about it, the corners of Loki's mouth slightly twitched, and a bitter smile faintly appeared. In the end, he asked himself, do I really want the throne? Or is it just being defiant? At this time, in the chat group, Peter also sighed. At this time, young Wanda also gently patted her chest with her hand, looking relieved. After all, if there was someone who could kill their own father in the room, indeed, it was really too bleak. As for Laufey, who Loki was going to kill. Come on, that horrible appearance didn't really look human. It was more like a monster. On the other hand, Peter kept kneading his own hands, standing in place, and mumbling to himself. All in all, Mr. Loki and Laufey almost never see each other and are enemies of each other. They have no affection, as could be imagined. Seeing Peter take the initiative to make excuses for Loki, Tony slightly frowned. This boy is really very kind and compassionate. But if this kindness and sympathy were used in the wrong place, it could cause trouble for him. At this moment, the frozen image on the screen suddenly played again. Colorful lights flashed, and Loki's figure reappeared at the Rainbow Bridge's hub. When Loki arrived, he found Heimdall was looking at him with burning eyes. What troubles you, gatekeeper? Loki asked. I turned my gaze upon you in Jotunheim, but could neither see you nor hear you. You were shrouded from me. Himdall's eyes looked extremely deep and tightly fixed on Loki as if to see through him. It was exactly like the frost giants that entered this realm. Facing Himdall's undisguised suspicion, Loki calmly stepped forward and spoke with a bit of irony. Perhaps your senses have weakened after your many years of service. Himdall continued to ask, or perhaps someone has found a way to hide what he does not wish me to see. Loki sneered and asked, you have great power, Himdall. Did Odin ever fear you? Himdall, no. And why is that? Himdall, because he is my king, and I am sworn to obey him. Loki, he was your king, and you're sworn to obey me now. Yes. Himdall was silent for a few seconds, uttering a word through his teeth, yes. Very good. Loki nodded, then you will open the Bifrost to no one until I have repaired the damage that my brother has done. Seeing that scene in the otherworldly live-streaming room, Loki's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Stupid. The self of this parallel universe was really stupid. What was Himdall's attitude towards you before? What's his attitude towards Thor? Haven't you seen it clearly? This Asgard gatekeeper doesn't place his loyalty on you. Not only are you stupid, but you're also soft-hearted. The Rainbow Bridge is the gateway to Asgard, and with it, Thor has a chance to return to Asgard. If you really want to keep your throne, then you should do whatever it takes to insert your proxies into this strategic location. But you're expecting Himdall to obey you unconditionally by a pledge of loyalty. What kind of god of mischief is this? Thinking of that, Loki's face suddenly froze, and then he gently breathed a sigh of relief. The old self was, in fact, the same. Although he had a clever and cunning mind, he lacked execution. Therefore, no matter how hard he tried in the past, in the hearts of the people of Asgard, he was always regarded as a nobody that could only play tricks. But when did this situation begin to change? Loki bowed his head and looked at Frostman, which was on his waist. The trademark devilish smile appeared on his lips again. That's right. Relying on the power of this magic sword, I even killed Searcher and destroyed Muspelheim. From then on, an unprecedented powerful confidence sprouted within him. At this point, Loki, with an inspiring gaze, had made up his mind. If he had the chance to grasp power in Asgard, then people like Himdall, the Warriors 3, and Sif, these thorns in his eyes, wouldn't be spared. Except for Thor, those who obey me prosper. Those who go against me will die. The picture on screen shifted again. The Warriors 3 and Sif were arguing about how to help Thor. Suddenly, a soldier came and claimed that Himdall had summoned them. Just as they approached Himdall with trepidation, they were immediately met with an angry rebuke. Himdall scolded in a stern voice. You would defy the command of Loki, our king, break every oath you have taken as warriors, and commit treason to bring Thor back. Sif replied, yes. Himdall, good. The Warriors 3 were stunned, so you'll help us. They saw Himdall briskly walk down the high platform on the center of the Rainbow Bridge hub while saying, I am bound by honor to our king. I cannot open the bridge to you. Seeing Himdall swaggering away from the Rainbow Bridge's hub, all the warriors stood still and didn't know what to do. At this moment, they saw the center of Rainbow Bridge suddenly flashing. Just before Himdall left, he actually started up the bridge. On the high balcony of Asgard's palace, Loki watched the light of Rainbow Bridge flicker, and the expression on her face turned unsightly. Everyone around him betrayed him. Thor will soon come back to Asgard. Watching Loki walk into the palace with a gloomy face, the expressions of the several people in the live streaming room changed. Look at that. That Loki should be preparing to kill Thor, right? Wanda walked over to Peter and softly asked. No way. That's still his brother. As soon as Peter's words fell, he suddenly felt that it wasn't right. He couldn't help but continue. Although, they aren't related by blood. Loki directly walked into the treasury and thumped Gunra's handle on the ground. Whoosh! The wall began to open up, and an imposing metal giant stepped out of the void. Looking at the silver figure in front of him, which was only a few meters high, Loki gave an order with a grim face. Ensure my brother does not return. Isn't that the destroyer? Tony's eyes lit up when he was watching the scene. That Loki is going to use that ultimate weapon on Thor, the Warriors 3, and Sif, eliminating them all in one go. In New Mexico. No way. Looking at the familiar silver giant on screen, Thor involuntarily gulped. He felt that his scalp was going numb. If he could get Mjolnir back, even in the face of the destroyer, Thor wouldn't be afraid. But the Thor in the video was exactly the same as he was right now, deprived of Mjolnir. What made it more unbelievable to him was Loki had used such a terrible weapon of war, the destroyer, to prevent him from returning to Asgard. As long as one of this guy's destruction beams hit him, even a god like them would turn into dust and die without leaving a corpse. Thor, Loki, are you kidding me? You even used the destroyer. Do you really want to kill me? T. Loki Odinson, shut up, fool. Listen. It's the Loki from another universe. Thor, but that me, after all, it's the me in that other universe. Loki Odinson, there's nothing I can do about that. Loki Odinson, look, that Loki from the other universe. When he gave orders to the destroyer, did he say he should kill Thor? Thor, he didn't say that, but the destruction beam of the destroyer. Loki Odinson, don't think about it, watch it quietly. Anyway, I won't kill you. Thor, oh, I'm relieved to hear that. Seeing this strange interaction, black lines sprang upon the heads of many people in the chat group. Even Odin, who was sitting on the throne, felt that his eyelids couldn't stop twitching. At this moment, Odin suddenly had a strange idea. Why didn't he have more children with Frigga when he was younger? He didn't even have a substitute now. The video continued. Through Heimdall's pre-programmed target on the Rainbow Bridge, the Warriors 3 and Sif arrived in New Mexico, where Thor was located. After seeing Thor, the Warriors 3 were very pleased. They invited him back to Asgard. But Thor said that he killed Odin, so he was too ashamed to go back. Loki's lies were soon exposed by the warriors, and Thor's expression instantly changed. At this time, the scene changed again. Loki walked to the center of Rainbow Bridge, only to find that Heimdall was in front of him. Tell me, Loki, how did you get the frost giants into Asgard? Looking at Heimdall, who was directly facing him, Loki didn't hide it. You think the Bifrost is the only way in and out of this realm? There are secret paths between the worlds, to which even you, with all your gifts, are blind. But I have need of them no longer, now that I am king. Looking at Heimdall, Loki maliciously said. And I say, for your act of treason, you are relieved of your duties as gatekeeper. Listening to Loki's pronouncement, the look on Heimdall's face didn't change at all. He fiercely raised his golden sword. Then I need no longer obey you. Seeing that the other party was ready to attack, Loki suddenly waved his hand, and the casket of ancient winters came out. Crack crack. Terrifying freezing air poured out, instantly freezing Heimdall in place and turning him into an ice sculpture. However, after using the casket of ancient winters, Loki also reverted back to his frost giant's scary appearance. Thor, Loki, why are you attacking Heimdall? How did he ever offend you? Loki Odinson, he allowed the warriors into Midgard, isn't that a blatant disobedience to my order? Thor, but they are trying to take me back to Asgard. Loki Odinson, I don't care about that. Those who fight against me are my enemies. Thor, I can't understand you. I'll tell you what. You can freeze them as you did with Heimdall, but don't take their lives, so you can calm down. Loki Odinson, why should I listen to you? Natasha Romanov. Guys, can you stop goofing around here? You are interfering with people who want to watch the video. The video continued. Accompanied by a strong gale, the destroyer arrived on Earth. This terrifying weapon of war blew several SHIELD vehicles to smithereens in its first strike. Before long, the destroyer arrived in town and confronted Thor and others head-on. Although the battle had turned the town upside down and looked very shocking, no one died. Seeing that, Tony frowned and looked puzzled. What the hell? When this destroyer fought those frost giants, with one beam of destruction, the other party was turned into dust. Why did its strength drop so much when faced with another enemy? That's it for this videos, guy. Hope you like the video. Make sure that you like, share and subscribe the channel. Also tell me your recommendations in the comment section down below. Thanks for watching.